It's time to get fired up. That's right, finals weekend here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Our men's round of 16 surfers showing up, as well as our women's quarterfinalists. Sophie McCullough getting involved early this morning. Big backside snap to start her day. And then things started to get tubular. Lucas Cassidy, young surfer representing Mexico. He'll be surfing momentarily. And I think one of the most barreled guys in the draw, at least in the pre-surfs, Douglas Silva. Back at it, back in the tube, hammering the M section. So as we get things rolling, we're just gonna go ahead and start with some superstars of surfing in the lineup. Jake Marshall, V. Crosby Colapinto will be the first heat of the day. I am Chris Cote. I'm very excited to be joined by Mr. Tanner Gudauskas. Tanner, we've had so much fun this week breaking down and basically just becoming surf fans ourselves. Like, there's so much to love about the US Open this year. The waves have been amazing. The surfing has been incredible. I'm claiming best year ever.
It's so, I was just thinking, like, as we were watching that highlight package, if you have tuned in every morning of this event, you might think Huntington Beach is a barrel event. Like, I don't know, it's bizarre seeing how many tubes these guys are getting. The conditions have been sick, swell has been sick, but realistically the surfing just keeps getting better and better each of these days. And so as we look into the weekend, as we're pushing into the finals day, I'm so excited.
Well, and I feel like, you know, we had Genevieve off the coast, but the other storm I've been talking about is the San Clemente Cyclone. 7 surfers left in the draw, all representing San Clemente, and it's something that, of course, we've seen in the past, but what do you think the chances are that a surfer from San Clemente is going to be hoisting that trophy at the end of the day?
Well, of course, I'm hoping that. You know, I think the Brazilian storm set that standard, and actually at this event, I always remember Miggy Pupo getting Miggy with it back in the day. It created this huge energy, and all of those guys converged into this event. So San Clemente saw that, and they've done it in their own way. You're talking the Colapinto brothers, Matson, Cole Hauschman, Hayden Rogers. They're all, Eden Walla is in the draw too. So it's just all happening here. San Clemente, of course, they feel right at home. We've competed here our whole entire life, so maybe they're tapping into that feeling.
Well, there is an underlying rivalry in this first heat that we will get to. Before we get there, speaking of the San Clemente Cyclone, here's one of them. Cade Matson is with AJ McCord.
Thanks so much. Fresh out of the water, Cade. You got your free surf in this morning. Give me the conditions report.
Yeah, it's really fun out there. It's a little bit smaller, but I think there should be enough opportunity, and yeah, the wave's nice and peaky, so it should be fun.
Well, and one of the things that you came out of the water and we were talking about is the difference in temperature, and in addition to the difference in swell. How is that going to play into the strategy today?
Yeah, you don't really expect to wear trunks in a heat in California. I mean, this time of year usually gets warm, but it's like extra warm now. So I think, yeah, I was sweating in this short arm, so I'm going to definitely go trunks in my heat. And
as you were debriefing with Snake, just what's the plan today to get it through to finals day?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we know it's going to be a completely different wave by the time I surf. I'm in heat 6, so we were just kind of breaking down like what kind of board we want to ride, if we want to ride more of like an explosive board or faster board, or kind of like what we're going to do. So yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. Well, thanks so much for the report. Good luck today.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Looking forward to some big things. Cade Matson, he's looking excited, and that's a good sign. So a little touch on the surfboards there. We saw surfers, guys and girls, riding step-ups in the past few days. So I feel like things now are getting down to a quote, more normal level of waves.
Yes,
so
yes.
What are we going to see? Are we going to see board changes? Or are we going to see the magic board staying under these surfers' feet?
Well, what I liked about hearing that from Cade is he's assessing, and we've talked about it, the conditions will change throughout this day. So being prepared of what you free surfed in, how you feel then, but realistically, what will you be surfing in your heat? And anytime for me when Cade Matson's wondering if he's going to pull out an explosive board, it's a little bit of a scary thought. He's guttural with his power surfing. He obviously rides Mayhem surfboards, Lost surfboards from down in San Clemente, and he had a round tail there, so maybe he stays on something like that. We've seen some guys like Lucas Cassidy opting for those short boards, giving them more rail length in the pocket and lift in those airs. We don't know, but Cade's looking on fire in this event. He's been free surfing down at lowers and just putting it down, so I'm excited to see what he brings today.
You know what excites me? These two names we have for our first heat of the day here on Saturday. We're looking to field some quarterfinalists. Jake Marshall representing Encinitas, California, Crosby Colapinto from San Clemente, and therein lies the low-key rivalry, all right? So here in California, we have the West Coast board riders, right? This is where towns go against each other with their best surfers from all different age brackets. And the San Clemente Encinitas battles in our Board Riders events are incredible. Tanner, you've been involved. I've been involved. That rivalry is hot. So we're going to see that right now. And these guys are good friends. You know, I've seen Jake pop up on Crosby's vlog all the time. So they know each other well. They've competed against each other a lot. But, you know, the friendship just stays on the beach, right? You know these guys are going to go head to head.
Yeah, I mean, they want that quarterfinals. They want that finals day appearance. So, yeah, it's all on the line. And I think a little dynamic is that Crosby is a little younger than Jake. Jake is from Griffin's era. Not much older, but has been in the game just a little bit longer. And so I don't know if that will come into play. We see Jake further down the beach. He's been getting great scores on his backhand. Seems like a consistent approach for him to get that one-turn, two-turn combo. And for me, I'm looking at Crosby hoping he's going to go right, because when he unleashes on his forehand, he has such a variety that he picks from. It's either that wrapping, gnarly carve, it's a tail throw, nose pick, or it's obviously going to go into the air. So Cros is one to be watching. He's my personal favorite. I just feel like he's catching his steam through the years on the tour and all that experience. So for him to have to come up against a guy like Jake Marshall is really going to challenge him, because Jake not only is a crazy good surfer, he's a crazy good competitor. He knows how to close out heats. And
both these guys can get fiery in the water. And it's cool because, so throughout this entire contest, the past few days, all the heats have been four surfer heats. Yesterday we saw our first look on the women's side of the draw where they had, you know, surfer v surfer. Today's our first look on the men's side of the draw with man-on-man heats. And here in the round of 16, yeah, the stakes are high, of course, but you've already accomplished something major. Getting through those opening few rounds is known as the hardest thing to do in competitive surfing. We've heard it from so many competitors. So now they're feeling a little bit more comfortable, both Jake and Crosby. At this, you know, with a lot of WCT Championship Tour experience. So they've gone man-on-man for years and years. What is the difference, Tanner, with four surfers in the water? People are flying all over the place. You know, priority kind of goes back and forth, up and down. So what is the major difference between a four surfer heat and a man-on-man heat, tactically?
Well, when you're paddling out in a four-man heat, you can't control the other competitors. There's just too many of them. There's too many opportunities. So then you have to go inward and think, okay, what's my strategy? And you surf that 35 minutes through. Occasionally you see someone sitting on somebody at the very end of the heat. However, when it moves to the man-on-man, you have your approach, how you would like to be surfing these heats, and then in the back of your mind you're looking at the skill sets. So you're of your competitor. You're thinking, okay, if I'm doing this, how can I hold off my competitor from what they do best? And you're trying to limit those opportunities that they will be given in that heat. And so you see priority get used so much more defensively here in the two-man heats. So it's when you get the veterans, like guys like Crosby and Jake, and these heats are juggernaut heats, and I always love watching it because they're so shrewd with how they use that priority and how they work themselves through this lineup against each other.
So we're going to see probably less waves being ridden, but more quality waves being ridden, because again, in those four-man heats, you're out there, and especially if it's the afternoon, you don't even see who you're surfing against. You're just trying to find something. And I like the priority discussion too, because this is where you can really impose your will on your opponent. You know, again, three surfers in the water, you can really only use that priority against maybe one other person. We saw it all week long where priority was kind of a non-factor for a lot of these heats, but that's all going to flip right now. We're going to see paddle battles, we're going to see tactics, and we're going to see these surfers who have just high heat IQs using priority to their advantage.
So of course right here on your screen you're seeing Tommy Whitaker, who this is the Crosby Colapinto camp. Tommy Whitaker has been a coach in their corner with Griffin and Cros. He also helps Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and Katie Simmers. He actually was on tour himself for a really long time. I love the way he coaches these guys. He not only is very analytical in the heats, but he keeps this positive perspective. They're always free surfing. They're pushing themselves outside of the jersey, which then they bring into the heats. And I think Crosby and Griffin have been such a benefactor of working with Tommy. It's really pushed Cros to get onto the World Tour stage and to stay there.
Yeah, so in the lineup right now, you're seeing these guys sticking to, just being a little bit stubborn where they want to sit in the lineup, and that's fine. They did their R&D before paddling out. 24:20 to go, no waves ridden yet. A few sets have rolled through, and it looks like a little lump of water coming towards our competitors. Let's see who will strike first. Jake's trying to create a little bit more distance. So waves are looking like they're in the head high to slightly overhead range when the sets come through. Tide is really low right now. You can see this piece of white water. That would be a really hard wave to connect through, so that's going to make these outside turns so vital if you want to get a score. You're most likely not going to be able to make it through on every wave you surf, so if you see a chance on the outside, take it. Here we go, Crosby Colapinto, first wave ridden of the day, and that'll set priority. So we could see these surfers now come together, right? Usually, the open priority, they're spread apart, and now Jake's sitting out the back with priority, so he's got his pick of waves with 23:20 to go. That first wave for Cross. Throwaway score, as we see Jake having a look here. His left, could be a screamer. Jake Marshall cranks it off the bottom, straight up into it. That right there was about as critical as it gets, but just can't quite come down with it. I mean, that was an 8-9 point turn. That was insane.
That was so gnarly. It's the way he hits the lip. It actually projects him. It doubles his speed. He places the board, and then he has so much emphasis. It almost looks like he's jumping down to the flats. The timing got away from him there right at the end. So both of these surfers, but watch this, Chris. He comes in, loads the speeds up, comes in early, bam, hits it directly to the flats. So board disengaged, came away from him, but just look at the form here. Compresses. That's a hard spot to land.
I mean, regardless of where he's from, who he is, that right there would have been one of the turns of the event, right? That makes you excited. That makes you want Jake to find another wave like that, to give it another shot. He just whips up into it, right?
Yeah, he whips. He has such a beautiful style. I think we just talked about Tommy Witz on the screen. We know Jake Marshall works with Chris Gallagher, originally from Santa Cruz. He lives in Hawaii. He's really well known for not just coaching these guys, but having that element of technique and form as a surfer. And so Jake is such a good prodigy and an understudy from Chris, because you can tell he's so relaxed, he's collected when he's approaching these really radical maneuvers. And it's almost bizarre. It looks juxtaposing, because what Jake is doing is so high level and so technically gnarly, but he's able to just look really calm. It's almost like a throwback to those guys like Joel Parkinson, where it just looks relaxed and radical.
I think he's underrated. I don't think he's talked about enough on the championship tour for how good he surfs. One big result could change all that. 21 minutes, 10 seconds left. We got a 1, we got a .43. Those scores are about to be erased when the next set rolls in. When we wait for that, let's go down to the Red Bull Athlete Zone with Mitchell Salzar. Good morning, Mitch.
Hey, great morning, guys. And, what a beautiful day once again, Saturday. Drain tide this morning, just, before 6 a.m. we had a 0.0 tide, and then this noon it's going to be at about 4.4 right now. So big coefficient difference right there. But more importantly, the swell direction has really changed too. We see a lot of that northwest wind. So this is typical Huntington Beach in the summertime right here. Pretty much both surfers right on the pier bowl. It definitely seems like Middle Peak and Machado's less available with the lack of south swell, and that's decreasing too. So we should be seeing more energy, a lot more focus on the pier bowl throughout today and tomorrow as well. And a big PSA announcement, guys. It's finals weekend right now. Get to the beach early. Parking's limited, as we all know. It's already pretty packed on a Saturday morning. And guess what? Support local. We got the WSL Surf Shop right here on site. Go to HSS, go to Jack's to get your proper gear over there too. Tons of wetsuits, tons of boards. And it's a beautiful day here in Huntington Beach, guys. It's going to be a fun one.
Right on. Thanks, Mitch. Things are starting to get exciting in the Athlete Zone, the Red Bull Athlete Zone. And it's not that crowded right now because a lot of the surfers who have lost out got involved with some HB nightlife last night. Really cool show down here on the beach. Real Estate, has put on a great set. That will continue today. So Saturday night, we do have more bands playing local natives. You still have time to get your tickets. They're 2 for 1. And trust us when we say it's a beautiful weekend for surfing and for just getting involved in the Southern California lifestyle. As corny as that sounds, it's true. This is peak summertime in Southern California, and the sun will shine in just a few moments, and you're gonna kind of wish that it was still out, because it's been hot down here. And
It's so hot.
it's just so, like, you can feel the switch. Sun comes out, ocean gets bluer, gets like glistening, glassy. And I love that we went through so many heats in the last few days that now we really have this luxury to pick the perfect times of the day to field our heats. You know, we're going to be doing some fun things in the afternoon, but the actual meat of the surf competition will take place during the best window of these 2 days.
And it's so important for that to happen. I mean, each one of these rounds, there's so much on the line as we see Crosby, real action.
Well, we knew that was coming. Big tail slide to start. Powers through that second section. That was just a tiny piece of whitewater, and he made full use of it. That was sick surfing.
And you can tell he does still retain that out-of-the-box style within his competitive approach. Both Crosby and Griffin, they came onto the scene, they competed since they were kids, but they've always kept that video surfing aspect. They worked on a bunch of different projects. Actually, there's a crew now, they've kind of renamed themselves the Salad Days crew, and this entire San Clemente generation, they push the limit not only in the jersey, but they're able to bring personality to all their turns, and it's that extra flair and style that they have that creates that unique persona. This turn, just good. You know, I think for me, Crosby is starting to get the rhythm, and I like seeing that, because when Cros gets behind the ball, sometimes he puts himself in the corner, and I really like to see him attack early as he can in these heats, because then he can relax, and like we're saying, that's when he's able to tap into that free surfing mentality.
That was a potent combo. Big tail slide to start, hammers the finish, and here we go again. Crosby now. Another big slam. He goes to the air and easily comes down with the front three. And we're on. 5.33 for Crosby's first wave. So now it'll be cool to see what the judges are thinking when it comes to airs. That was pretty textbook right there. Slam, frontside air, boom, in the books.
And textbook in a way where you catch rhythm, you go again, there's a little kindling, and now you've got that fire. This first turn, pretty understated. I mean, he's able to make something so special out of that lackluster section, which then just catapults him into a quick little air reverse. So Crosby is, like we said, he's starting to feel relaxed. You can tell he's clicking into gear. This turn is, I mean, I'm calling that a turn, but that is actually an air. Crosby's insane. He just has it all. He can literally hit a section and you just don't know what he's going to do, and that's what's so exciting about him.
Judges are liking it. 6.33 for Crosby Colapinto. Now he's put Jake Marshall in a combination spot with 16 minutes left. So why was that last wave 1 full point better than his opener wave?
Well, of course, because the maneuver selection on the second hit, when you disengage the fins and you throw into air reverses, the level of difficulty, it just becomes another game. You're gonna lift out of the water and re-engage with your board. So that's kind of a no-brainer in my opinion. And I think what you see is a 5 to a 6, and now Crosby knows he's not gonna redo a 5 or a 6. He wants to keep going. So for us as the viewer and the commentator, it's nothing but exciting times in our future.
Here we go, major set for Jake Marshall. Cranks it off the bottom, straight up into the lip. This wave is running down the line. Another huge power hook. Just when you thought Crosby was safe, Jake strikes back 2 big backside turns, and that's the exact wave that Jake Marshall's been waiting for, right?
Yes.
He's been patient. He's stuck to the spot in the lineup that he probably was researching earlier this morning. Clean style, power surfing. This was really cool wave.
It's the timing. He comes out of that first turn, almost drops onto his backhand rail again. So he's able to almost make it feel like it's one major maneuver. This right here, look at his head. He's just looking right into the pocket where he knows he's going to go up once again, gets there early enough. So for me, Jake, the way he's competing against Kraz is wonderful. And both of these guys coming at each other with a point of difference. Jake is not necessarily going to the air and going directly at Crosby. He's keeping it to these backside fundamental vertical turns that he's been doing this whole event, which have been getting great scores. As we see that score drop in right now, and that's a banger.
Yeah, 7.83, so very close to the excellent range. I feel like that second turn was really the meat of that score. So the judge is sending a message, right? That wave was 2-3 feet bigger than the waves that Crosby got. Crosby surfed him brilliantly, but Jake's just had that impact, right? That excitement factor. Right when he stood up, you couldn't help but just have your eyes glued to the screen, because when he went into the first bottom turn, that was not an easy part of that wave to surf. There was like chunks and bumps on the face. Then that second turn just gave him the opportunity to unleash. So now we have a heat on our hands, folks. Jake Marshall was patient for the first 15 minutes, but it paid off. A 7.83, highest single wave score of the day so far. Crosby still right there. He's got a 6.33 and a 5.33. He's in the lead, but now Jake only needs a 3.83.
I mean, for your first heat of the day, on a day like today, this is starting to feel really nice. These guys are opening up. Crosby has laid down 2 solid scores. Jake, not even phased, goes for the 7.83. So Kraz knows he's going to have to continue to keep leveling up. Even though he's in the first spot, Jake realistically only needed a 3.83. You just know that that's going to come to him. 13 minutes left. It'll be interesting to see now how the dynamics, do they stay closer to each other? We saw both of them spread out in the beginning of this heat, choosing Jake wanting to ride those left, Crosby on those right. So I wonder if they're going to come together now and start to get a little bit more strategic.
That's this wave right here. This 7.83 is going to change the whole agenda for both of these surfers in the lineup. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back. Crosby v. Jake. Don't go anywhere. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Here's a little bit of deja vu for you. Jake Marshall went out in the first heat of the day yesterday, put up an incredible 15.17 heat total. He did it all within the span of the first 5 minutes of this heat. And it's pretty cool because this is basically what we just saw Jake do already this morning. So the luck of the draw for Jake to be in these early morning heats. And this is just something for all of us. Any type of surf fan will be stoked when they see surfing like that. Super clean style, powerful. He made it look easy yesterday, and he seems to be on the same path right now with the highest single score of this heat so far, 7.83. But time's starting to fly by. We got 10 minutes and 15 seconds left. Chris Cote with Tanner Gadauskas. I'm from Encinitas. Tanner's from San Clemente. Jake Marshall's from Encinitas. Crosby's from San Clemente. In Jake's heat yesterday morning, it was a San Clemente versus Encinitas showdown. So there's a lot of storylines happening this morning already.
A lot of rivalries.
I've only had like 5 cups of coffee. I think I need 3 more to keep up
tension
with what's going on in the water. 9:50 now. Surfers getting a lot closer in lineup. You got Crosby with priority. He's going to use it. And here we go. Backhand v backhand. Boom. Big start for Crosby. Kind of a tight pocket turn. He smashes the white water. I sensed a little bit of loss of flow in the second turn. Just a little bit of unsurety midway through the turn. Probably due to that just white water bubbling up underneath his board.
Yeah. And that's an example of, so Jake has had really great wave selection, because after he comes out of that first turn, the wave is still rushing down the line and that section is still available, where Crosby came out of this first turn as we watch him on this replay. It's a really nice turn. Comes off the bottom, slaps it right there, but the wave breaks. He's got to get into this next section, kind of loses his speed, has to regain it before he connects onto that foam ball. So it's not as clean as what Jake was getting. This first turn's really nice. It would have been incredible if he was able to get a bigger turn right here. So I don't know, Chris. Where do you take this score-wise, and what effect does it have in this heat?
I think it's going to be, in my estimation, somewhere between the 5.33 and the 6.33. Great surfing. I think Crosby has some of the best fundamentals of anyone on any tour. I mean, I love what he's doing with his arms through the bottom turn, winding up into that backside snap. But compare that wave to Jake's wave. Jake was going faster. The turns were more critical. And it was just a overall more entertaining, right? And I think that's what the judges are looking for, entertainment factor. Crosby now going to keep pushing. This has a nice little bowl on it. Power slide. Start. Lays into the second section. So yeah, as expected there, Crosby's wave comes through a 6.17 for those two backside turns. So just above that 6.33, his best so far. That means Jake now needs a 4.67. And I think it's cool now that we're seeing basically the two predominant types of waves. Those little pier bowl rights, they're going to be a little smaller, but they have a real cuppy outside section.
Crosby did a really nice job of just recovering right here. I don't think he wanted to slide the tail in that first section, but he didn't sacrifice at all coming into that second one. He engages the rail. This is the power of the Colapinto brothers, actually. They're able to make things out of things. Like, that could have been a mistake, but it looked actually somewhat stylish, and he's able to get into the second turn. You know, I don't know, Chris, because here's the two takes on this. Crosby is riding these similar scores. Now he's on pocket sixes, where you have a guy like Jake Marshall with a 7.83. Do you abandon conventional surfing like that? Should be Crosby going in that first section for a nose pick maneuver? You know he's got it in the bag, because you need to get over the top of Jake so the narrative doesn't become a runaway train in the back part of this heat.
Yeah, and with 6 minutes, 45 seconds to go, we know at least one more sizable set wave will come through. And Jake's just staunch in his belief that that is the takeoff zone. We know exactly the wave he's waiting for.
Oh, I can't even tell you. It's so challenging competing against a guy like Jake. He's really unfazed by a lot. Crosby came out, he got his scores on the board, right? He built up from a 5 and a 6. Jake then drops his 7.83. He doesn't even just get back on the board. He decides to get priority and wait for the exact wave he wants. He's taking his time, and strategically, it challenges these guys like Crosby, who are a little bit more X factor, to just stay focused and do the job. It's a challenge. To be honest, this is a really great heat to see Crosby in the first spot, but not feeling comfortable at all.
Patience is an underrated virtue in surfing, especially in the competitive landscape where you just have to sit and wait and don't freak yourself out. As we see now, pumping down the line, Crosby, you could tell he was hunting a ramp right there, and just didn't quite materialize for him. So he gets out of that wave quick. Jake's out the back with priority, sitting in his zone. And here we go, something could be brewing. Remnants of Genevieve coming towards Jake Marshall right now. He was looking left, but he's got a fade right. Deep bottom turn. Nice snap. So his backup would need to be above and beyond a 4.97. It was a good, powerful, stylish turn for Jake Marshall. And so now we'll see the difference, right, between a potent one-turn smash like that going up against a two-turn combination. Where do the judges go from here?
And we talked a lot about how these guys will use priority in this heat at the beginning of this heat. Crosby, we can't fault him. He did not have priority. He kept riding to see if that opportunity was going to be uncovered. He started, we could tell his intention on his last wave. He wanted to go to the air. It wasn't a big set wave because he didn't have priority. Jake waited with priority for that score. So will that be the wave that he ultimately really wanted to ride at the end of this heat using that priority?
Yeah, was that good use of priority?
Yes.
In your opinion?
Pretty much.
That's going to open things up. So Jake Marshall's second turn comes through, power surfing, 6.30. Judges loving it. So 4 minutes left. Crosby Colapinto now has had the script flipped on him, but he now goes up and into it, throwing everything he had at that section. So that makes this a completely different heat. I just had asked you if that was good use of priority. You said yes. I agree with you because boom, Jake Marshall now with a 6.3. That is almost better than Crosby's highest scoring wave. So the math tells the story here. This is going to be a tough heat for Crosby to get back into because now he needs to get pretty much the best wave of the heat. And not a lot of time left.
You're starting to see Jake. Now this is the veteran mindset. He's coming around Crosby Colapinto. He wants to be in his peripheral vision because you want to kind of trap him in the corner if you can. Crosby is a caged tiger at the moment. This guy is, we just saw in that last wave, that wasn't an air section, and he's trying to blow the tail out, and he always has a pretty good shot of coming down with what he puts up there. So for Jake, it will still be a challenge to make sure that Crosby doesn't get that opportunity to see him get that 7.81. But Jake thus far has served a very good heat, in my opinion.
And he's back in the priority position. All right, so what makes this a 6.30?
I think it's the interaction with the lip. It's a major maneuver. It came off the bottom really clean. There's also the emphasis that it has intention. I know that that was a part of the curricular or the criteria, and Jake, it's clean. He executes everything polished. So, 6.3, it's kind of interesting to see that juxtaposed on Crosby's 6.33 that he kept from the very beginning of this heat with 2 turns, and one of those turns being an air reverse. So the judges really did like that turn.
I think they're putting a lot of emphasis on getting involved with the most critical part of the wave. That wave is coming, correct at Jake Marshall. And I got to say, that bottom turn that Jake did was absolute perfection. Set him up with a ton of speed to go up and get into the lip, blew the tail out. The basis of all great surfing comes from the bottom turn. And do the judges actually reward you and give you points? Is the bottom turn a maneuver that they take into consideration?
Well, the biggest thing about the bottom turn is it sets you up for what you're going to do on the top turn. Whether or not they're scoring you on it, it really fundamentally allows you to unlock getting to the lip correctly and then opening up your arsenal of maneuvers. Right here, it's just a really cleanly executed move. And now we see real action.
Rock and roll floater from Jake Marshall straight under the pier. You can feel the momentum, right? You can feel the Jake has just kind of sucked the wind out of Crosby's sails, and he's pushing now. And I'm such a fan of floaters, especially when you can we call it a rock and roll floater because it's like a 2-stager, right? Get up on the lip, you're actually riding on top of the barrel, and then you kind of do a little skate style rock and roll, come down with it, land in the flats. And those backside floaters, underrated for how dangerous they are, because when you're coming down off the wave like that and landing in the flat spot, it can be sketchy. Score comes through for it. It's a 3.17, so just that one maneuver.
Well, I think, Chris, that, I think Jake had priority, and I want to say Crosby would have forced him to ride that wave.
Yeah.
Because Jake is so smart. He's realistically not going to ride anything that he doesn't need to. So Cros flipping that and then gives him that last minute to just see if any opportunity will unfold for him to get the 7.81, which is now looking more and more like a big ask.
Yeah, 15 seconds left. Crosby has priority, but now he's at the whim of the Pacific. It doesn't look like any waves of consequence are coming through. So we've been talking about the San Clemente cyclone throughout the past few days. They just lost one of their best members. Give it up to Jake Marshall. He's got a solid crew on the beach, friends, family, and he's making them proud right now. That's a huge heat total to start the day. 14.13. Jake Marshall at 7.83. Two vicious backside snaps in the 6.3 coming from a forehand. Just beautiful combination. So Jake Marshall is now in the quarterfinals at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. And we got much more action to come. Coming up next, Gabriel Klausner going up against Taj Limbaugh. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By Pacifico. Live life anchors up. And by Go RVing, official recreational vehicle travel partner of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
We're back, surf fans. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and this is Jake Marshall representing Encinitas, California. Jake is a championship tour standout, so it's awesome to see him competing on the Challenger Series. Right down the road, he was going up against, I would say, a friendly rival in Crosby Colapinto. These guys hang out when they're traveling the world. At the end of the day, it was Jake getting the edge and the victory and flying into the start of this heat. That's Gabriel Klausner, strong surfer out of Brazil. He's going up against Taj Limbaugh. That error was worth a 5.17. So now we see the complete picture of, what these surfers are looking for. Those pier bowl rights, as we just saw from Klausner, look super fun to surf. I mean, anybody would love to be out there riding those waves, but the impact of a big set has been felt already. So Jake Marshall's 7.81 that we just saw came from the biggest wave ridden in that heat. So bigger's not always better, but when you can do two big turns on a bigger set wave, that just means you're risking more. That means you're surfing in the more critical sections. So that's why I feel like that high number came from Jake. Here we go. Klausner widens his stance, hunts the ramp. That was huge. You saw it coming a mile away, but wow, he got way more projection than I thought he was. High and far. Come on. Good morning.
Sick was it? Good morning is right. I feel like if we're having a moment where we're understanding who Gabriel Klausner is, it's right here, right now at the US Open. He has had this little extra special glow. And it's not just been in the air this event. He is capable of those big backside maneuvers that we saw Jake Marshall do in the last heat. Making his way through the earlier rounds, he was doing things like that. But today, choosing to go to the air, and I think, Chris, you're making a great point about the bigger wave, bigger section thing, how it will interact with priority, because Gabriel did not have priority here, so he's free to try these kinds of things out. I mean,
that section was not a ramp.
What a sick way
this
to just...
kid's got pop.
They just go and go again. So he's bagged up 2 of these things, with varying degrees of difficulty between the 2 of them, but they will probably even out. The scores will probably be pretty similar, and what a great way to start the heat and put the pressure on the local boy of Taj Lindblad, who also has been on a heater.
Yeah, I mean, he's making it undeniable right now. 517 and 617. Here we go. Taj Lindblad representing San Clemente. This kid's a powerhouse. And you saw it with those 2 turns. Wow. That was a searing cutback.
Oh, it's
I mean,
so
that was a nothing section, and he fully over-surfed in the best way possible. So a really nice 3-turn combo from Taj Lindblad, currently sitting at number 1 on the QS for this region. He's your current Challenger Series number 5. I mean, everything's going Taj's way. So that's going to be a cool start. And, well, I mean, the judges, they have to be so hyper aware of everything, because this is a totally different looking wave that we've seen from Gabriel, but surfed so well.
Well, whether or not this is a score of consequence, you can start to see the Taj Lindblad technicality of his power surfing. It's razor sharp. He has a really unique look in his style. It's really enjoyable to watch. Taj has been challenged the last couple of years. He's come super close to qualifying for the Challenger Series on the U.S. domestic tour, and he finally gets the start, gets a 5th in Bolito, and he's had some really challenging heats here at the U.S. Open, some buzzer beater moments where he's lifting his game to meet that moment. So, you know, he feels comfortable. We know his sister, Sawyer Lindblad, has won this event twice. So in their household, they definitely are talking about how to win the U.S. Open. And Taj, in his own right, is such a great surfer. I feel like everybody in town really, really feels like this could be the year where you see Taj go to the World Tour. So hopefully he can get that rhythm. He gets a 5.6 on the board, which is a great score for that wave.
I was just going to say, that wave for most people was a 3. But Taj just ripped it to bits. Klausner now in his backhand, and he goes down. I'm just so impressed with what Taj did on that last wave. I mean, the first turn was like the perfect mix of a setup and a functional maneuver, a scoring maneuver. The second turn, he leaned into it, digging his heels in, using every bit of rail on his board. Pure power from Taj Lindblad. And look, in the span of the entire event, is that wave going to be super memorable? Probably not. But in the span of this heat and what we see right here, this is championship tour level surfing.
Yeah, he's able to get out of this first turn really nicely to set up the space to create a full wrapping arc. And you don't normally see guys able to achieve that. And then even on this third turn, he's able to polish this up and make it look radical. So, I mean, honestly, I get to surf with Taj a lot.
Lucky.
His power surfing is top shelf. And it's been fun to see how he's activated the U.S. Open. I think having this kind of a swell forecast in these bigger days, it really suits to his strong suits.
Well, he's made it a heat. That 5.60 must be feeling good for Taj Lindblad. 22-22 to go in this heat. While we wait for the next set to roll through, let's go down the glass. Jake Marshall's with Rosie Hodge.
Another day, another heat win for Jake Marshall. The round of 16, to make it through that round to ensure a keeper result is such an important one. Can you talk me through how sketchy that round is and how important it is to make your way into finals day?
For sure. I mean, it's always good to make it to the man-on-man section of the contest, but then once you get there, you're like, okay, like now it's like the final and all that stuff starts to get closer and closer. But I mean, obviously once you get here, the competitors get harder and harder. So I knew Crosby was going to be like such a tough matchup, and he's been surfing really good. And we're just staying together in Bolito too, so it was a bummer we had to match up early. But yeah, it was a hard heat, and I was just stoked to make it.
And growing up through the junior ranks, meeting up with Crosby probably in events there, having him on the championship tour, on the Gold Coast, you got that win. How much of competitive history factors into your game plan when you're coming up against someone like Crosby Colapinto?
For sure. I mean, I've surfed a bunch of heats against Crosby, and I think we both kind of know what each other's strengths and weaknesses are. And I had a kind of a good idea that I thought he might go try those rights and try to do airs, and that's kind of not really my game plan. So I was like, I'm just going to wait for one of these bigger lefts and hopefully it comes in. And if it doesn't, then I don't think I'm going to beat him in an air show by the pier. So, but yeah, he was surfing really good on his waves, and it kind of just seemed like I got the one big set wave of the heat, and that was kind of the difference in the end.
We'll see you in finals day. Thanks for the time, Jake.
Congratulations, Jake Marshall. surfing his way into the quarterfinals. And, you know, when you beat a guy like Crosby Colapinto, that has to feel huge for your confidence, for your momentum. I know that Jake and Crosby have surfed together a bunch of times, but it's a whole new ball game when you're just that close to finals day at the biggest event on the Challenger Series. I mean, the U.S. Open is huge on so many levels. Of course, the crowd, of course, the prestige, but this has been that Challenger Series event where you start to see a clearer picture of who is really in the race to qualify for the tour.
Well, even as we take it to a replay, let's just take a minute here and settle in as Taj gets a really nice turn out the back and kind of puffs up the foam ball there, but kicks out. But Chris, Jake is speaking about this round specifically, which for Taj and Gabriel, this is huge. You could argue equal ninth is a result in the greater scheme of a qualifying tour. But this is the gap that gets you from the four-man heats to the finals day. And I truly believe this is the most important round. This is the round that nobody really wants to lose in, because when you have takeaway, you are so close to the conversation of, even if you lose in the quarterfinals, you lost on the day where the champion was crowned. If you lose today, you're not a part of that conversation. And even just for takeaway, there's only 5 events in the Challenger Series. You're keeping 4. This is your potential to really cash in. So the veterans in that first heat, they're thinking of it possibly in a different way. They probably want to take away a win, a podium. These guys right here, upstarts coming into the scene, if they can make it into the finals day, that is humongous for them. Taj was able to do that in Bolito. He wants to do it again. Gabriel wants to see himself on the stage with those big names at the US Open. I mean, he comes from Ubatuba, and guys like Felipe Toledo used this event, same hometown, to get themselves to become those hometown names.
Yeah, it's a developing storyline, and you know, on the beach right now, you've got the pit crews, the camps, the coaches, the friends, the family, and I believe AJ is down in the mix with a special guest.
Well, and it's funny, Tanner, that you just brought up Felipe Toledo, because I am here with Yufu, global team manager for Sharp Eye. Very busy man this week. One of the athletes riding their boards is Gabriel. Tell me a little bit about the board that has been specially customized for him here at the US Open.
Well, this board is what we call custom. It's a custom board. It's a board we've been working with Felipe for a couple, maybe 3 years. And we had like maybe 3 or 4 contests on the belt. And funny, because he needs a board, and he broke 3 boards in Bolito. And he asked me, hey, I need a board, and I don't have no time at all to make the board. So I went to the factory, I found a nice board. And it's funny, it's a board that we made it for Step in the Dark. And no logo, nothing. And I said, well, I think it felt good in my hands. I think it's possible a good board for this comp. So he decides to use the board today, and that's it.
Well, and we've seen a little bit of what he can do so far here, definitely at the US Open, but he's been a wild card on the CT before. You mentioned his run in Bolito. Introduce us to who this guy is as a surfer.
He's a new generation from Brazil. Gabriel has been working really hard to get here. And he had an injury for a little bit time after Rio de Janeiro, when he got invited for the wild card in Brazil. And so he kind of like put himself together again, and now he's here. Yeah, he's a good comparer. He understands what he's doing.
I would say so. So we'll get it back to the water, back to you in the booth, but thanks so much for your time.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, AJ. Some great insight there. He knows what he's doing. You know, he's acting like he's been here before, and he has. If you can stand out in Brazil as a surfer, that's huge. I mean, that's a near impossibility in a sea of incredibly talented surfers. To be that guy that people are starting to talk about is huge, and he deserves it. I mean, Gabriel Klausner, in this heat alone, those 2 big airs, he's just showing us that he's got that X factor, he's got that explosiveness to him. And also coming through Brazil, if you can qualify through the regional events onto the Challenger Series, obviously you know everything there is to know about tactics, about priority, about the rule book, and he's going to exercise his freedom of choice. As Klausner now, kind of a messy section coming at him, did about as good as he can, but that may have been a bit of a priority error. Taj Lindblad now, he's got a runner in front of him. hammers the first turn, blowing the tail with the power, backs it up with a second and another perfect little carve. So again, Taj Lindblad with the 3 turn strikes. That one is a little bit bigger of a wave, a little bit more power, a lot more spray. I feel like Taj Lindblad's about to flip this heat.
I can't tell you how frustrating that would be to be Gabriel. Use your priority on a wave and have it be just 1 turn and you kick out and you look behind you and you have to watch Taj Lindblad throw down not 1, but 2 searing carves in the pocket. This first turn, electrifying, comes right out of it and cuddles up to make the most of that second turn. Really well read by Taj.
And even the third cutty was just like so precise. He just cuts so deep through these turns. So you notice his eyes right there looking at the lip. What is he seeing, Tanner, as he's going through that bottom turn? Where is he looking at this wave?
Well, you know what's interesting is we've talked about the current and how it interacts with these rights all week long, but that second carve, he did such a great job because it's disappearing as you're approaching it, and you really need to engage high, really tight, close to the lip, so you can get that radical approach before it gets into that fat and flat water. And you know, we've talked about Gabriel as an upstart. I'm not sure if somebody's not knowing Taj Lindblad and what he brings to the scene. This kid is a classic. Actually, people call him the coastal cowboy. He has a unique approach within the surf scene. And hold on.
Wow.
Oh. Oh.
That's how you answer back. So Taj did flip the heat with the 7-point ride, but right behind him, Klausner now. Super impactful section there. That was one of those sections you're looking at like, he's not going to try an air, is he? And just like that, Klausner goes upside down, lands in the flats, perfectly executed. This was radical.
It is so challenging to hit an air section that is relatively bigger than where you started on the wave. You have to climb up to the air section and hit it and get yourself into the flats. Look at, he's approaching a lot of water here. Gets the board out, up, over, no grab.
The judges know how hard it is to land in the flats like that, and he just, in skateboarding you'd call that landing bolts. He didn't have to shuffle his feet, but now we see Taj in the air as well. He goes, oh yeah, I see you.
What?
Oh, this is so fun to watch. Taj Lindblad now working his way, fighting to get the connector to the inside. This would be the first connection of the morning. He wanted it.
These guys can smell blood.
What an exchange. That was so sick. And the score's coming through now for Gabriel Klausner, a 7-8-3. So Taj had the lead just for about 30 seconds, and Gabriel came flying out of the sky, lands in the flat, reverts around. Judges loving it. He is now into the 14-point heat total. That means Lindblad needs a 7-0-1. So Taj has already ridden away for 7. He knows exactly what he needs to do to get that number.
Are we still waiting for that score to drop with that air? We must be.
Klausner's came through, 7-8-3. We're waiting for Taj's 4th wave.
How exciting is this, Chris? These are the dynamics that we want to see play out. Taj, in his own right, throws something down pretty nasty to the flats. A lot of personality in that air. And then he's able to get the second turn. So he's not out of it. This heat is ping pong. And each one of these guys wants it bad. This is so fun to watch.
All right, we got 11 minutes, 25 seconds left. Score comes through for Taj Lindblad, just under. So it's a 6-3-0. He's still in the hunt for a 7-0-1. Klausner in the lead with priority. This has been an incredible start to our day. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more from the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Stick around. Let's get into it. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and this is your Challenger Series overview. So basically, we're looking at the minor league surfers trying to get up into the major leagues. There's 5 events. We've already had Bolito. Cole Hausman won. US Open will be wrapped up tomorrow. Then we go to Brazil, São Sebastião, Ericeira, Newcastle. So really marquee surf spots around the world, but only 5 opportunities for these surfers to try to get into the top 10. If you are in the top 10, you're gonna make the big show. Your best 4 results count. So if you have a dud, if you lose in the first round, well, it's gonna be a rough road, but you can throw that result away and get back on top. There is a QS 6000. Chris Cote here with Tanner Godowskis. Tanner, you've been up and down the rankings. You've been around the world and back 20 times at least. What's it like for these surfers when they get that schedule? Okay, we got 5 chances. What do you start thinking of when the year starts on the Challenger Series?
I think a lot of things, actually, but having those 5 venues in really good waves, I think, is really crucial. I think it gives great surfing the chance to come to the top. And I like that they've included the potential of you including a 6,000 if you need it, because when you do this tour, consistency is the hardest thing you can find. We saw, and the reason why is we saw it, those 4-man heats in the beginning of these contests are savage. They're dogfights. To see yourself into the man-on-man heats where these guys are now, it's such a difficult task. So you're here, and then you get into the finals day where the real gold is, and it sometimes feels like finding a needle in a haystack. So you have 5 events and you're keeping 4. I think a lot of these surfers, especially these upstarts, kids like Taj and Gabriel, they're going to be dipping into those 6,000. So it'll be really interesting to see how everything shakes out at the end of the year.
Yeah, and you know the QS 6000 that they've mentioned last on that list is really where we try to draw the regional superstars, right? This is, you know, so we have Taiwan, we've got Spain, we've got Portugal with QS 6000s. So again, the best surfer in that region gets in that event, potentially wins, puts himself in the driver's seat, not only for qualifying for the Challenger Series, but also just the more points that you can gather as you do everything you can possibly do to make the championship tour. And it's also training, right? That's why we see a lot of championship tour surfers competing here at the US Open. This is amazing training. This is the best sparring partners in the world for these guys. So whether it's your backup plan or whether, you know, I feel like Griffin Colapinto is a good example of, like, he just loves to compete. I mean, if this was a 1,000, he'd probably be here in a jersey. Klausner, flying.
I mean, who would have known this was going to become an air show? Gabriel came right out of the gates, throwing everything he had at the lip, and Taj took it to the rail then. Got this wave, gets his highest score of this heat. As the priority flipped from Gabriel to himself in an exchange, he backs it up with his own rendition in the air. This heat has been fireworks, and Gabriel, of course, throwing the biggest air of the heat on the biggest section. And that's why he's coming away with a 7.83 total.
He's back at it. A ramp again. This kid's automatic. Gabriel Klausner with another front 3. Tail high, lands in the flats. And we could see the first connection of the day, weaving his way towards the inside. He's looking for his section. Just a quick little slidey snap. And what a place to do it, right in front of the crew. The homies are going wild for Klausner, as they should. I mean, he is really rising to the occasion here, going up against Taj Lindblad, who is the hometown hero.
Yes.
He's got a huge crew on the beach as well. Here we go, Taj, down but not out, looking for a 701.
Oh my gosh.
He's into the flats.
What? This heat is bonkers.
Firepower from both surfers.
What are we watching? This is insane. Big 20 throwing his energy at it.
Oh my gosh, you love it. You love when you see a wave for wave battle like this. So Taj is looking for a 701.
I actually can't believe what we're watching. This is a slug match. This is incredible.
These are back-to-back waves too.
That's messy. That's dirty. Big section. That would have felt incredible for Gabriel. From a scoring potential, I'm really glad that he got to the inside. I don't know. He's already carrying a 7.83 and a 6.17. And we've seen Gabriel go to the air a fair amount in this heat. So he's feeling really comfortable above the lip, which is just great to see. He was using power surfing to make it to this point, and now he's lifting, literally.
Jeez, dramatic landing too. So much water bouncing around. He rides out pretty clean. So the word I'm thinking of when I see that air is flow. That's the only thing in question, as we see now Taj just with the quickness, tail high. The judges seeing the full bottom of Taj's board. That air was,
I mean, it's fully rotating. You're starting to have that kind of conversation with that air. Only difference I'm seeing is, yes, Taj pushed the rotation harder, but the section of Gabriel's was a little bit bigger and crunchier, which is really difficult. So I think it's gonna be obviously down to the judges to decide which one is. It's almost a one-punch fight, because whoever comes out on top with the higher score is gonna see themselves hopefully on the lead.
yeah, I'm with you there, because I feel like Taj's air was like quicker, more flow, a little bit more style. The section was just the perfect ramp, whereas Gabriel's section was not perfect. He kind of had to fight it a little bit. It comes through at a 6.70. So Taj Lindblad now needing a 7.54. So the judges will decide, and they drop it in a 6.80. So a little better than Gabriel's 6.7, but not quite as good as Gabriel's 7.83. And I love that it's been the same maneuver in the last, all the keeper scores right now have pretty much been that frontside air 360. You said it, Taj, almost getting all the way around for the 540, but just not quite. So maybe that's where that score was tempered just a little bit. And then Taj's other wave, that 7, pure power surfing. 2 minutes, 26 seconds to go. Klausner representing Brazil in the lead for now. Lindblad from San Clemente, California needs a 7.54 to advance. This is for a quarterfinal finish, which is huge. That's a keeper result on the Challenger Series. That puts you one step closer towards qualification, and it gives you a ton of momentum going into the next CS event.
Well, here's a hot take coming into the last 2 minutes. Taj, it was almost charming to hear Jake Marshall in his post-heat interview say, hey, I'm not going to have an air show with Crosby Colapinto. I'm going to do what I do. Taj has gotten incredible scores on just fundamental surfing. So hopefully he can maybe flip the script so he's not getting compared to Gabriel in the air and just does what he does best.
Oh, I was just about to say this right is looking good, and it just closes out around him, and that's a priority switch at the worst time possible. 1:30 to go. I mean, I feel like that's just a rookie mistake.
No, I don't love seeing that.
Yeah, but again, what he was probably seeing, which we were seeing from the screen, that wave looked like it had a pretty meaningful section on it, but it just at the worst time possible, priority flips. And
Gabriel's gonna make it.
Yeah, we're gonna see Klausner impose his will and use his priority.
He's going to
strongly
think
for the
about
next
that.
minute.
Yeah, so when we got the camera to the beach and saw Gabriel's support crew, on the camera actually was Leandro Bastros, who is a former Challenger Series surfer, incredible competitor. He's come into the camp of Gabriel to help him find that consistency. To his right is Yufu, who's longtime Sharp Eye team manager. His equipment is super dialed. Like, this is not a mistake that we're seeing Gabriel right here, right now, put the bolts to Taj. Oh man, that was such a frustrating thing to see. And it could be just a lapse of judgment for Taj to have chosen that right and slip away with his priority as this heat comes into the final 30 seconds.
Well, every year here at the US Open, we see these kind of Cinderella stories start to develop, and I feel like that's what we're talking about now with Klausner. So he's had forgettable results, right? 45th, 50th, whatever, way at the bottom of the barrel. So this is his best result by a mile, and he did it brilliantly. Some huge airs, and then just that last minute and a half, great work with priority. Crew's going wild. Para bends to Gabriel Klausner, and not only surfing his way into the quarterfinals, but also putting his name out there, right? He is now on the scene. He is on our global consciousness of Challenger Series surfers to watch. Gabriel Klausner moves through into the quarters, and unfortunately we lose Taj Lindblad. But what a great heat, super even all the way through. Taj with the air, Taj with the power. And you know what? Round of 16 loss, like, it's not that bad.
Oh no, especially backing up a 5th from Bolito for Taj. So great job here, staying consistent, hoping nothing but the best for him.
We got a lot more action to come. This next heat will be an air show guaranteed. Lucas Cassidy and Hayden Rogers coming up next.
Everybody's working for the weekend, and it's here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Gabriel Klausner continues to impress the field here. Southside, Huntington Beach Pier, the Brazilian, he's on to the quarterfinals. Congratulations. A lot of bands. Caipo Guerrero, along with Mitchell Salazar this morning. Cajero,
Buenos
Elizar,
dias.
buenos dias, everybody. Bon dia. Aloha kakayaka. Great day. International field again here at the U.S. Open, and I'm looking forward to every single heat today.
Yeah, and perhaps the most important round when you look at it points-wise, too. At least the 9th guaranteed. If you lose out in this round, people want to make it into the quarterfinals, especially with only 4 counting results at a 5 CS events that we have this season.
That's right. Quarterfinals earns you 4,745 points. So that is a tangible offering when we look at year-end rankings on the Challenger Series. So a lot at stake, head-to-head matchups all day long. And we got another great matchup for you coming down right now. It is Mexico versus California, an age-old battle. Lucas Cassidy up against Hayden Rogers, the 17-year-old up against the 20-year-old, 2 bright, young, shining stars in surfing.
Yeah, and really the youngest seed out there in this round combined. So Cassidy had a superb performance yesterday. That is one of the greatest heats we've ever seen. You know, not only U.S. Open history, I'll throw it down there in a 4-person heat, maybe the greatest in recent history too. And Hayden Rogers, no slouch out there. He's great in the air. That kid shreds. And you know, fun fact about these two guys, Hayden actually won at Lucas's home break, one of the regional QSs last year, to qualify for the Challenger Series this season. So debut on the CS for Rogers. Cassidy, we were able to see him last year compete in his first full year on the CS, Kipes.
Yeah, so the win with Hayden was
Cerritos, yeah.
It was in Cerritos. Spent some good time actually last night with the Mexico, some of the Mexico tourism people, and they're excited about that event again.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the goal is to have that event be a consistent staple on the regional QS at least. We used to have a ton of fun going down for the QS 6000 back in the day. It used to be pretty much a women's only event for about, you know, 3 to 4 years.
And just coming offset, you know, someone who's made a big impact in events in Mexico Chris Cote has actually been a pioneer when we look at all those classic Cabo events.
Yeah, I mean, that's really where Chris and I got to know each other a lot more, got to work for the first time with each other as well, as we see Hato here. As you said, only 20 years old from just down the road in San Clemente. He's great in the air, and this one going to be a strong start, you know. Anything above a 5 is already a keep your score, especially at the beginning of the heat, but very quick, right on the sharp eyes, working with Matt Myers right now. His confidence is much higher than it was over there in Bolito. He's finally made a few heats on the CS, and quick in transition right here, Kaipo, getting some variety on the board right there with the reverse and then into the tail slide.
Yeah, love it. 49th in Bolito, obviously a much better finish here in Huntington Beach. Staying active, looking right this time on the backhand. Hayden Rogers loading up, takes an air again, Indy grab, and goes incomplete. So that's going to be a throwaway score for Hayden Rogers. Let's get down to the glass with a happy Gabriel Klausner. He's with Rosie Hodge.
That's right. This guy's been so impressive. Breakthrough result for you here at the US Open. How does it feel to be getting these results in front of this kind of crowd and at such an event of such magnitude?
Oh, it's an amazing feeling. Like, I'm so happy to be here to make some hits, got some good scores. Me and Taj were blow for blow, so I have to have this clutch moment, and super happy. And let's go. There's plenty more on the tank.
And then looking at the heat draw, coming up against someone like Taj, he's been a standout in this event too. What did you make of that matchup, and how did you prepare for it?
I don't know. It's normal. I had some time at home with my coach, with my friends yesterday. I went to see the premiere of Young Guns yesterday, so it was a moment for me to relax. And any hit on this huge event is a tough one, so it doesn't really matter who you're against with. You just need to surf. So that's what I was thinking about it, and happy it worked well.
Surround yourself with good people and into the quarterfinals. Well done, Gabriel.
Yeah, lots going on here. Young Guns, Quicksilver premiere. We had This Is Living 3.0 also premiering last night. There's so many things around the clock in Huntington Beach. You got to come down here. Hopefully you can join us if you're in Southern California for Finals Day. During that interview, we did see a wave ridden. Oh, no.
Just a quick one.
Yeah, just
Hato.
a quick one. Hato.
Yeah. And about that topic, as a competitor, as we see Rogers up again, wave 3 already, Kipes?
Gosh, I like it. I like that he's staying busy. And I like the look of the board. It looks a little shorter, wider, kind of stubbier. Maybe going for more the equipment may change today.
This is
like now it's kind of like when you turn and look in the board bag for your groveler.
Normal shortboard day for Cali conditions. True.
Borderline groveler.
Yeah, high tide I'll see the groveler for sure. Maybe if you're Wesley Dantas, you'd for sure be riding the epoxy out there. I think just given you know the swell diminishing throughout the day, and of course
6.6 epoxy for it.
Probably maybe a 6.8 even. No, but this is good conversion right here on wave 3, and as you said, very active. First 8 minutes, he's already got 3 waves right here. Love the creativity. Nothing super crazy on this one, but that's going to be a backup score. And I think just building momentum, knowing that the swell is on the decline, the tide's coming up later at noon. It's going to be about 4.4 high tide. So I think this is a smart move. You are going up against maybe the most informed surfer of the event who had an absurd performance. I mean, I can't overstate how incredible that he was that he surfed yesterday, and dropped a near 9 with a single air. And this kid extremely talented. All 3 shortboards that he brought, they're CIs, all Mikey February shortboards. And actually one of them, I think it's his backup, is one of George Pitar's old boards. He got that for Raglan. Lucas eventually got it off of GP, and that's going to be one of the backup boards. That's actually one of those grovelers that you're talking about. It's a bit modified and tailored for these conditions.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas has made the highlight reel every single day. So he is definitely on a roll. Just 17 years old. Here he goes. First wave for Mexico's Lucas Cassidy, and the whip and the quickness. And that's just solid foundational surfing.
A shout out to Dr. Mark Waters too, who does a lot of great work with the kids in the Todos Santos area as well. A lot of high performance strength training and specific for surfing too. Lucas, a product of that environment right there. Surfs great waves on the daily, comes from a surfing family too, and I know his dad and sister watching back home. Mom here traveling with him, so still 17, just graduated high school a few weeks ago, and was able to do that outside of just competing professionally.
I mean, at the beginning of the year, when we finished off the season for the Challenger Series over at the Newcastle Surf Fest, this guy, Lucas Cassidy, really made a giant splash there, making it all the way to the semifinals.
He was,
taking down people left and right.
Well, and at that point, the question was, if you win the event, you might jump into the top 20 and might not have to do the regional QS anymore, because remember, on the men's side, 11 through 20, they automatically requalify for the CS for the very next year. So he was close to doing that pretty much, with 2 results, because he did have the perfect 10-point ride last year in Bolito. So he's already proven, trial tested already, had competed at pipe at the Challenger Series level 2. Huge fan of this kid, and drops a proper score with those 2 turns right there, Kipes.
Yeah, 4.67 checks in for Mexico's Lucas Cassidy. I don't think he surfed Bolito, so...
Not this year, no.
Yeah, so
he got the call up, I think, like 2 days before it started.
Right.
And he didn't pull the trigger.
But that means, you take your top 4 results on the Challenger. That means he's all in for the rest of the year, basically.
Right.
Everything's going to count for him.
Well, now you got to sign up
right now
for the QS6000s too, and potentially get into that, because depending on where the event is in the region, limited spots are available for people internationally. So, everybody's going to try to sign up, and depending on your ranking, you might potentially get in or not, Kipes.
Taking it to another left. And
shoulder.
Just a quick one. Yeah, that one just tapered off.
And we were speaking to a couple locals that were just coming out of the water this morning. Somebody came up to me and was like, I got to meet Oscar Moncada back in the day, a real genuine dude. Oscar was the first surfer to compete as a Mexican in a championship tour event over at the Search in 2006. We've had Johnny Corzo since, of course, Al Cleland Jr., Marco Mignot representing France and Mexico on tour, Diego Cadena. And I feel like this kid, is definitely making a big push to be there eventually too, Kaipo.
Oh, huge push. Huge day we have today as well, with all of our round of 16 matchups. Lucas staying active right now, finding another left. This one closer to the pier. Zaps it up there for the first turn. Little tapered here. Looks like he's going to try to stick with it. It gets into some troubled, boiled waters as it hit the pier. Hayden takes the right, pops it up in the air. If he can put that down, he's going to get a big score. Unfortunately, unable to ride out complete.
He's one of those guys that truly embodies those San Clemente aerialists out of, the 80s and the 90s. Matt Archbold, of course, you have people like Christian Fletcher that dominated on the forehand over there at the lowers left. But, I mean, doesn't he bring back that old school flair where you just know, stands up, he's got that extra little pop, that skate style, Kipes.
Yeah. Take a look at a replay running through here for Lucas Cassidy.
Well, extremely strong turn of the pocket, straight up and vertical, and he's looking for close to a 5 for the lead. But if he improves on the 4.67, he did his job right there, and might come just under, might be right around the 4.67.
Yeah. Well, a 4.6 checks in for Lucas, so getting the work done. Taking a look at our matchups here in the round of 16 for the men right now. It's Lucas up against Hayden. Coming up next, Battle of the Goofy Footers. Cole Haugschmidt
Heartbreak City.
David Silva. And then look at that. We got past champs like Kanoe Igarashi up against Douglas Silva to finish off the round. And Griffin Colapinto, another past champ, up against Jackson Bunch in Heat 5 of this round 16. Look at those.
All 8 heats are crazy. Heat 6, Battle of Styles. Progress versus Real Power right there with Herdy and Matson. I love Heat 7. 2 former championship tour surfers, Imai Devalt and of course Luca Messinas, pretty much at one of his adopted home breaks right here in HB. Today's gonna be sick, Kipes. Looking forward to those last few heats of the round. But Heat 5, ooh. I think they're both managed by the same person too. Blair, no, Gabe Garcia with Jackson Bunch, but Blair Marlin, we've seen him in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. 2 great rippers too. But grips look good. There's DVD, Imai in the background too.
The focus. And you know what? Another part of focusing, headphones. You ever use headphones before you surf your heats, Mitchell?
When I was still doing it, we just used the simple AirPods. You know, those things lasted forever too. You could roll them up in a bunch, they would still survive.
Yeah.
That's when you still had the iPod Shuffle, all those simple ones before the iPhone came out too.
My competing days were in the 80s. We were just...
You had the Walkmans.
We had Walkmans.
Yeah. Those are cool. I think they should bring them back. Little puffy ears and everything too.
Mixed tapes in the Walkmans.
But the music was great back then too.
Yeah.
It's making a comeback right now.
Speaking of music, every morning I wake up with inspiration. And my musical inspiration today, Mitchell, is Sia. It's Sia Saturday. And my mantra today is, I have thick skin and an elastic heart.
It's a good motto to have on the weekend.
Right?
Yes, a lot of people will be here, so you're going to have an elastic heart. And we also have our concerts later today, too.
Yes,
It's the
we
last
do.
day of the concerts.
Yes, we do. Went to the
Music
concert on the
festival.
sand yesterday, right at sunset. It was beautiful, happening, great crowd. Real Estate was playing. We're going to take a break right now. We're going to be back and see if Hayden Rogers can hang on to his lead up against Lucas Cassidy. More action from Huntington Beach when we return. Yeah, Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Super heat yesterday. 16.87 heat total for Lucas Cassidy. Giant performance right there, Mitchell.
No, and Al Cleland Jr. lost with a pair of sixes, surfing in fine form too. Former champion back in 2024. So you had an all-Latino heat. I still don't know how Alonso Correa survived that fall right there. Completely broke the fin out of it. Dropped still the single highest wave score of the event. Types a 9.6 for the double barrel. Brad pitted right there for Alonso. And this, a near 9 by Lucas. What a heat, Kipes. I mean, I'm still just reminiscing on this right now. The waves were epic. And all four dudes really deserve to advance, but the two, Lucas Cassidy, David Silva, what an amazing one.
Oh, man. And here we go to head-to-head competition. Lucas Cassidy up against Hayden Rogers. Lucas has posted the highest heat total so far in this event with that 16.87.
And Haydo right there at number 4 with more than 15 points, too. Seems like Cassidy looking right here.
Lucas winds up, tosses it up there, and a big explosion. Can't go back, get the board back under his feet.
Well, I know one of his ankles is taped up too, so he's not at fully 100%, but you know, 70-80% for him, I think, is way better than most people around the world.
You know what's gnarly about that graphic with the high heat totals? Is the next heat we have coming up, Cole Hauschman against David Silva. That's number 2 and 3 in the high heat totals so far.
Yeah, well,
a lot of expectation happening right now.
And, you know, with expectation comes, you know, obviously pressure, but outside of that too, you want to replicate those sensations of being, you know, at that high point in the event once again. And especially for those two guys that are coming up in the very next heat, they have experience at the highest of the levels, you know. Both Cole and David have had success at the championship tour level. David's been able to make a final before, and Cole, of course, winning multiple events now in his championship tour career. Whereas these guys, they're trying to make it there for the first time, you know? And
2 stories, right?
That's why posting big numbers in comparison to those guys that have already been at that level and had success too, it really makes you feel that you're accepted at this point.
Well, you belong, right? Whoa, there we go. The powerhouse right there. Luke Rockhold, 4-time UFC champ.
Yeah.
And in the yellow hat, Matty Myers, the coach for Cole Hauschman. But look at the support squad right there. The guy's got a bodyguard on the beach.
So does David. He's got a big entourage right there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone too. I love how they both prepare in different ways too. David's such a rad dude, kid. I mean,
family man, comes from humble beginnings, had to really fight for every single thing that he got, and even making it to the championship tour. And I remember the early days of David Silva where like every heat was meaningful for him because that was literally putting food on the table for his family.
Yeah, and the way the industry is right now, it's been changing a lot the last few years. People aren't getting, and there's not many opportunities either. People aren't getting those contracts where things were guaranteed for 5-6 years down the line. Now it's like, realistically, longevity on tour, if you're being there for 5-8 years, you're doing way better than people have been in the last 20 years, Kaipo. And that's why I got to give, you know, hats to those people that have been on tour for a decade now, because, you know, maintaining that consistency, of course, whether it's at the CS or the CT level, takes a lot of grit, takes a lot of determination, but most of the time, you know, your support's evolving a lot economically too. You've had to adjust to that own pathway yourself.
All right, here goes Lucas. These are 4.8 for a 5-point ride is what he needs. Tosses it up, tail high, air reverse, looking for a little bit more, on his way to the score. If he finished this waves off, he's going to change the situation on the water. Looking pretty good through the flats here. A couple of S turns, Huntington hop, of course. Doubles up on the inside, stabs it. Rides out the white water. Pretty sure he's going to get the number.
Well, and just with the work outside, I think, you know, needing close to a 5-point ride, expecting a situation change right here. We see a lot of air reverses without a grab nowadays, and a lot of people tend to think that if you get a grab, it's usually a safety grab. I actually thought it added more flair, and it added a degree of difficulty to it too. I mean, you have to get a bit more inverted. Typically, you're having to get closer to your board to maintain better positioning over your board, and it just seemed like there's a bit of variety right here because you're normally seeing the same spin over and over. Not to say that they're not difficult, because they are, but you can see right here, I mean, getting that grab, you have to bring your board a bit closer to you, and it just makes things a bit cooler. I mean, for the judges too, they want to get excited about things like that, Kipes.
Yeah, and let's remember, let's call it a frontside grab. It's not an indie.
No, that's only backside.
Yes, glad. We have to quantify that.
No, absolutely. Not on the forehand.
Yeah.
But see, I mean, gets a good grab, good projection too. And Lucas might be, you know, on camera, he doesn't seem that big. You see him up close. Pretty large kid for 17 years old.
Like 6'2", easy, huh?
At least 6'1", yeah. But I want to say he's been at least 5'11" since he was about 13 years old. I mean, outside of Kolohe Andino, I don't know if there's been a more successful surfer when it comes to the amateur ranks within the USA Surfing and a lot of the other ones right here. He's been winning U18s since he was about 13, 14 years old.
Well, he's winning the heat right now. Got a 5-point ride, so he went up in the lead. Now Hayden Rogers just needs, not a big need at all, a 4-point ride. So this has really been a back and forth issue in this heat 3 of the day.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see Lucas try to break away, surf a different peak to Hayden because he's vulnerable right now with that small backup of the 4.67. Rogers might be looking at left here, Kaipo.
On the forehand, Hayden tosses it up there, reverts out of it for the front side spin. Nice little carve there, and the deep water next to the pier has that wave just taper off. 4-point ride, what do you think, Mitch?
It's right there. It was a cool reverse. The section wasn't the steepest. This is going to be a close heat. I have a feeling that just based off of what I saw right there after he heard the Cassidy switch the heat, he just wanted to retake the lead right here. So a 4 isn't a large number. The reverse is cool, You know, we did see the 383 on a smaller wave. The reverse that he did on that one was much flatter too. It was right at the end of the section as well. This one's steeper at the beginning of it, but as you can see, it's more of a shoulder tapered off wave right here going into the pier, but he doesn't need a huge number. So, you know, if he gets the situation changed, I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised either if he stays in second at the moment.
I like that he responds quickly and doesn't want to let the heat get away from him. Wow, that was
complicated.
That was a really forced air reverse, and it was pretty incredible that he was able to even get the pop, because he was down in the flats on that.
And that's those strong legs just to, you know, receive the impact the way he did right there coming out of it. But don't see him changing anything right here, at least within his score line. Here's another look at it. And as you said, under the lip, but, you know, made things much more difficult than they actually were. Tried to get the pop over it, but with all those chops with that, you know, drain tide this morning, really difficult to get your board up and over the lip line. Had to do it with the lip, and, you know, from that angle, much dumpier. So now the 467, I think there actually might be a chance to improve his own situation. One of the larger waves we've seen this heat too.
I'm impressed on getting up there so late and still getting that pop out and go complete on that. That's cat-like.
Yeah, because he was paddling back out at that point too, right? So he kind of caught that, you know, in between two mines, just making it back out.
So new score, 4.17 checks in. Hayden Rogers does retake the lead over Lucas Cassidy, and now we're waiting for the score for Cassidy. He's a 4.85, comes under on that last air reverse as a 3.8, so it will be Hayden Rogers in the lead in this final 3.5 minutes.
So that was the thing. Hayden heard the situation change, saw a wave come through. He told himself, why wait? Go on a wave, get the lead back. You don't need a huge requirement right here. And then a low-scoring affair, you know, compared to what we've seen out of the two guys in their last few rounds. Well, right now, I mean, they're just competing and, you know, not trying to become, you know, those high performers when the waves aren't offering up those big sections. So they both have air games. They both have rail games, too.
Classic example of heat control by Hayden Rogers. Hayden has the lead. He also has priority. So now in the final 3 minutes with that heat control, he can control the tempo of the heat, and you can see him paddling shoulder to shoulder with Lucas Cassidy, and he's going to execute on that priority for a block. He deems that this wave does not have the 4.85. He's going to let Cassidy go, and he was right.
Yeah, and I think Lucas was just trying to bait him into using priority or try to separate himself, break away, and 2.5. And look at Hayden asking for time right there.
And he's going to hear he needs 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes to the victory for Hayden Rogers, and he is just going to tail Lucas Cassidy for these final 2 minutes.
Well, it's a smart move, and what we call when you take somebody off of the peak two, this is kind of what you want to try to do right here in these last 2 minutes. Get him out of position, especially if you have priority. The smart move is stay as glued to him as possible and not really take the bait when it comes to one of those waves, because at this level, you have an idea of what a wave's going to do. I mean, it's so repetitious out there. You've practiced, you put in your time, especially over at the pier bowl. It's pretty generic what the wave's going to do, Kaipo.
You can call it Velcro. You can call it hook and loop. Whatever it is, you're going to stick to your competitor in these final 2 minutes if you have that priority and the lead and the heat control. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, 90 seconds. So this has been going on for about 1.5 minutes, and I'll tell you personally from experience, this right here is exhausting because you're using both your mind and your body, and it's tailored to pretty much a specific thing, and that's making sure that your opponent doesn't get a single opportunity out there right now. So, you know, depending on who you ask, they might be like, oh yeah, I could do this for 10 minutes. Somebody else might say 3-4 minutes of doing this takes a lot out of somebody, Kipes.
Elbow to elbow on the paddle.
Hey, as long as it's legal,
I love
let
this
it go.
cat and mouse. I love this cat and mouse. This is the stuff, like, this is a stuff that I love to see in competition, because this is competing right here.
Yep. If you want it, you got to earn it. And Lucas, you know, 4.85, that's, you know, available with one maneuver out there, but it's going to have to be a two-wave set for him to get a chance.
Zigging, zagging,
oh,
waving.
There's a couple waves.
2 waves. It's going to be decision time now.
30 seconds.
There's going to be a chance for both waves. Hayden's going to have to make a decision right here. Is he going to use his priority? And the question is, yes, Lucas is going to have an opportunity on the back wave. Hayden, little backhand float.
No change.
No change in the situation. Lucas with one more chance. 16 seconds, ample time for the surfer from Mexico.
Oh.
And it's a closeout.
Got exciting right there at the end.
Oh.
No, but Hayden played it well. That was the right move. Oh, a little
wow.
victory lap right there in the shory too, but it was the right move. He played defense because, you know, what if he lets that first one go and it's way better than he expects? So, you know, that's the smart thing to do for a lot of kids watching back home. Take away an opportunity from your opponent in those key moments of the heat. Best result, 2 events in on the CS.
Well done, young man. Hayden Rogers going into the quarterfinals with a tactical display in the 3rd heat of the day. We got way more action coming from you. We're just starting to heat up here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. We'll be back right after this. Yeah. Knuckles. Congratulations. Oh, Nate Yeomans is down here for the SC crew. There we go. Hayden Rogers out of San Clemente, California, on to the quarterfinals.
Big heat win, Kaipo.
Giant. Tremendous.
Quarterfinals, 2 events into his young CS career.
Gigante?
Gigante, yeah.
Gigante.
Well, Portuguese would be gigante, and then, yeah, Español, gigante.
Ah, see. Whoa.
Lecciones this
Talk
mañana.
about gigante. We got a giant in the way of Cole Hauschman, 6'3", 200 pounds, coming up against David Silva, a matchup of some of the top performers that we've seen so far in the 2026 edition of the Lexus US Open of Surfing. This is a great heat.
Absolutely. Power v power out there right now between both of these guys. One currently on the championship tour. This is this guy in the red jersey. Haushi already opened up with a 6, Kaipo. Lightning fast. I mean, goodness. To get that board up there that quick on the left, it's just running down the line on you, heading into the pier. Extremely impressive. Just a small tag at the beginning and way better on the second one, engaging both rails, inside, outside, coming out of it with a ton of speed. What a way to start off the heat.
Yeah, there he is, Cole Hauschman. He is #1 in the Challenger Series rankings right now, having a challenging year on the championship tour, number 25 on the rankings there. 2-time winner of in Bolito, did it again this year in a final up against Wesley Dantas. 3 CS event wins, 2 times in Bolito and 1 time at the Sydney Surf Pro over in Narrabeen.
And 2 event wins on the CT as well.
Rookie year, a win over in Bells, and then he followed it up his sophomore year on the championship tour with a win in front of 50,000 people in Saquarema.
And who's he beaten both those finals to?
His good friend Griffin Colapinto.
So that says a lot. I mean, beating a mentor, a friend in the most important heat of your life both times, I think he's able to handle great pressure.
Second wave for Hausman. Big air. Yeah, unable to pull that off. Another interesting thing about Cole Hausman is he was heavily scouted as a baseball player in high school.
Yeah, no, and look, Cole knows that I love him. You got to have a lot of confidence to rock hair like that, too.
Well,
the guy does it.
On the CT, he's got number 41 on his jersey, an ode to the Worm, Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, with the dean of rebounding. Dennis Rodman used to be Sean, his father's neighbor, back in the day right here in Newport Beach, if I'm not mistaken, Kaipo, and an incomplete maneuver right there.
I don't know if I'd want Rodman as a neighbor. It'd be interesting.
Depends on the point you are in your life, you know, maybe.
It'd be interesting.
Hey, but Cole, you look at him, and physically, very imposing, right?
Yeah.
Goes out there, he's an absolute unit, and, you know, coming out of high school, he was the great recruit that everybody wanted for baseball. I mean, look at him, you'd be thinking he's a linebacker in the NFL, too, but, you know, hangs out with that kind of crew, too.
Well, who he trains with is really impressive. You know, Luke Rockhold, you know, Diego Lopez, Khalil Roundtree. These are giants in the world of MMA, and these guys train so hard. They have a training studio in Newport Beach, and Cole is there putting in the long yards, and you can see the success of that cross training that Cole Hausman does.
Yeah, well, you know, big expectations now, though, with the one win already on the CS. You're guaranteed at least a 9th right now at this event right here, but wants to win the event that's pretty much close to home for him, just north of San Clemente, Kaipo.
Yeah, speaking of San Clemente, congratulations to San Clemente's Hayden Rogers. He's into the quarterfinal. He's with Rosie Hodge.
That's right, the first San Clemente surfer to make it into the quarterfinals. Hayden, that was an intense final few moments of that heat. Tell us about it from your perspective.
Yeah, the whole heat was pretty stressful. I mean, it was low scoring, and it got really like tactical, kind of tested your heat strategy. But yeah, I'm just super psyched to make it. I was pretty worried about Lucas kind of going over to that pier bowl right and launching. Like yesterday, he had 2.8s or something in his heat, and he's just so gnarly. And then we kind of battled like way south and kind of were on like the boggy part of the bank, like surfing the left. And I was like, kind of would rather surf a heat with him over there, and it worked out, yeah.
Both you guys surfing so well. 5 days ago, you posted that you had joined the Sharp Art team. How has that transition been, and how's the equipment feeling? It's looking great.
Yeah, it's been great. I've been working with Taylor Clark and the Sharp Art guys. I've only ordered like 5 boards, so these are just the first ones, kind of feeling them out, and they feel insane. So yeah, I'm just psyched, and I'm sure they'll only get better from here.
And looking at this heat, we've got Cole and David in the water at the moment. Who would you like to match up with in the quarterfinals?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to surf against Cole, but I definitely want him to make this heat. So yeah, I want to see some San Clemente guys go far. It's crazy. There's 6 of us in the first 6 heats.
Amazing. Well, wait, will he be matching up with Gabe maybe?
I think I was going to meet Cole. Am I wrong?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Okay.
We can't wait for that. Well, thank you so much, Hayden, for the time. We'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, Hayden Rogers on his best result so far in the Challenger Series. And Cole Hausman getting a great backup during that interview. Great heat IQ to stay aware. Already got a 6-point ride and wants to keep that forward momentum going. Really smart surfing.
Yeah, well, he's going to throw away the one by a lot, and you know, 7.5 minutes into the heat, he's already going to have 2 keeper scores. Big interesting thing right here, there's a bit of a fade. You can see right there, looked left initially and then eventually went right. Big blowtail on the outside. This wave shoulders off, so a bit softer. You know, nothing of major impact, I should say, on the outside by, you know, the standards of these surfers and our judges. But he finds a decent reform right here going left.
Dude, look at the big guy with the Huntington hop getting over the curb into the inside section and stabs it again in the shore break. That's pretty athletic right there.
You know, and those boards eventually might be having some good pressure dings after all those hops too. As we see Silva, major turn on the outside. Great timing right there from DVD. That should be a good score for him already in the first few minutes of this one. Another angle, Kaipo. Deep bottom turn for David. Great timing. Longtime Slater Designs team rider himself. Pumped, and he should be. That's going to be a good score to match against Cole 6.
So this is the second time that these two surfers have matched up against each other. Previously in 2023, there was a, they were in a quarterfinals together, and David Silva was able to eliminate Cole Hauschman. He went on to win the event, as you can see from the graphic right there. So this is their second matchup, and we'll see if Cole is going to get some payback here in for the stats.
Yeah, and I've seen David a long time now. I want to say a couple international events when, you know, we were about 17, 18, talking about 2011 and 12. You know, him and the whole Brazilian team, and you saw him, and he always had talent, but the thing that really stood out was his timing. And that's why I think he's able to throw so much spray. He's very powerful, but for a lot of people that, you know, ask these questions, why do people throw so much spray? It's really where you place the board and how you time a lot of these maneuvers, Kaipo, and that's really, you know, been his standout, his bread and butter when it comes to his surfing, especially on the backhand.
Yeah, and the tenacity that David Silva displays.
Oh, gritty.
5 years on the championship tour, but he's fallen off with that mid-season cut in the past and had to battle back. You know, in 2023, 2024, came back through the Challenger Series to get back on the championship tour.
Yeah, no, I remember a couple heats in WA over at Margaret River where he's just going straight vertical right there on main break. Over at Bells, too, he's excellent on Wiki Pop, you know, and he made the final over there in Mexico back in 2021. So very talented, great in the air, too. I think that kind of goes overlooked, just, you know, how great he is on rail, but definitely one of the most complete surfers we have on the Challenger Series right now.
Yeah.
And, of course, we have to mention he was one of those guys out of the Brazilian Storm that was always in the background, too, because the focus was...
He wasn't the star.
On Felipe, on Italo, on Gabe, but he was there.
Yeah, he's right there. And you know what? He's right there now in the Challenger Series. I mean, he already made it to the round of 16. He got an equal 9th in Bolito, which is a borderline keeper as far as a finish for the Challenger Series.
Yep.
He's got at minimum right now
another 9th.
Another 9th. A 5th would do him a huge favor.
Yep.
Semis and finals, that's what you're locking in.
And may I add that with the swell on the decline, tomorrow conditions I think are extremely favorable for him. For how springy he is on the backhand, I'm just imagining him high tide of Pier Bowl in the afternoon. He's going to be very difficult to beat.
Well, David Silva, I saw him one year in Manly Beach for the Sydney Surf Pro, and it was only like about a foot. And he took out this Slater Designs 2+1, which is an unorthodox kind of choice for most surfers, right? Basically a twin fin with just a tiny little trailer. And he was flying through sections on knee-high waves. So to your point, with a decreasing swell, David Silva gets through today, and it is 1 foot tomorrow.
Yep.
He's going to have an advantage.
And that might be in the quiver, too. This is a difficult place to prepare to when it comes to bringing a variety of equipment, especially if you're on the championship tour and you're pulling double duty. You have to be here and then go straight to Tahiti afterwards. You don't want to have a huge amount of boards if you're coming internationally, because then you got to haul them over there most likely. But for David, focusing solely on the Challenger right now, and especially with a lot of these places being close, you know, right here in the Southern California region, all it takes is one phone call. Hey, I need the sport for tomorrow. Could you make it happen? Yeah. So I think having those things at your disposition is a key component to success at this event right here.
Yeah, no, true. I might need a groveler from you. all I got packed. All I got packed is my Tahiti board right now.
I got a mid-length that you'd really enjoy.
That's perfect. Yeah. I'm age appropriate for a mid-length.
Forecast 7.6, the Wombat model.
Dude, count me in. Yeah, I noticed you brought a board today as well.
That's like a boat for you though. But
it's okay. I stand up paddle too.
Okay.
No. Anyway,
water's warm. Definitely gonna get out there.
You know what? It's California warm, bro. Like, I think I'm still in a full suit right now.
Hey, how she's in trunks right now. Crosby saying
he's a beast.
Good for us.
Look at, he's a beast though. Look at the guy. He's got stars on his head.
These are perfect summer days for us. You know, we show up to the beach early in the morning. It's already, and especially with how humid it's been because of all the tropical activity, we're enjoying the heck out of this right now. Waves have been super fun for the last 3 to 4 weeks. And of course, I think the main thing is just when you have available parking, because Huntington Beach has a ton of lots right here.
Yeah.
You know, you show up to the south side, to the north side, you're gonna have plenty of places really to show up and just be able to find your own little peak and have a good time out there. 3-5 waves makes a session, Kaipo.
I actually live by the motto of 3 waves is a session. And,
I know.
And I have 3 wave sessions. You know, I have 3 wave sessions a lot. Here's Silva. Needs a 6-point ride to come back and take the lead. Goes vert on that first turn. Now, patience, planning, anticipating. Huntington hopping it. Gets over the curb into the shore break. He's on his way.
Oh!
Doesn't stick the finish.
All that work.
Doesn't stick the finish. Not going to get the score.
All that work. I almost felt like it would have been better for him just to stick to the left. He had the better line.
Did you see? He was between. He did not make a decision. He kept on redirecting.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Powerhouse, blowtail, nose pick, reverse. Is that going to improve upon the 5?
I mean, maybe, but the fact that it's the body language for me right now, he just looks comfortable. He's in a good spot mentally, of course, coming off of the victory. And, you know, just like a lot of other people on tour, he's had difficulty with consistency when it comes to getting results on the CT. And surfing's been there in certain heats too, but this is a major momentum builder right now if he's able to at least get, you know, into the quarters at pretty much his home event right here at the pier. Another look at it, Kaipo. Very fast wave down the line. Projects that reverse very well with the momentum that the wave had, moving towards the pier. So potentially improving on the 5.1. Good size wave right there for Haoshi. Another look. And I mean, for a guy that big to be able to move that board around so fast, very impressive. Good work right there by Cole, and especially paddling back out, recovering priority before David too.
This is a 4.17.
Yeah, in the pocket. The first turn on the outside was beautiful. Right in the pocket. The wave shoulders off real quick. After that, though, and I mean, this is extremely impressive. I mean, he kept his momentum going throughout the entirety of this midsection. This is where I thought, okay, seems like his line is going left at this point. Might as well stick with it. You try to go right, and you lose all that speed, and then you have to make up for it with a deeper bottom turn and get a little foot slip right there at the end. Turn on the outside was just spectacular, though, right up against the lip line in the pocket. But see how it's one of those waves closer to the pier, that just shoulders off much faster? Not a lot of scoring potential on the outside with this one.
Yeah, I think it was that indecision through the flats that cost them the finish. Last wave for Cole Hausman did improve the scoreline, 5.37, so that has the need for David Silva has increased to a 6.3 now, and he's under priority of Cole Hausman.
Well, and I got to be thinking that Cole right here going to be much more aware of just playing some defense, keeping away when it comes to, or keeping David off of a lot of better scoring opportunities out there with 13 minutes on the clock, Kaipo, because he's already got a good heat total by today's standards. Might need to minimize or lower your expectations today with the swell and the decline. Think you have to compete a lot more than just surf today.
I agree, Mitch. Today, with less energy in the water, the heats become far more tactical.
And time's more valuable, too.
Yeah. We're going to take a break right now. We're going to see if Cole Hausman can hang on to the lead or if David Silva can come back. Right now, it's Powerhouse in the advancing position. Looking back, stop number 1 in the Challenger Series, Cole Hauschman applying power to Bolito for a win.
Dude, the waves are so good over there too. But from start to finish, he was really the guy to beat.
Just the coil, you know, look at the compression and the leverage.
I think at this point too,
the stability.
With the results that he had on the CT, that is an incredible straight air in the final 2 in a huge moment to be able to become a 2-time champion over there in Bolito. I think he just knew at that point, the waves are here, they're on offer, I don't have my results on the CT, I gotta win this one right here with how the waves are.
He actually said that was his the largest straight air he's ever done.
I believe him.
And he did it in the final. You can catch up more on Cole Hauschman and his thoughts. I had a conversation with him on the Jackson podcast. Check it out on YouTube.
I'm gonna have a listen.
I plugged that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, look, I know you're still promising the chains later, so I'll let it slip.
Thanks. 10 minutes remaining. Hauschman in the lead with a 6 and a 5.37. David Silva trailing, needing a 6.3. So Silva would have to put in the best performance so far in this heat to attain that number. And another handicap for David Silva at the moment, as you can see the two surfers really close together, is David Silva is under the priority of Cole Hauschman. Let's check in at the Red Bull Athlete Zone. We got the one and only Tanner Gudauskas. What's going on, Tanner?
Yo, boys, how crazy was that straight air from Cole on the replay? Holy moly. I just wanted to check in with you guys, actually, because earlier AJ got to talk with Yufu from Sharp Eye, and he walked up here and we were catching up and realizing, okay, Gabriel Klausner makes his heat on a special board that was shaped for stab in the dark. Hayden Rogers actually just came on the Sharp Eye team. And so I was speaking with Yufu. He's been with them since 2010. He said the program actually started with Brian Toth, who was always putting up results here. Brian Toth, of course, from Puerto Rico. He was known for doing really well at the U.S. Open on those boards. And then we reference it a ton. It was Felipe Toledo's junior pro win. That was the beginning of that relationship with Sharp Eye and Felipe. So Yufu, he's his backbone for the brand, and he creates so much support. Further down the way is Taylor Clark, who's just come on board to shape boards underneath Marcio Zuvi. Yesterday, we heard Sophie McCullough talking about the production facility that they have in Australia, and that was like a buzzword with the Sharp Eye team. Globally, Marcio has done such a great job to build the program to this level where it's now starting to take over the world tour with these incredible surfers. The boards look flawless. There's like a pack of freshies in the back there in the rack. So just giving a little bit of the insight that it's been a process in the making for quite a while, and it's so cool to see these younger generational surfers tapping into those resources and taking it to the next level.
Yeah, a great support squad there, Tanner, with Sharp Eye Surfboards. Thank you for the reporting. Mayhem under the feet of Cole Hauschman, and looks like that's going pretty good as he makes it to the inside.
Yeah, he's been riding the Formula One a lot lately, and it's been working out at every level when it comes to the CT, the CS, and it just really fits in the pocket. You can see the variety of maneuvers that he was able to put on display right there on the backhand and then on the forehand and the shorey. Real tight turn right here, a lot of quality in that maneuver right into the lip line, Kaipo. The wave, once again, really difficult to adjust on the fly to get your footing in position and make the reform appropriately. He keeps the same line just to be able to make it closer to the pier, keep that speed up, and right here, as he said, looking good underneath his feet. But the variety of attack, this is something difficult. It's a small layback, but then to be able to get your footing in place once again after having shifted it back for that layback right there, getting that extra little bit, 2 hops of speed. Very impressive by the big boy out of San Clemente. And that is a huge turn on the outside for David. So right now, before the last of Hauschie, he was looking for a 6.3. Talk about him being spring-loaded, Kaipo. We saw it on display with 2 turns on the outside for DVD.
Yeah, so waiting for 2 scores, 1 for each of the surfers to set the situation. We're at the 640 mark. And, and just to get back to Tanner's conversation and highlight the Sharp Eye team and what's going on in that board building facility, pretty cool news. Felipe Toledo, now a part owner of Sharp Eye.
Yeah.
So he's gone all in there.
Well, I remember, early 2010s when Sharp Eye, was starting to become more international, and I had already met Marcio and emailed him, and You know, they had the Game Changer. They had a lot of great models, but I think right now the impact that he has made, you know, with his contract in the mid-2010s, it's elevated their brand a lot. So congrats, very well deserving of it. And we'd love to see a lot more of that with other brands too worldwide. I think, you know, Kolohe deserves a lot of credit for modernizing. Mayhem's on Championship Tour as well. Look at how many guys are riding these boards nowadays because of him.
Yeah. Yeah, great takeaway there. Numbers come through 5.57 for David Silva and a 6.1 for Cole Hauschman. So Cole has put more pressure on Silva. Silva needing a mid-range 6, a 6.53 to take the lead off. 5 minutes and 30 on the clock.
Well, still within the range of possibility right here for David, though. He needs the best single wave score of the heat, has priority, and has more than enough time right here with 5.5 Kaipe. So, you know, this is where Kaushi, I think, has to still work under priority. He's converted on 4 wave, though. 4 waves, talking about Cole. I mean, 4 above a 5.
Yeah.
And that's really good work by today's standards, because if you look at, you know, the 2 5s that he's throwing away, he'd still be in competition with David right now when it comes to their averages.
Yeah, it's really solid. Look at this set wave.
Good wave.
Opportunity for Silva off the bottom. Big dagger off the top.
Baby boy.
But just one turn. Was that turn a 7-point turn?
Yeah. Yeah. That is a big boy turn right there, Kaipo. Talked about him just having that one attack on the backhand. All it takes is one out of him, too. Explosive, critical, and more than anything, once again, his thing is timing. You see it right there with that deep bottom turn. Never rushed anything. That was absurd. And, you know, that CT level caliber surfing right there. Another look. Deep bottom turn. Just perfectly executed up into the lip. And, you know, you just talk about the placement of the board right there. He did it perfectly, and we should be expecting a situation change, Kaips.
Sure does. 7.5 for David Silva. The table has turned on Cole Hauschman needing a 7-point ride.
Phenomenal.
There's a judge. Look, a judge. The Hawaii judge went 8.
I don't blame him. I mean, there was quality in that turn right there, and especially, you know, with limited opportunities when it comes to those waves throughout today, you want to really reward those kinds of things, Kaipo.
Wow. And
full 180 in the heat, yeah. Momentum was one way.
God, what a shocker. I mean, now Cole needs a 7-point ride. Cole's been in control for the majority of this heat.
25
minutes he's been absolutely in control, and now the tables have turned on the San Clemente surfer.
But, you know, in a way, it's almost a blessing because you hadn't broken that 6-point range. Now you need to go a point above that right now. So maybe he needs that pressure right here with 3 minutes to go. Especially with priority, you have unconditional right away to whichever wave you choose right now.
Yeah, but the one trippy thing about surfing, Mitch, with only 3 minutes, you need a wave. And he's going to need a set wave, too. And a set just came. So how long is the period between sets? Look, let's check out our heat check right here. You can see all the waves ridden and scored, highlighted are the top 2 for each of the surfers. And you can see the spread on the bottom for the top score for each surfer and each judge that awarded what number to achieve that score. We throw away the high and the low and average out the remaining 3. That's how we get the wave score.
Yeah, so every judge had David winning on that last wave. He needed, you know, mid-6 at that point. Every judge gave him a 7 or above. And you see how his 6.1 goes down to a 5.7 all the way up to a 6.5. So the average just above a 6. But he's caught 6 waves. David's caught 5. But if you look at, you know, the last 2 waves of Silva, those are the ones that are counting in his scoreline right now. So he's been extra efficient in the back end of this heat, Kaipo.
Yeah, well, making a late charge.
Waves coming, though.
2 minutes remaining.
This is the good thing about short period swell being in the water right now. Better opportunities for these shorter waves.
So Cole doesn't even look at that first wave. David tries to bait him into it. Cole eyeing up this second wave, stretching out.
Pier bowl, maybe.
Third wave, maybe hitting an angle on the pier bowl. Cole with an opportunity. This thing's raising up. Hauschman looks at it.
Oh, let's a go.
Declines. DVD says, I'll take it. Stabs it on the backhand. That's all he gets. 90 seconds remaining for Cole.
Well, Hauschman was closer to the shoulder on that one. I think he probably just felt that positioning-wise, he was going to have a deeper fade, and that would have taken off a bit extra speed. probably wouldn't have been able to get the same turnoff that David did right there. And Silva said, all right, you don't want it, I'll take it. Trying to improve on the mid-5 right now.
Couple more waves.
And he doesn't, Kaipo. That comes under his 5.57, so still the same requirement for Hausman here.
Oh, this is tense.
Look, and for either guy, it's not the end of the world. Hauschie has the first, at least the 9th guaranteed right here. But for David, this is much more important because he has a 9th already. That could be your 4th best result in terms of qualification for the CT. Yeah. And you can just see the intensity right there. I think he realizes that at this moment.
Well, David goes on to win this event. He'll be tied with Cole on the rankings.
Mm-hmm. This is the wave, Kaipo. Gotta go.
Slow paddle into this wave. Needs a lot more energy. Needs a 7-point ride.
That was good.
A nice reverse. Nice snap on the forehand. I'm just questioning the wave size for Cole, but he's going to give it his all. Comes through here on the inside. The connectivity and riding out. Can he do it? Pets the cat. Gets the finish. Double backside reverses. Getting busy right there. Spins on the dance floor for Cole Hausman. There's his dad with the beard. That's Sean. Wow. A lot to digest right now, Mitch.
And this wave after the buzzer for David, so this won't count, but nice little barrel right there in the shorey for the current heat leader.
What about Cole? 6.98.
Yeah, needs pretty much a 7-point ride. So we're going to be on hold for a little bit right here as judges are going to make their decision. Kaipo already signing some autographs. Initial thought, I'm saying under myself personally. And, you know, you talked about the size of the wave. Yeah. I just say, really, I think the intensity of the first turn wasn't necessarily there either. The reverse a bit flatter. But, I mean, it's up there.
Well, here's another look at it.
Definitely gave it a big try.
Sap there. Got a saw in.
That was really sick.
Got the disco spin in there.
Yep.
A little bit of downtime, as expected, but makes the connection.
Hey, but in comparison to most waves that are making the reform, because this wave's right up against the pier, he got a better double up, which allowed him to do 2 maneuvers right here. The one thing I will say, a lot of downtime right there, riding out of that reverse, and seems like judges making their decision right here, Kaipo. It's going to be under for Hausman.
Yeah. Great competition, great sportsmanship, spending some time with the fans, but 5.4 for Cole Hausman, not enough. He's eliminated from competition. He'll walk away with Huntington Beach with a equal 9th finish here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Still a good result.
Still a good result, but David Silva coming back in a big way, and Silva on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, great performance right there from DVD. Drops the high mark of the heat to 7.5. He's on to another great result right here in HBE.
When we come back, we have a tremendous heat for you. Griffin Colapinto up against Jackson Bunch here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Board & Brew, keeping it real since '79.
Well, the surf fans have shown up in full force, as they should. We've got superstars of surfing all day long. We're live from Huntington Beach, California. This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. I'm Chris Cote. This is Rosie Hodge. That's Tanner Gadowskis. And what a morning. We're talking underdog stories coming to fruition, big performances, airs, high scores, and yes, the agony of defeat.
Yeah, heat strategy has been a big thing coming into play this morning as we see this transition into man-on-man action. It's been exciting catching up with the surfers, seeing where they're at the moment. Obviously, round of 16 is great, but if you stop here, Tanner, it's not necessarily a keeper result. You really want to see yourself into finals day, so this has a lot of consequence to it.
We actually were talking about that earlier. This round is the gap you're hoping to clear in this event, because then you unlock the podium, you unlock competing on the finals day, and the points are so much greater. Even though everybody's in the man-on-man heat, they're just starting that journey, so it's still very ferocious.
Yeah, and we are right back into it with two incredible surfers. Jackson Bunch going up against Griffin Colapinto. And the narrative that kind of started last night, San Clemente Cyclone, I don't even want to put it out into the universe, because Griff is ripping his way through to the inside. That's pretty much all about what he did out the back. These two surfers are hammers. I mean, in the air, on rail, both of these guys are going to be flying. We got a goofy versus regular matchup. Jackson Bunch has had CT experience, but of course Griff has been fighting for world titles the last couple of years, so on paper, definitely one of the heats to watch. Jackson ranks higher on the CS. Griffin, full-time competitor on the CT. This is round of 16, heat 5. We'll see if Griffin can break the curse that started earlier on.
For me, I'm loving the Jackson Bunch is the competitor that Griffin has to go through to get into the finals day, because he is arguably, in my opinion, the hardest draw. He fits Huntington Beach so well. You saw that maneuver he threw out the back. And yeah, this is going to be a crazy, crazy heat to watch.
What a start, air for air on a split peak, of course.
So Griffin really has to buckle in if he thinks he's going to be winning this event, because you just don't walk through Jackson Bunch. He looks lively, though. He looks very focused. He's making the most out of this inside section. He's not. I will say that he knows he has to put it down right here to get over the top of Jackson as his first score comes in. Look at that turn, Chris.
That is so Griff right there. I mean, he does that so perfectly. Upside down, gets the grab, whips it around easily. And it's been interesting in the last few events. I think the judges have sent a message. It's cool to make the connection. You know, everybody appreciates that. But is it worth any points to do a turn on that inside section?
Yeah, I think it's all been about what you do on the outside, on the bigger sections, and then it's almost just like the sprinkles on the cake at that point for that inside, and really focusing in on what the judges are looking for this morning. I think that's so important as you head further into the round, just recognizing that and conserving your energy and making it a high-risk, high-reward section out the back.
Yeah, and I think there's no real reason to sprinkle the cake if you didn't do anything out the back. I think that that's a big one. It's like you have to surf these waves and assess it for yourself. Griffin right there, that was a really radical maneuver that he started the wave with. So of course he's thinking, okay, if I can add anything to this, this is a great conversation. Jackson, to me, when we see his replay, he really came out of the pocket. He had a lot of extension, so to see the difference of these two waves come through in scores will be really, really interesting.
And if I'm a coach, nobody's asked me to be their coach yet, which is weird. But if I'm saying, like you said, Tanner, if I have the choice between, you know, pulling out early and potentially getting myself that top priority spot, or making it all the way to the beach, as we see Jackson flying down the line, disappears, and he's eaten. But if I don't do something super cool and impactful out the back, I'm pulling out, because you don't want to waste any time. You want to risk losing priority. So we'll see if any of these surfers kind of make that quick decision. Jackson Bunch, this is his second quarterfinal appearance already this CS season. So he's on a really good path towards requalification, which for him, you know, he had a shot on the CT. And it just shows you that it's really, really heavy to be a rookie on the championship tour, because you're literally like a big fish, small pond going into a sea of sharks.
I think chatting about these surfers that are able to kind of pick up the pieces after being relegated back onto the Challenger Series, after having rookie performances on the Championship Tour, it's so great to see Jackson Bunch now, as he is getting further into his competitive career, be so consistent on the Challenger Series. And it also highlights how important it is for him to get past Griffin, who's already doing well on the Championship Tour. This is a big moment for Jackson to gain ground.
If he whips into this backside turn, you saw that one coming from a mile away. He is equally as good on his backhand as he is on his forehand. And he's just got this way of, you know, he's like a cruisy drop in, and then it just goes light speed. We saw a flash of that with that backside reverse attempt. Didn't quite go his way, so he'll regather himself and get back to the takeoff zone. 21 minutes, 40 seconds left. David Silva came out swinging, taking down an event favorite in Cole Hausman. He's on the glass now with AJ.
David, what a way to turn that heat in the final few minutes. How did you do that?
Oh my God, this is good. The feeling now is good. A little bit nervous in the hits because it's the route 16. I passed one more. I think so. It's more points. It's super important, and I'm very happy to take for the last 5 minutes. I take for 2 good waves in the hit, because Cole is danger backhands too, and then it's, oh my God. I put in my mind, oh, you don't take for the right, please, please. And then, yeah, I'm very happy to make for the hits, and then import the result now, and then let's go. I think so. My feelings is really good, my board is good, and then let's go.
We were talking about the fact that you've been competing here at Huntington for over 10 years, but this is going to be your first time competing on finals day. What does that mean for you?
Yeah, the last few years is hard, because this waves is good, but it's hard to surf, you know. But I'm very happy to go to the quarterfinals now, my first quarterfinal here, and I put in my mind now for the quarterfinal. I think so it's past more, but I think so it's just more relaxed. I just go to surf. I think so tomorrow a little bit more small wave, but I have the small board still is good too, and then, yeah, let's go. I think so is feeling good. I think so it's good.
E para o Brasil, me diga sobre sua última onda.
Cara, muito feliz de ter passado essa bateria. Eu sabia que era um round muito importante para ter passado. Eu nunca tinha passado para a quarta-final aqui no US Open, então é um resultado muito importante, mas é isso, eu quero mais. Eu vou para a próxima bateria com vontade também. E é isso, que seja feita a vontade de Deus, eu acho que isso é o que importa. Vamos seguir e vamos nessa. Um beijão para minha família lá que está em casa, minha esposa, minhas filhas que estão assistindo. Um beijão.
Parabéns, congratulations.
I like David Silva a lot. He's such a cool guy. He's such a great surfer, and you can just tell he's doing it with a lot of joy right now. Of course, if you fight your way past Cole Hausman, you're going to be feeling good, but in the Portuguese part of his interview, just basically saying how important it is, of course, to make the quarterfinals, and then, you know, giving the shout out to his friends and family and fans back home. So David Silva, quarterfinalist here at the US Open of Surfing. Griffin Colapinto back at it. This wave, 5.83.
Strengthens his lead. Little two-turn combo out the back from Griffin, and it's going to be interesting just how he's going to show us versatility in his repertoire in this moment, Tanner, as we see him really hunting down this inside section.
That's the beautiful part of both the Colapinto brothers, is the versatility that they bring in. And we saw Crosby have to adapt this morning, unfortunately not coming up with the goods. But Griff right here, it's the 1-2 combo on these rights. The only bummer is that at times when you're surfing rights like that, it goes into fat water on that second hit. He makes the most of that section for what really was on offer with the wave. But I think it's so interesting Jackson Bunch keeps splitting the peak with Griffin, and whether or not that's a great wave, subconsciously Griffin knows he's giving Jackson some form of an opportunity. So in the back of your mind, you really have to close that door and just think, I'm doing my thing. Jackson's so unnerving. He's one of the only competitors we're seeing go to the air on the left. It's really hard to move with the current and create that kind of pop out of the pocket. This dude right here is like one of the most elite aerial surfers in the world. He brings it to the competitive scene time and time again. So Griffin, it's like Jackson's going, it could be a bad wave. He could turn it into an 8 just because he has that ability. So really smart on Jackson to be putting that kind of heat to Griffin, even though Griffin is getting great waves and surfing a very sound heat.
I had a buddy from a band called Balloons with a Z, and he just texted me the perfect descriptor for Jackson Bunch. Spring loaded.
Yes, there's
right?
so much
spot
pop.
on.
Yeah, there's so much pop.
So, and that's to your case, you don't want to leave him alone on these lefts because there's a ramp on the takeoff, and if he hits that thing in the right way, he is going to be flying, Rosie.
It's like an Italo, right? Like you've got this guy that can manufacture scores on kind of seemingly nothing waves. And I'm sure as they're splitting the peak too, Griffin, in part of his mind, is maybe wondering what Jackson's getting down on the left. So sometimes you can really consider what your competitor's doing when you think you need a number, and they like get the wave after you and you can kind of see it, but in that moment when you're splitting the peak, you have no idea. So when you're surfing that wave, it's in the back of your mind, you're like, I better be doing better than my competitor on the same wave.
Or should I have held my competitor off?
Yeah.
You know, it's like you're trying your best. You've assessed it for Griffin as a great right-hander, but in the back of his mind, he's like, wait, was there a section on that left? Like, why would Jackson be looking there? And so I think it's a really smart maneuver when you're that kind of a competitor, because you just consistently chip away at that confidence of your competitor.
And something I'll say about Griffin, he is an empathetic competitor, which is an oxymoron in itself. And I'm sure in his mind, he's here at the US Open. He obviously wants to win, but at the same time, he knows he's a championship tour surfer. And he's taking away points from someone like Jackson, who's trying to claw his way back onto the championship tour.
A lot happening in the water right now, 15:50 to go, and of course a lot happening on land as well. We got families, moms, dads, kids, groms, and everything in between. I believe Mitchell Salazar has found a super celebrity.
I have, Chris. I'm here at the Best Western Sandcastle, which is a staple of the U.S. Open. We got Brody the Golden Doodle right here with his papa Cliff. This guy's got more than 2 million followers on social media, and guess what? How many? 20 million followers? 20 million followers, guys. Brody the Golden Doodle got some surf lessons right here at the south side of the Huntington Beach pier the other day. He's signing autographs from 10 to 11, so he got about 40 more minutes to come down, get a photo or an autograph with Brody right by the Best Western Sandcastle. And fun fact on top of that, Al Cleland Jr., he's been staying at the Best Western on Beach Boulevard since he started coming to the U.S. Open. He was a champion 2 years ago.
Thank you, Mitch. Wow, I'm a little bit starstruck myself.
It's a good-looking dog.
There's so much to take in with that right there. The hairstyle is so great.
Yeah, thank you, Best Western. One of those spots when you're driving on the freeway, you're getting tired, you're not quite where you want to be, and you see that Best Western sign, you know that there's going to be quality behind those doors. 14:30 to go now. Colapinto in the lead with a 7.50 and a 5.83. Bunch right there behind him with a 6.67. Looking to throw away a 1. I got a hunch that Jackson's going to go left, Griffin's going to go right. They're both going to try big airs if given the opportunity. And this one's going to be tight all the way through to the end. We've already seen multiple buzzer beaters today. It's like we can't just see a good, clean, dominant victory. It has to go all the way down to the wire, but you wouldn't want it any other way. That's what I feel like the U.S. Open is all about. These dark horse stories, these Cinderella paths from total bottom of the basement all the way to the top of the penthouse on finals day, and it is totally happening today. 13:40 to go. There's Jackson Bunch. I mean, this kid's been a surf superstar since he was like 10 years old. Comes from that super Grom background. Up and down results. Has been on the championship tour. Just watched him compete in a really cool kind of side quest event online, the Stab 100 competition. Ripped his way through that event as well.
It's his style to me is it's one of the most enjoyable to watch. He has that Hawaiian power base. You look at guys like Freddie Patachia, Kai Barger as goofy foot surfers, compact units, and they create that spring, and that's like power-based surfing. And then you add Jackson Bunch. You got that foundation, and now he's taking that and leveling it up into the air as well. And like his time on tour was just incredible to watch and see it unfold, that he wasn't staying on tour. He's one of those surfers, Rosie, like you talked about. It's like, I think we're all collectively hoping he gets back on tour, because what he brings to those venues is something that's really unique.
A lot of Jackson Bunch fans out there. 12 minutes, 30 seconds to go. What's going to happen next? And it's been so unpredictable, we never know. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more Griff, with more Jackson, with more ripping like this. Stay tuned to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. From the Lexus house, which has been probably the coolest spot on the beach to hang out. It's going to be open all weekend long, and if you do come down here, make sure you go and check out those two Lexus vehicles we have on the sand. Two of the coolest cars like I've ever seen, and I went and touched one of them yesterday and got a good feeling. And it's cool because Griffin Colapinto is a Lexus team rider, so not only is he ripping in the water, but he rips up and down the I-5 in a beautiful Lexus SUV. Been doing some autograph signings and been doing workout classes. He's had a full schedule here, and he's got his hands full in the water going up against Jackson Bunch, who now needs a 6.67 to get up into the top spot. This guy's looking for a slot in the quarterfinals, which most likely will be tomorrow. But how cool is that? The light at the end of the tunnel. We're going to be crowning champions in less than 24 hours.
So I got to share a story. Can I? I feel like we have a little break in the action.
Love that.
And I was thinking about it all week. Honestly, we came up here as kids watching the US Open, and just watching David Silva in that post-heat interview, there is one year specifically for me that I honestly think changed kind of my life in some way. In 1999, Neko Patarets beat Fabio Gouveia. I just looked it up to make sure I was right on the year. It was so small. It was right on the sand, and they had bleachers at that moment, and my dad and my brothers, we sat in those bleachers surrounded by Brazilian fans. I'm 11 years old at this moment. I've never really seen a proper professional surf contest. You're so close to the action, and it feels like I'm in a soccer stadium. And I just remember seeing the flags and this and that. In that event we watched, I think Fabio went through Sonny Garcia and Mark Occhilupo, and Neko, I think, went through Kelly Slater and Victor Ribas or something. And we're just sitting there watching, and I kicked out of the U.S. Open like, no, this is it. I want to be a professional surfer. I want to do this contest. Like, it's funny because we're watching Griffin, and he's come up and watched this event since he's a little kid, but I actually have these vivid memories of this green-railed rusty surfboard that like Neko Patterts won this event on, and I actually got to meet and become friends with Neko much later, and I told him the story. He's like, oh, brother, that event was the one. And I was like, dude, it's magic here. Like, it has the ability to have that soccer anthem feel, and even though the conditions at times can be lackluster, well, then it's like the beach like flares up extra hard because the interaction's so strong. So I had to share it because it's been bubbling inside me this whole time. I'm like, oh my gosh, like I can't wait for this moment. But honestly, I feel like it kind of like arced like my life in some ways of like, I thought competing was really rad, and it had this theatrical aspect to it. And I think sometimes people perform with that performative energy here at the U.S. Open, and it's a little extra in this event.
I love that. That's the origin story of a superhero. Thank you, Tanner.
Neko Patterts is honestly kind of one of one. And it's crazy. So, like, Fabio Gouveia in the final, Ian Gouveia was in this event. Yeah. He was throwing down hammers in this event. So that's that direct lineage in the Brazilian culture. And you're seeing kids like Gabriel Klausner coming up. They're surrounded by guys like Leandro Bastos who've done it before. And the Brazilians created that full circle competitive loop so long ago. And it's crazy because that's what laid the path. Neko has said, like, that generation with those guys, Neko, Guilherme, Victor, kind of laid the groundwork for the Brazilian Storm to come in here. Guys like Miggy Pupo, guys like Felipe Toledo, and now we're into like, what's next? And it's only getting stronger, only getting gnarlier. As we're seeing in the next heat, Mateus Hurdy's coming up. I just mentioned his uncle, Guilherme Hurdy. There's so many of these generational stories. It's pretty radical.
And there's 3 incredible Brazilian surfers still left in the men's draw, with Silva, with Klausner, and then coming up next, Mateus Hurdy. The percentages were very high that a winner was going to come from San Clemente, but now they're starting to kind of lean towards Brazil a little bit more, as expected. Brazilian surfers always thrive here in San Clemente.
Well, it's kind of nuts to see the North Americans obviously doing so well, and then the Brazilians, but no Australians left in the mix coming into the round of 16.
Griff coming around a big section. It's big wall of water, so he pulls out. That's going to give Jackson Bunch priority. High mark so far, that's 7.5 that Griff started off with. Pretty evenly matched with Jackson's 6.67. But the backups belong to Griff, a 5.83. Jackson Bunch still hanging on to a 1 in his scoreline with 5.5 minutes left. And both of you guys have been in this position before. Tanner, you got a 5th place finish here. Rosie, I know you've had incredible results here in Huntington Beach. When you have 5.5 minutes left and a wave hasn't come in a while, and you're thinking about the quarterfinals, you're thinking about the semifinals, how do you sit out in the water in this Coliseum? You're looking up at the pier, you're looking at the beach, it's packed. What are you telling yourself to just relax and let your surfing carry you through?
I think it's what we've seen, right? These clutch moments is what make you. That's like where it really defines you. It's what you practice for, right? Like there's someone like Jackson right now, he has the priority, there's 5 minutes remaining. He's going to draw energy from the crowd, he's going to draw energy from this moment, and he's going to know that, hey, this is it. Like, this is the pressure situation I've been waiting for. I need to make this happen. And that calmness that he can take away from that and just self-belief in this moment is going to be a huge advantage for him.
Yeah, I love that. And using that energy to focus yourself. You see some of the greats as we watch Griffin here under priority. But Rosie, I think we've all seen it because we've all watched Kelly Slater compete, and you always remember he would do that hand slap in the water. Yeah. And everybody like, what is that? And I always felt like you do something, you have this trigger when you're sitting in these lowly heats that keeps you focused on being like, well, what do I need? Or even if you don't need to improve a score, it's like, well, what do they need?
Yeah.
How do I better my situation is basically what you're trying to focus on for the entirety of the heat. And it sounds silly to say that that's very hard to do when it's 30 minutes because there's people yelling on the pier, there's people screaming on the beach, there's waves, there's birds, whatever. But it's like, draw yourself back inward to be like, I want to close this heat out. I want to make this heat. This is really important. So whatever kind of trigger or thing you can do to stay focused is so important.
Yeah, it's such a good point. I saw a sports psychologist and he said, touch your finger and your thumb together, bring yourself back into the presence, have a word that you associate with that meeting of your fingers, and just bring yourself back into that present moment and that state of self-belief and calmness.
Well, we've got just over 3 minutes to go. Colapinto in the driver's seat. Jackson with priority, though. Needs a 6.67. Nothing of note in his backup score line. So this is going to be a testing, trying moment for Jackson Bunch. You can't will a wave to you, but you can get yourself in a position to where you're kind of in the middle, right? In between these two peaks. And you can race over to one side and potentially get a left, or race back over to the other side and get a right, because the playing field dramatically tightened up today. Earlier in the week, we're talking 200, 300 yards of area that you could find a wave. But today, way tighter, probably, I would say maybe 30, 40 yards that you are really focused on where these waves are coming through. The left sets have been a little bit taller, a little bit bigger than the right, but also kind of faster down the line, whereas the rights, more open face, but maybe less impact as they're going against the grain.
So I can't even believe how slow the seats got, because now in the beginning we were putting a lot of sunshine on Jackson Bunch and his ability to turn nothing into something. And now he's had to sit for so long. He needs a mid-range score, kind of. But as you click down, you wonder if he's going to be able to surf it as free as he normally does, or if he's going to really start to overthink every maneuver as he approaches it, because at this point in the heat, you're assuming he's only got one shot. It's been this quiet, probably not going to click over and get 3 or 4 waves. So I'm really interested to see what effect that has on Jackson Bunch as we move into the back end.
Yeah, and he's just signaling there to the beach announcers for time. It does start to get so sketchy, though, as we wind into those 2 minutes remaining and you're looking out at the horizon, you're not seeing the set wave coming. It's so getting overwhelmed, like you mentioned, like over surfing, overthinking. But this guy, I mean, he is just ready to attack. You mentioned it, spring-loaded is such a good way to describe this surfer. But this is the part of surfing that is out of your control. I mean, you're in this moving playing field that's not offering you an opportunity to surf to your potential, and that's gut-wrenching.
50 seconds left. Jackson Bunch find a magic moment, a magic wave to give him a chance to battle back. It's Griffin pretty much just doing Griffin things, right? 7.5, a 5.83. He did it with power. He did it in the air. Super progressive surfing.
Yeah, and I feel like it's smart to see Griffin sitting down the beach by himself, because personally, I think the last thing you want to do if it's coming down to a one-wave opportunity is to sit right by Jackson, who has priority. He's going to take that wave. So if you can catch it a little further down the line, or maybe something else bubbles up further south, you can open up a door for your own self to get some opportunity going. So normally in the back part of the seats, you're seeing guys sitting shoulder to shoulder. So that's the reason why they're not even near each other.
Well, this heat started with a bang. It could end with a whimper as the ocean's gone docile for the better part of the last 5 minutes. And just like that, Griffin Colapinto turns things around, riding his sub-driver 3.0 with a little added Griffin spice, according to Matt Biolis. 7.5, 5.83, that's enough for a 13.33 total. The big dog is eating, surfing his way towards finals day. Griffin Colapinto, a quarter finalist here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We lose Jackson Bunch, but we're fielding 2 more incredible surfers in the lineup. Special guests coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and we've got a great show for you tonight. Local natives and RC drive on the sand. Get your phone out, hit the QR code. We're gonna give you a special deal. Why not? 2-for-1 tickets all day long. That event's gonna go down around golden hour after competition today. Real estate played last night with the Alalas. That was a super good time. And it's a good time to be Griffin Colapinto. This guy is an absolute global superstar. And this is one of the few stops around the world where you can really get up close and personal with your favorite pros. I love to see this interaction with the fans. That's super cool. Griff's taking the time to throw some autographs down. I'm Chris Cote, Tanner Gudauskas, joined by a special guest, Mr. Britt Merrick. Britt, welcome back to the US Open. Welcome back to the booth. It's great to have you in here.
Thank you, boys. Happy to be here with you. You know, I've been coming to this event since I was a tiny kid.
Yes, that's right.
Back in the OP Pro days, we used to come down with Tom Curran and stay down the street, my parents and I. And I mean, I feel like I've spent my whole life at this event. It's so unreal to see what's happening still.
Well, it's always awesome when I see you go into the Red Bull Athlete Zone because, you know, you're just this magnet for surfers that come up and they try to get all the knowledge they can from you. This is actually going to be a fun heat for you to go through with us. You don't have to worry about a Channel Islands team rider in the water. So, I'm sure you're still going to be doing some R&D looking at these two boards. But we got Mateus Hardy going up against Cade Matson. This is a really cool matchup. These guys, they surf alike. They even look alike. They're like, they could be brothers. They're both super powerful. They both have incredible air games. And this one is kind of one of those that's really tough to call, but I'm gonna go ahead and throw it out to you guys. Who's got the edge in this one, Tanner?
I don't love being put in the call.
Too bad.
Mateus is just honestly a personal, he has the ability, has the recipe, like those guys in the past you see, like Julian Wilson's, the Kanoa Igarashis. He can go to the carve, he can go to the air, it's amazing. However, coming from San Clemente, he's got his work cut out for him because Cade Matson is that guttural power surfer. So here you go, this is what I'm talking about. Mateus definitely is ready to get radical and do it early in the heat.
Yeah, I'm backing the call on Mateus as well. I mean, when you look at the speed that he carries on gutless waves and his ability to generate speed and do quick turns, as we've been watching the last couple heats, good finish of that wave there, it's getting a bit softer out there right now. Seems like there's a little less opportunity than there was an hour or so ago, and he can make stuff like this happen. Like, that's a pretty soft, small wave.
So, Britt, Mateus, he's one of those guys that actually I've seen within his boards, he's grabbing the carbon wrap stuff. He's getting into that epoxy technology. I've seen a lot of the Channel Islands team, they're riding what looks like the Mikey Phelps shortboard, which is a PU. Imai looks like he's on a shortboard as well. Like, what's actually, is any of the team dipping into what you guys have as the ECT technology? Yeah. Are they using any other tools in the tool shed other than a normal shortboard?
Well, because the waves have been so good, it's been all normal shortboards, but we sure did build a bunch of ECTs and grovelers coming into this event, not knowing how the waves would be. Last year, everyone was on an ECT, our Eco Carbon Tech, and this year we just haven't had to go to it, so now they're all stockpiled and ready for the next grovel sesh.
Bunch of fresh epoxy boards, just board rack.
Fresh.
I've been spending a lot of time in there, and it is that kind of kid in a candy shop deal because you're looking at the most high performance surfboards in the world all in the one place, right? And I love that, Britt, because last year it was dead flat for most of the event, which is cool for us that live in Southern California because we really got to see, like, okay, these are the best boards in the world for small wave surfing, whether they were epoxies, whether they were a little bit wider in the tail, but the technology is always fun to look at. But yeah, to your point, these guys are riding. Did anybody ride step-ups on some of those big days? Because there was some powerful surf coming through.
Yeah, there was actually a couple of the crew that were like on a 1-inch up board, you know what I mean? And like even Imai in his heat yesterday was riding an inch longer than he normally rides. So that's a hard thing about this event is you got to be ready for everything. I think we're so programmed to think, okay, it's going to be small and we're going to be groveling, but then we were like, it was life survival skills out here a couple days ago.
It was a scramble, right? I heard you came down a couple days in a row, you and Brett Powers with truckloads full of fresh surfboards? 'Cause this wave was eating boards all week long.
No, Chris, we didn't break any boards for the record.
Oh, nice. Okay.
We wanted to make
nice
sure.
and clean.
But what about the story? I mean, Lucas Cassidy looked phenomenal on his shortboard, and you were telling me that actually was a George Pitar trade-in.
Yeah, it was funny. Lucas got the call up. There's Brent Power on screen right now talking to Barrick. Lucas got the call up last minute, and so he called us and said, hey, I need some boards. And so we made him a batch, brought him down, and then happened to have, here we go again, Mateus.
This kid has so much pop. And yeah, Tanner, I mean, this is basically all the technology you can put in a surfboard that's under his feet now.
I love watching Mateus compete.
He's skating on the water.
Yeah, he has an emotional aspect to him. Like as a viewer, you know if he's clicked into gear, he's able to give those like emotional claims, those passion plays, and he's been lighting up in this event. He's been challenged actually in the rounds before, so I'm sure he wants to kind of tap into that World Tour knowledge, get out of the blocks early against someone like Cade Matson, and kind of set something up to make it harder on him.
And he's just one of the best guys to cheer for, because if you watch him around the comp area, he's cheering for so much of the crew. You know, Brees's heat the other day, he's down there, and Brees had a tough heat and lost, and like Mateus was more sad than almost anyone on the beach. Just like the passion that he puts into his friends and their performances, and he really makes it easy to cheer for him.
This is a classic matchup too, because we're looking at progression versus power. Cade Matson is such a strong surfer. He has this really cool ability to just lean into his turns. And if he has a big closeout section in front of him, you know he's going to go full force into it. And these are the matchups that you want to see. Cade Matson, I mean, so hungry to get himself back on the championship tour after a couple years away. And for Mateus Hurdy, he had to earn it after multiple years, one heat away from qualifying. So for Mateus, I think it just means so much to him to try to protect his spot on the championship tour. I don't think anybody has worked harder or suffered more heartbreak to get to the CT than Mateus.
Right. I mean, people expected Mateus to qualify way sooner than he did.
And he heard that for sure, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And so I think once he rinsed that off, those expectations, and finally made it, I would imagine in his mind, he's like, there is no way I am going anywhere. And if there's anyone in the world that deserves to be there that surfs that well, it's him, for sure.
Well, Tanner, you said it. He's clicked in. 6.33 and a 4.83 so far for Mateus Hurdy. 20 minutes, 50 seconds left. Griffin Colapinto went out there and went off. He's on the glass with AJ.
It is something he tends to do here in Huntington Beach, Chris. Griff, we talk so often about the faces of Huntington and how all of your experience out here plays a role. What did today require of you to get to finals day?
I mean, that heat was pretty slow, so those first few waves at the start came into factor big time. And yeah, those pier bowl rights, like when it gets smaller, the rights become like more opportunity with the airs and stuff. And it seemed like there wasn't as many like running lefts in my heat. It was actually probably benefit for me because I knew Jackson was going to go to his forehand and like try and punt and stuff. And there ended up being more rights than there were lefts. And my 5.83, like when I was on that wave, I was like, ooh, like I don't know if this wave's that good or if it was worth it, because there's a lot better waves before the heat started. And then I just finished it. I was like, oh, I wonder if I should have gone on that. And then like once the heat was coming down to the end, I was like, oh, good thing I went, because it's got really slow and it's really hard to find a good wave now. So it's just interesting how sometimes like in surfing you could think, oh, I should have waited for like a better wave, but then that better wave ends up not coming, and that was the right decision, you know. But then maybe Jackson gets a way better one, and then that was the wrong decision. So it's like, it's such a weird sport in that way. It's like, when do you determine what's a right decision or not? So like, I don't know, you just gotta like trust your instincts and surf every wave to the max or the best you can, and hope it goes in your favor at the end.
Well, and we were talking about just all of your experience and how it plays in here at Huntington. How do you develop that instinct of saying, hey, I don't know that this is going to work out, but my gut is saying we got to go for it?
Yeah, I think that's it. The gut is like kind of trusting that, and like once you make the decision to go, it's just like give it everything you have. You know, don't be like on it like, oh, should I have waited? Like, you know, once you make that decision, you're like all in on that decision, and then go from there.
Well, and this guy has been mobbed on the beach every time he has come out. So if you missed him on the beach today, don't worry, he is going to be at the Lexus house later. So make sure you check it out. We'll let you get changed. Thanks so much, Griff.
Okay, cheers.
I'm going to go get in line right now. I want Griff's autograph, and I got to thank Griff. He helped me win a little side bet action, so no fantasy surfing here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and that opens it up to all the homies in the Fantasy League. The little side bet. I won $10 from my friend BJ. Thank you, BJ. Thank you, Griff. Why would you bet against Griffin Colapinto in Huntington Beach?
Well, he looks great, but I mean, honestly, I was thinking both Colapintos, and Crosby went down. It shows that the draws are so stacked. Like, I mean, honestly, every single one of these heats could be a final. As we saw Mateus, what I loved right here is he was able to draw into that nice arcing wrap. Mateus must be such a joy to shape for. I feel like he really has the ability to test the equipment, and I'd be curious your perspective, Britt, because you work with a ton of World Tour athletes, and as well, you guys have a big stable on the Challenger Series. Like, what are the differences at this level versus at the World Tour level?
That's a great question. I bet you Mateus is fun to shape for. I would like to experience that, as a matter of fact.
He could
going to
throw
put
it
the call
around
out right now, Mateus. I'd like to. JS is always grabbing my guys, so I'd like to grab one from him. The difference is, you a little bit know more what you're going to expect on the World Tour. It doesn't always go that way, but there's just certain venues where you could say, okay, this is a Bell's board. Right, this is a snapper board. This is a board for Teahopu. Like, it's a little more direct, whereas on the Challenger Series, you never quite know what you're going to get. I mean, Bolito could be an incredible wave, could be the worst wave. And Huntington here, it was, people were getting crazy barrels and big sections. So you got to kind of be a bit more ready for everything at this level, whereas you could really specialize at the CT level, which is what I love. Like, I just finished shaping all the boards for Tahiti and Fiji, and just really dialing in for those two spots. And I love the thought process of that. I love how each one of my surfers, I know their idiosyncrasies and what they're wanting for those waves. And so you can really like geek out and tweak in and dial in. Whereas here, you got to be a bit more general on the Challenger Series level.
Okay, here's another question to go deeper, because we'll use Imai Kailani as the example because his boards look great. He gave a post-heat interview yesterday, kind of emotional. He's had a journey, right? Yeah. He was on tour and he didn't have much luck through all of last year. What's it like shaping for somebody going through those trials and tribulations of competing? Because the equipment is always at that highest level, but how do you engage with an athlete that's being challenged? Brisa yesterday was in a similar note. She felt a little bit downtrodden in where she was at currently, and what's that like?
Yeah. Well, so much of shaping comes down to your relationship with those surfers, which is a part that I really love and really try to cultivate, because I feel like the more emotionally invested and relationally I'm invested in a surfer, the harder I want to work for them. And the more I'm sort of like still wanting to work hard when they're going through their downtime, because it's easy to think when a surfer is not having a successful year that, well, now it's hard for me to put the energy into it, which is why someone like Brisa and Imai, both of them, I love being so emotionally invested in them that I'm like, okay, what can I do to lift them in this little down slag that they're in? And sometimes when you're shaping, that's giving them new feels. That's something I've done with Imai in the off season, was I gave him some new feels. We fooled around with volume a bit, a couple different rockers, just trying to give him something that's going to inspire him. And Imai is feeling really inspired right now, and I think part of that is keeping something under his feet that is inspiring.
Sure, a lot of times too, you can shape the exact same board, but tell them, no, there's some tweaks to this board. I think you're really gonna like it. Surfers are pretty superstitious, a new board can change everything. And what I love about the US Open is, for like the quote normal surfers, especially here in California, when I'm watching Mateus ride this board, I'm thinking, this is a board that is going to increase sales-wise. It looks so fun in waves like this, and this is what we get, day in, day out. And every time he stands up on it, I want to know more about it, and I really want to try one of these boards because it looks super fun.
Oh, no, that's ridiculous.
It's like, this is one of those boards he can do anything on. Like, most of us don't really have a want or need. That was aggressive.
This is insane. I'm
Another
gonna guarantee it.
That was sick. Yeah, most of us don't really have a want or need for a chopo gun or a pipeline gun, that's like 99% of surfing. But for a good small wave board, that is priceless.
Yes.
And I'm looking at this board like that could be the board of local summer. Thing looks spicy.
Both of you guys tapped into, like, Mateus came on the scene as a prodigal energy out of Brazil.
Oh, yeah.
And it was maneuvers like he was showing on that last wave that put him on the map originally. But then he kind of had to go through this trough to find himself to getting onto it. It felt like it was an extra challenge for him. So, like we said earlier, he's an emotional person. He's an emotional competitor. You can tell right here, he's like tapping in. That air on the inside had a little bit of a supernatural feel to it.
Britt, what'd you think of this wave from Cade?
Well, I would like to know, like, Tanner, what are you thinking if you're Cade right now and you see what Mateus is doing, staying busy, putting up decent numbers for the conditions right now? Put on your coach hat for a minute. What if you could whisper in Cade's ear, what are you telling him?
Well, what we've seen a lot in these draws is it's a difference of game plan. We heard Jake Marshall talk about going against Crosby Colapinto and saying, I'm not going to interact with the air show. I'm going to catch lefts from down the beach and do radical backhand surfing. So Mateus, to me, you can attribute him in a similar way to Crosby, where you can guarantee it's maneuvers like this that he's going to do, whether or not he's going to pull them. So Cade really has to stay centered. It's not that Cade can't do stuff like this. He can, but when he competes, he should rely on that power base, backside fundamental surfing that would get him those big scores that he can compete against Mateus, but he has to be so smart. It's been really not great to see Cade be this quiet this far into the heat. We're over halfway through this heat, and he really hasn't had a wave of substance. So he waited for that 3.83 that he just got, and I just wanted him to find more bite than that.
You know, it's the old Jerry Lopez adage, right? The best surfer in the water is the one who's having the most fun. Can you tell that Mateus is having a blast out here right now?
For sure. Which I love it when someone's sort of like on the beach vibes translate into a heat, you know what I mean? Because his on the beach vibes have been like this. And then when you see it translate in the heat, that's a beautiful thing. That's when you know someone's tapped in and kind of feeling themselves and everything's right in the head. And like I said, there is no way on earth that Mateus plans on dropping off the CT.
No.
So he is going to...
By any means necessary.
I would hate to draw him in this heat because he is going to win this heat no matter what.
We got 11 minutes to go. Mateus Hurdy well into the lead with an 11.83 total for now. Cade Matson, he gets an 8-point right. He's right back into it. Anything is possible here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We'll be right back.
That photo?
Beach, it's the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and this is Cade Matson surfing his way back into this heat. Some lightning fast turns out the back. He's fighting to make the transition into the shore break. He's gonna get it. Plenty of speed all the way through to the inside. Could get a 2 for 1 here, and oh no! Did all that work to get to the shore break and just slips off. It happens to the best of them. So Cade Matson's gonna have to rely on what he did on the outside to see what scores come through. We have 8 minutes, 42 seconds left. Mateus Hurdy's in the lead for now. Cade Matson trying to mount a comeback. Chris Cote, Tanner Gudauskas, Britt Merrick. A lot happening here at the U.S. Open of Surfing. Britt, I know you're going to put the team to work here. You got signings up on Main Street. What's going on with that?
Yeah, we've got a team signing at 11 o'clock at Jack's, and then right after that, noon at HSS. And you got to put the team to work. You know what I mean? You're always working
Right?
for the team. There comes a moment, I'm like, hey, go sit in the sun, sign some autographs.
Yeah.
We'll be pressing custom CI hats there, handing them to you, and then the team could sign them and giving away some stuff. So get over there if you're in the area, stop by.
That's so cool. I love seeing Groms, and I say Groms of all ages because I know there's a lot of adults that wait in line, but
There is a
walking
lot of
around
adults.
with posters all signed up. I mean, it's so cool. And this really is one of the only opportunities we have in North America for fans to come down and get involved. Of course, lower trestles, but it's such a small footprint that doesn't. You don't have that festival atmosphere.
This is where you came
That's
for
like,
that.
you know, you're sitting there, you're watching surfing, you're tucked up on the beach. But here, you get involved, you get in the mix. You know, you got signings.
So
and, a lot of stuff happening.
All of the signings, it's so baked into the culture of this event. And like, I'll never forget being so young, and Andy Irons was signing for more core division up there at HSS. And he saw it because I came with my 2 brothers, and we both were there, got signatures, and he's like, what, Groms? And he grabbed this like 8-foot poster that he'd just gotten out of like HSS. It's literally like vinyl. And it's this huge backside floater, and he's like, what, you like sign? And boom, Andy Irons' signature, huge, on this monstrous, like, show-stopping vinyl poster that we still have.
I was going to say, tell me you still have
Oh
it.
my gosh, that thing's in the
that's
boardroom
so
for
good.
sure.
Are you kidding me? How
That's
sick is that?
so good.
So
You
it
know,
does matter.
It does matter. And when these Groms come and do this, like we all did that as kids. We've all been at Huntington Beach getting signatures of our favorite surfers. Speaking of favorite surfers, Mateus, 2 little hits there. He won't improve his situation on that one, but I do like that he's staying busy. And I think that, okay, here we go with,
yes.
Okay, the big man. Tanner, how does it play into someone like Cade's mind when you don't have a major sponsor? There's no stickers on that nose. You're kind of really fighting for your life at that point. What does that sort of pressure feel like?
Well, okay. I think, you know, the state of the industry, it has been like this for a little bit of time. So maybe it's more normal than it was maybe 5 or 6 years ago, but I think you tap into more of a survival, fight, or flight mentality when you compete, because this is how you provide income in your household. This is how you put your name on the main stage. And, you know, even specifically, this is a 5-event tour, and you have to look, if you don't have a sponsor, and think, the one I want to win is the U.S. Open. That puts you, as it always did, it's the crown jewel in front of the surf industry. So you have the shot to like really make a lot of noise, a lot of energy really quickly in one event, which sometimes that's all you take, that's all you need to then have people call you, and then you sign up and there's a sticker back on your board.
Right.
We had a fun conversation with earlier on this week about surfers that are walking down Main Street. You know, they're getting ready for their heat. They look over at the wall, and there's their competition. Huge in the glass at HSS, and you know that's got to fire you up. If you're a guy that's like maybe not super sponsored like some of the other surfers we have, and you walk by that window, you go, oh yeah. That I feel like that is kind of the ultimate pump up. You're going, okay,
And
kid,
Cade's
coming for
exactly,
you.
he's exactly that guy.
If I'm Cade, I'm on Main Street before this heat looking at all these big names with their big sponsors. I'm going, I'm coming for all your paychecks.
Pound for pound, Cade produces some of the gnarliest, most radical surfing out at lower trestles on a good day. He's already been on tour. He charges. He's sort of had that like awkward bobble after tour where you just need to catch that rhythm again. You need to create that kindling so you get the fire of belief that you have the ability to be there. But you know, I've been watching it, Britt, and I'm curious your perspective, because he's a big dude, and you know, sometimes when it gets a little bit more grovelly in Huntington Beach, it's a little bit more of a challenge. Like, how do you shape for some of the bigger guys on your team, equipment-wise?
Yeah, it's so weird. I end up with a fair few big guys that I shape for. Like, I shape a lot of boards that are 2.5 and 2 5/8, where it seems like back in the day when I first started shaping for pros, it was like 2 1/4. If someone was at 2 3/8, you're like, wow, this guy's beefy. right now, like, I can't tell you how many 2 5/8 boards. I've been shaping a bunch of boards for Medina. Those things are 2 5/8 inches thick. Like, that is so much board. But when you have those guys that are that size, it comes down to planing speed and rocker. And so it's not as much of a volume play that you're going up to when it's grindy like this. It's really a rocker adjustment. And it could be materials.
Yeah, that's true. We had the materials talk earlier. I think, you know, not to overly plug, but it looks like the solution. Like, it looks like a flatter rocker. I heard you on the mic the other day saying some of the surfers brought it in their backup just in case.
Yeah, everyone got one of those. If it was going to be like last year, that would have been the go-to board. Here's the go-to guy once again.
Oh, no way.
That was cool. That's some video part surfing right now, and he's given himself the luxury to play around a little bit, starting with a 6.33, backs it up quick with a 5.5, and there's an 85% chance we're going to see a big air right here. Yeah.
There was. Oh.
Didn't make it, but you knew what he was projecting, right? It's so cool when you see a guy like Mateus who makes it very obvious when he starts coiling up, hunting for the ramp. It's just a super exciting surfer. Cade Matson's still in it, needs a 710, 2.5 left.
Let's look back at Mateus and what he's produced in this heat. That layback turn was radically unique.
He filmed the video part.
That last backside blowtail reverse, that's like the stuff you're seeing Ryan Callanan and these guys do. Look at, boom, that's a vertical approach, hammering the tail around. And then he's going to throw the air reverse on the inside, kind of more just for fun. He's thrown about 15 air reverses on the side of this. He's had a crazy good carve. He is definitely looking like he's going to make a charge into the finals day if he makes this heat.
Oh, that was fun.
He is a hungry dog, and he's eating.
Yeah, this turn has so much degree of difficulty. There's so much chop in the wave face, and he just smoothly makes his way around, keeps his head right in the right position, and kind of utilizes it as a pole to pivot around. Gets the whole body engaged. Sick. You don't see that maneuver a lot at that high of a degree. Mateus, one of the best to do it.
You know, when he comes in, I'm going to walk over to him, and he's going to think that I'm going to coming up to get his autograph, and I'm going to be like, not you, you're bored. Let me see this thing. It looks absolutely magic. 1.5 minutes left. Of course, it is the rider as much as it is the steed. And at the moment, the perfect connection between surfer and board. Mateus Hardy dropped a 5 on his last one, a 3.93 on the previous, so he's going to still hang on to the 6.33 and the 5.5. Matson out the back with priority, looking for a 7.10. That number has been there. We've seen waves that will give you the chance to surf for that excellent range score, but will it come in time? Here we go. It's buzzer beater time. We're under a minute to go.
I hope it comes. I really do. Cade
want to see a chance, right?
Absolutely deserves the opportunity to throw the hammers at the wall. You know he's ready to do it. You can see it right there. He's like, just give me one.
Oh man, those last few moments of heat, you've never prayed so hard. Just please, one way.
It's crazy, and we've seen these heats playing out really interesting where Mateus isn't even engaged with Cade because Cade has the priority. So if a wave comes in, that's the benefit of seeing the priority in these situations where it's just his game. It's a matter of Mother Nature.
Well, it's kind of been the whole heat. It's been interesting. They've just been sitting on different peaks. And I love Mateus's game plan. Just go to the pier bowl. And if I were Cade earlier in this heat, I would have gone over to Mateus and try to break his momentum. You can't let someone start galloping like that. You know what I mean? Obviously, Cade had a plan to sit over on that left, but he should have gone over and tried to break Mateus's rhythm there.
Well, great sportsmanship here. You love to see it. I mean, these two guys have competed in the past. They will compete again in the future. But at the end of it, Mateus Hardy comes through with an 11.83 up against Cade Matson, who dropped a 9.16. So another super entertaining heat to watch, and another Brazilian makes it through into the quarterfinals. Chris, Tanner, thank you so much. Britt, Merrick, dropping knowledge. I know you've got your work cut out for you emotionally because you have a rider in the next heat. So Imai Kalani DeVault coming up next on a Channel Islands board, and I'm sure we'll hear more from you on this finals weekend.
I hope so. Thank you, boys. Thanks for having me. Let's go, Imai.
Right on. All right, we're going to take a quick break, but we're going to be right back with another awesome heat. We got Imai Kalani DeVault going up against Luca Messinas. We got special guests coming into the booth. You're not going to want to miss this next one. Stay tuned.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Board & Brew, keeping it real since '79.
And we're back here. Mateus Hurdy into the quarterfinals here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Sunny Sia Saturday here on the south side of the pier. You got me swinging from the chandeliers.
Oh,
Kaipo
fired up.
Kaipo Guerrero here with Mitchell Salazar, man. But hey, we're having fun because you know what? Surfing's fun.
It is.
We're having a great time here. We're seeing super high performance beach break surfing.
Absolutely.
Throughout the day.
Yeah.
We're going to have our men's quarterfinals set by the end of the day. We're actually going to run our women's quarterfinals today.
Mm-hmm. They're going to be epic.
Lots going on.
It's the south side of the pier. It's always fun down here. The sun's out already. Waves are really fun. And guess what? We have the best surfers on the planet trying to qualify for the CT, too.
You're looking sharp in your gooder shades.
I got the gooders on right now. I'm looking fire. The waves are looking fire. We got another great heat, Kipes. Last two of the round.
Fogo, here we go with Imai Kalani Devault from Makawao. That's upcountry Maui up against Luca Messinas, representing Peru, but surfing through the North America region where he was number 2 on the QS rankings to qualify for the Challenger Series.
And he's won the QS here, the Jax Pro, multiple times in his career. You know, he's up there in age now. He's 30, so he's no longer the young buck anymore, you know. So trying to re-qualify for the tour, the first Peruvian male to qualify for
Made
the
history
WCT.
there.
Yeah. And, you know, he struggled to be able to have success in the few events that he surfed before the cut.
He's not struggling here. Look at this performance.
Well, got a little hung up right there, but a massive turn at the end of this wave. And he considers this, you know, his second home. Has one uncle, Renzo, that lives right here in Costa Mesa, so has competed here a lot in his career. Now 30 years of age. Another uncle that lives up the road in Malibu, so feeling super at home in SoCal. And of course, anytime you get to surf in trunks in this area, it's a big plus, and less weight too. So it's a big point to consider when it comes to switching or selecting certain boards too, Kaipo.
A little board check right here, and maybe a board change.
Maybe a buckle right there with that inside section. That was a quick exchange too. Props to the caddy.
Pit crew on point here for Luca Messinas.
So the board,
machine.
Yeah, La Máquina.
La Máquina.
Yeah, he's gnarly. We call him La Máquina because he's just a competitive machine.
There's an example of the machine in place. 7.83, that's a huge start.
First 4 minutes of the heat, already nearly an 8 on the board for Luca. But the board that he just exchanged, actually, it seemed like I would be assuming that it's a buckle. I mean, that's a board that Kanoe Igarashi gave to him just a few days ago in preparation for the event. They both ride for Jason Stevenson, JS, and Luca looking like he's on fire with these boards under his feet right now.
Yeah, we had that storyline yesterday, so just to kind of reiterate on that, a batch of tractors for Kanoa Igarashi, coming a little under volume for Kanoa, and Luca being a really good friend and a little lighter than Kanoa, got to pick through those and evidently found a really good board.
Yeah.
Or a couple of really good boards.
And sometimes all it takes is the one board that'll take you all the way to the final, but he's going to have to make some adjustments on the fly with the new board that he has out there. He's probably ridden this multiple times too. Tough cookie that he has in front of him though, Kaipo. Former CTer as well, and Imai Kalani Devault. And as you said, not from the coastline of Maui either. For a lot of people that have been to Makawao, very blue collar, hardworking. This is a kid that has a lot of grit. Love seeing him surf.
Yeah. 3 years on the championship tour for the 28-year-old out of Makawao. 22, 24, 25. He's equaling his best showing at the US Open. He made it to the round of 16 in 2022. I believe this is his 6th US Open surfing for Imai Kalani Devault.
Yeah.
Also, Imai, an alumni of Kamehameha School's Maui campus.
Yeah, Hawaiian.
We say Imua. That means forward. That's our cry at Kamehameha. Here we go. The Hawaiian. Ooh, got punched right there. And a swooping carve for Luca Messinas. So he's already got a near excellent number, and he's going to be dangerous in this heat just because this already looks like a good backup. We'll see how the finish goes. And completed.
Yeah. So next wave that Imai stands on, he's got to answer, because 22 minutes 30 right here, the way Luca not only surfs, but he competes. He is very aggressive when it comes to positioning and being out there in your face the entire time. And he can pull that for 20 plus minutes out there in the heat too. So Devault just a throwaway on his opener. Luca's gonna not only back up the 783, go right for the first time in this heat on the outside too. Solid tag, better carve on the open face, heading back into the whitewater for the surfer out of Mancora. He's from the northern part of Peru, so a lot of left-handers where he's from originally. You know, practices a lot and trains a lot over there in Lima. They have a high-performance training center right now over at one of their most consistent waves, Punta Rocas. A strong finish. But I mean, you talked about yesterday, just touching on the athleticism, how much a lot more cross-training has really happened. You know, the Voss, a lot of other members on the championship tour. He's got just as strong legs as anybody else as well. That's why he throws so much spray, and of course, great timing going both on the right and the left.
Yeah, you're right. Jason Stevenson with Kaoli Voss and those thunderous quads.
Tree trunks.
JS gives his team rider, Kaoli Voss, a nickname. He calls him Kaoli Kardashian. I just report the news, man. I don't make it up. I just report the news.
Hey, well, I mean, they got to start calling him the golden child for real. I mean, that model started because of Kaoli. And look at the score for the backup of Messina. She's up to double digits right now in the first 9 minutes of the heat. Great work by the Peruvian Kaipo.
Yeah.
He's made it quarters before, and I told you, I mean, he's won this event as a QS multiple times.
Oh.
It looked so beautiful before he even stood up, too. It seemed like it was going to line up very well right there for Imai, just a straight closeout instead.
Yeah, he's still out there, though, so he'll regain, he'll get a second swing at it. So he will regain priority, and he already does. He's going to have first priority, Imai, Kalani DeVault. Currently in a combination, so like you said, Mitchell, the clock is something to be aware of when you need two wave scores.
We were there the year he qualified in Brazil. It was nasty, it was chunky that day in Saquarema, and that's really where he shines in the big stuff. I mean, I remember seeing him as a kid, Haleiwa, the Haleiwa International Open, all the juniors and the QSs, especially at Sunset Beach too. The guy really shines when it's big out there, and you know, we'd love to see him get another crack at the championship tour, especially because you know, both these guys, victims of the mid-season cut, they never had the full opportunity to compete in those 12, 13 events available on the schedule.
Yeah, yeah. You mentioned the HIO, the Haleiwa International. It's just been going on for decades.
Yeah.
Incredible contest.
One of my favorite events. Joel Centello, the whole crew right there from Ali'i Beach Park, they run that. And
crazy thing is, a lot of times it's 100 foot when they run that.
Yeah. I remember surfing on that thing.
You pull up and you're like, surely they're not going to make us paddle out today.
No.
And they're like, oh yeah, you're in the third heat.
And it's the amateur divisions too. You're like, send the pros out.
They're 12 years old.
Yeah. Hey, but hey, you're going to compete there eventually. Yeah. Might as well paddle out like it is right now.
Scary, scary. All right, wow. Imai patiently waiting. What do we got going tide-wise, Mitchell?
Yeah, coming up.
You're a Loke dog.
At around noon, it's going to be a 4.4 tide. And then pretty, you know, similar once we actually get into those late afternoon heats, but should be looking pretty fun. Much more authentic, traditional Huntington Beach pier today. Pretty much emphasized the entire time on the pier bowl so far. There's a difference, 12:01, so just afternoon, and then the low, not a big difference. I mean, when you compare it to this morning, it was nearly drained out. Just a 1.9 at 5:30, but we'll be done and dusted by then, heading into finals day tomorrow, Kipes.
Yeah, sure will. Well, let's hear from, I'm a big fan of this guy surfing, Mateus Hurdy, on to the quarterfinals. He's with AJ.
Thanks, Kaipo. Mitch, you were just talking about the impact of the tides. Mateus, you were telling me that played a role in the strategy that you approached your heat with. Explain a little bit further.
Yeah, I was talking to Iago. He's been living here for 6 years, like I said before, and he knows the wave a lot, and we knew that the wave closer to the pier was shallower there, and yeah, we knew about the tide, and the plan was to get two ways straight out the back because he could go flat in the heat, so worked really well, and then yeah, stoked. I knew I changed my board too. I knew the condition was going to change, so it was good to have Iago on my back there, and who was talking to Leandro as well on the phone. He's in Tahiti already, but he was here yesterday, but he was calling us and telling us a little tip, so it's dope.
As you should be. You made a finals day earlier this year on the CT. You're on a finals day here at the Huntington Beach, here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. How do you carry this momentum into tomorrow?
Yeah, so happy to make the finals day again here. This is the third time that I make the finals day here. I had trouble in the past making heats in this place. It's a tricky wave, but once you learn it, it's really fun. And yeah, just gonna enjoy. I'm just really happy. This is a nice result. I didn't start bad in the Challenger, but this is a good result already. Now it just makes me more relaxed to try to go big, and I think I'm against Griffin now, so CT heat, let's go.
You're definitely getting Griffin next heat. How do you prep for somebody who knows this wave incredibly well?
Yeah, it sucks, but let's go. I'm gonna give it my 100%, and Griffin's in there, like super. I don't know. He's just obviously one of the best in the world. So it's gonna be a fun heat. I'm gonna give my 100%, and I think the waves tomorrow is supposed to be like that, smaller, and yeah, some airs will be done. It'll be fine. It'll be a nice heat, yeah.
Before we let you go para o Brasil, me diga sobre sua bateria.
Muito feliz, cara. A bateria ali ajudou, o Iago me ajudou muito, falando da maré e falando que a maré ia aumentar, então já consegui pegar algumas ondas no início e depois fiquei tentando trocar, aumentar, mas deu tudo certo, cara. Amarradão, resultado bom, é isso.
Parabéns.
Bora.
Let's bora, Kaipo.
Ah, beleza. Here we go. We saw Imai get a 6-point ride during that interview. We'll get back to that.
My.
Now we got Luca Macinas on the answer back, which is spectacular off the top on the outside section. Wants to connect the dots, get to the inside here. A little bit of the hopping through the flat water. But that board just connecting, no problem. And gets the finisher in the shore break.
Wow, he's done it going left, he's done it going right so far. Imai with another answer, Kipes.
Imai also making the connection into the shore break section. And Imai with a nice snappy finish as well. So
love it.
Back and forth in this exchange.
Woo, it's what we want to see at this level. It's as Mateo said right there, bring it on. You need to have that kind of attitude once you reach it to this point in the event. I mean, you need to have that kind of attitude as soon as you qualify for the CS. It's as simple as that, really. I mean, you go out there, you know that your opponent's probably going to post at least 12 points every time you paddle out. That's what Luca's done so far in this heat. This is just a sensational turn, though, Kaipo. Deep bottom turn, very explosive once he actually meets the lip line. And, you know, there's a good feeling right there when you don't rush anything afterwards. Because imagine if you fall and then you leave that sour, bitter taste in your mouth. And looking to only improve on a 4.67. Just with the outside turn, he's done that by a lot. Gets the connection, making sure that board feels good with those wiggles, and gets a good rebound on the inside too, Kipes.
Oh, one more time, you can check out the attack in slow motion.
This is classic HB too. Pier bowl just being decimated on the outside by the machine. Good emphasis on putting equal amount of weight on both the back foot and the front foot too. Gets the completion on the outside. That'll be another strong number for the Peruvian.
And here's Imai on the answer back.
Oh, what a maneuver right there for the surfer out of Makawao. So he gets really aggressive, progressive kind of maneuver right there for Devalt. And, you know, when he needs it too, drop the 6 right before this. Needing another big answer right here at this point of the heat. And it's a strong finish as well. What a heat. 2 superstars, 2 juggernauts going at it right here, Kipes.
I love this. This is a zippy finish for Imai Kalani Devalt.
And just spectacular right there. Great timing. A lot of experience, amateur level right here in Huntington for Imai.
Yeah. Tosses that CI Pro up and out. So score for Luca Macinas, a 7-point ride. So Macinas already with a 14.83 two-wave total. That is generally, that's going to take you through a heat pretty much 85% of the time.
Yeah. I mean, and that's pretty much at every level right there. CT, CS, and the QS too. And Imai gets his best with the answer right there. So he's back in the mix, but you see the average right there from Macinas. Nearly unanimous. Straight 7 for Luca. But then Imai answers with the 6.5, so he's needing a low 8 at the moment, which is attainable. This heat has been very favorable when it comes to the tide at the moment, Kaipo. Just before the high tide right now at noon. but at 6'5", he's in the mix. And outside of that too, I think so far in this event, Imai's not necessarily to use the word cruise, but he hasn't shown just the best stuff at the moment yet. He's got one more gear to go at least.
Yeah, and he's going to need to shift into that gear because his requirement is an excellent score. 12 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock, and a little bit of a lull hitting the water here. We were talking about it, Mitchell, with this reduced size and the swell, and the approach here in heats a little bit more tactical than it's been in the past days, where I think the past days it's been more, the theme for me was just like athletic. You need to be athletic. You had 4-man heats, there was a lot of drift, there was running the beach, there was paddling out against the current. Today, it's really about making smart choices.
Yeah.
Because it's more, the opportunities are a little bit more limited.
Absolutely, and everything's magnified a lot more with only 2 people out there as well. But, you know, just the emphasis pretty much being on the pier bowl at the moment. Those opportunities have been there in this heat. Imai's caught 4 waves, Luca's converted on 3 waves so far, and really the quality of the waves has been there in this heat too. I mean, both of those guys have already outmatched Mateus with his heat total to advance out of the last one, Kaipo.
Yeah, that's the, you know, the seesawing in heats, right? I mean, it's always focusing on that 30-minute period. But
absolutely, absolutely. Simple as that. Last heat, next one,
doesn't
these
matter.
30 minutes right now.
It's just the 30-minute period that is the focus. Set coming through here. Priority with the heat leader, Luca Messina. So Luca with heat control. Just taking a peek at that is Imai Kalani de Vault. One of a lineage of great surfers from the Valley Isle, Maui.
One of the first surfers from Maui to qualify for the championship tour as well. We've seen multiple be able to do it. Dusty Payne being the original one. Of course, Eli Hanneman. Can't forget about Ian Gentile, and of course, Jackson Bunch doing it as well. But the first Peruvian male to qualify, he's looking for another shot at being back there once again, talking about Luca Messinas.
We'll see if Luca can hang in there. We can see if Imai is going to make a comeback. All of it with the conclusion of heat number 7 right after this. We're back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and a 2-time champ getting ready for his heat. We're going to see Kanoa Igarashi up against Douglas Silva, heat 8 of the round of 16. That's when the local crowd is sure to hit the shoreline here south side of the pier. Kaipo Girl along with Mitchell Salazar on the call. Right now, we have the Peruvian out in front of the Hawaiian in this Heat 7 round of 16 with a spot in the quarterfinals up for grabs.
Yeah, great battle out there right now. And the Peruvian, you know, with nearly 15 points with this two-wave heat total, has just looked incredible so far in this heat. And looking for another one under priority.
Messinas has been looking quick on the tractors. And again, an example of a light-footed surfer, but also with a lot of rail engagement. Gets the outside maneuver. He's been effortlessly able to stitch together into the inside shore break, and Messinas throws the tail again. What an effort.
Yeah, no, and he's just on a roll right now. He's converted on 5 waves so far. Well, outside of the 2.5, really, you know, that's going to be another keeper result if you're really looking at the majority of the heats that have been surfed today, under priority as well. And this is just really to add some pressure to his opponent too. Beautiful rail surfing right here, as you said, maintaining that speed and that composure. And right here, maybe looks back outside, second guessing whether he wants to engage and commit to the inside section with the short break. Does very well just to be able to get one strong maneuver in. And how about that technique? But what about, you know, the power to ride out of that last turn cleanly with all the reverb coming off the short break too, Kaipo. But really on rail, he's made major improvements to his forehand surfing too, because talked about him coming from primarily lefts, where he's from in the northern part of Peru. It was always about him going left, especially at the beach breaks. So far, equally distributed going left and right in this heat so far.
Yeah, and I'm going to call him a dark horse right now because he's not a name that you're going to completely associate with one of the top, you know, top favorites here at Huntington Beach.
Yeah.
But what I've seen in the last couple of days from Luca is his potential and how he's able to, he's just surfing this wave so well.
Yeah.
He's a dark horse in this event.
He's comfortable. Me personally, I wouldn't say that just because he's a good friend. I've grown up with him. I've competed with him before. And I just know how good he is here. He's won the QS multiple times, the Jax Pro. He's made it into the quarterfinals at this location.
So how many times has Luca beat you?
Too many to count. I can't do it with both of my hands. So, no, I'm going to give you an example of an amazing heat. A good friend of ours, Noamar McGonigal.
I remember Noamar.
You know, he was out of the same group, Kanoa, Luca, in the same region. They had a pro junior final, and Noe actually won, or Noe got third. Kanoa was in the lead the majority of it. He went to block Noe, knowing how good he was, and Luca broke away, dropped a 9, ended up going all the way, I think, from 4th to 1st. And that's kind of when people started to realize how good he was, especially on the back end. But no, he's been doing this a long time now, and with a lot of great surfers too.
Well, I mean, Noamar is a great surfer in himself. Older brother. He's the older brother of Leilani, right?
Yeah, he's 30, so the same age range.
From Pavones.
But just consider that. A surfing nation like Peru that's had a long history of surfing, right?
Right. Magu and Max De La Rosa, Titi Decole, we can keep on going.
Sebastián de Romana, Gabriel Villarán. There's been so many guys. And Sofia Milanovic, the only world champion from there on the women's side. But he's the first guy to qualify.
Yeah.
And that goes to show, you know, how determined he was, how difficult the process was, how long it took him to be able to get to that point. And you get that feeling once, you want to get it another time too.
Yeah, wants to get back to the big leagues. And again, you get 5 tries at it. You count your top 4 results on the Challenger. Top 10 men make it into the championship tour for 2027.
Same could be said for this dude. Extremely talented, very well-rounded, good everywhere. But I especially think, you know, when it's heavy, he is one of the few surfers that is willing to go out there and put his body at risk. You know, Haleiwa, Sunset, of course, Pipe and Tahiti. But I'd love to see him compete over there in WA too. I think he deserves a shot at competing on the Gold Coast over at Snapper when it's heavy, throaty behind the rock too. But you know, a big product of his own environment too. One of the few surfers from Maui, and another place when you consider how much talent they've had a small number of surfers, especially in recent years, qualify for the CT, Kaipo.
Yeah. Well, with that 14.83, Mitchell, Luca Messinas has posted the highest heat total of the day so far. So he's setting the bar, and that's a big challenge for a Imai Kalani DeVault, who needs, again, an excellent score. And at 3 minutes, he needs to do it in one wave. Macinas. You can see a little bit of the crumble starting to form as the onshore wind starts to show itself, but not affecting. Is it La Machina?
La Máquina.
La Máquina at all, the machine. Just on fire. Look, he just skates through that, no problem.
I think board 2 maybe looks even better than board 1.
Yeah.
Which is saying a lot because, you know, that was the board that he decided to ride over the last few days of competition and switched it halfway through the heat after having to exchange it. Back to the heat total point.
Yeah.
Look at the people in the round, and he surpassed that total. So that is saying a lot considering, you know, everybody's skill level at this point of the event, Kaipo. Another beautiful wave ridden right here. Great amount of flow into the lip. Really tight every time he arcs it back into the pocket. And I think, you know, just no disruption or flow or rhythm so far for Luca on this one. We call him the machine because he's so competitive, but it's also because he rarely falls. And I think that's just really been a big staple for him when it comes to elevating his competition when he truly needs it too. Outside combination, very well done. In the pocket, into the lip, adding great variety right here too. Big fan of this guy surfing. And he's on his way not only to a keep your result, potentially his first victory. It would be his third victory when it comes to Huntington Beach. Considering he's won the QS,
yeah,
potentially the US Open later on this week.
Well, we had talked about the point difference between an equal ninth and a quarterfinals appearance, and so Luca Macinas is on his way to a keeper results. The clouds are getting darker for Mai Kalani de Vault, time ticking down, and this is when he just needs to pray for a set, and I don't see much out there in the Pacific.
Well, luckily for him, Luca didn't improve on his last one, 5.97, so he's going to keep the 7 as his backup score. And as you said, you need a wave, you need to be able to perform, and you got to throw a Hail Mary out there right now to get the best score of the heat too. It needs to be at least half a point larger than the best score so far, which is the 7.83. So he's got the skills, needs the wave.
It's a tough part, and you can do nothing but sit. Because
Right.
there's no use chasing down a lesser wave.
Oh,
what do you
saw
see,
some
Mitchell?
lines.
You got the eagle eye.
I saw some lines.
You got the HB eagle eye. Does he have time, though, in this swell period? 20 seconds.
Well, I think this is going to be the last chance. This wave has to break for him, though. Maybe a bit too far outside of Kaipo.
Yeah, looks like a soft one.
Well,
10 seconds, and that's going to be it.
Good performance, 9th place. That's a good result, you know, by CS standards. So you already have one down. You need 3 other ones right now, especially with the inclusion of the QS 6000. He has multiple opportunities, but Luca Macinas, brother, nearly 15 points right here. Best heat total of the round. He's on to the quarters for a second time in his young career here at the Open, Kaipo.
There's the digits. That is the bar set so far by the Peruvian surfer, Luca Macinas, on to the quarterfinals. Who is he going to meet in the quarterfinals? We will solve that question in the next heat. Kanoe Garashi comes up against Douglas Silva. Heat 8, round of 16. Luca Macinas is in control here at the HB Pier.
Dude, this is crazy. I've never done this before. I'm a fan of the show. Just to prove I'm not bald.
We are back here, Huntington Beach, Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. It's been a special, spectacular week here in Huntington Beach, Surf City, and we keep on bringing you the hits. What I promise you is special guests, and I'm not going to make a promise I don't deliver on. Welcome to the set, Matt Archibald. Thank you, Archie, for coming out, and John Philbin also. John, I'm going to start with you. We are celebrating the re-release of Point Break 35 years after the original production.
Yeah, amazing. We're still alive for one,
Yeah.
and that movie has legs and is still appreciated by the culture.
You know what? Like, Hollywood has taken a lot of stabs at surfing, and a lot of times Hollywood hasn't really got it right.
Like when?
But Point Break is a classic. It is a film that is a cult classic. And your character, Nathaniel, from The Ex-Presidents, right?
Nobody calls me Nathaniel. I love that.
Yeah.
Bro. Thank you.
I'm trying to do my research, my man.
Except my wife, she goes, relax, Nathaniel, when I get too excited. I've had too much coffee. She goes, relax, Nathaniel.
Archie, you did a lot of training with Patrick Swayze, Keanu Reeves, I think Anthony Kiedis as well. You taught them all how to surf.
Yeah, we started in L.A. I think, were you down there in Manhattan or something?
I was there a couple days, but I already knew how to surf.
Yeah, I know. You didn't need any help. But, yeah, it was gnarly. It was just like, we could have taught him at, like, maybe Malibu or something. It was just a full close at Manhattan. It was kind of, kind of dangerous. But they did good.
They're super athletes.
Yeah,
I mean, they're lucky to have you, but teaching surfing is different from surfing.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
it
it's progress. We've learned a lot since then about how to take a movie star and try to teach them or train them how to play a surfer in a movie.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, yeah. But Swayze did good. He was so fit and he was gnarly.
Yeah.
But, I think everybody did pretty well.
Check out, you guys. This is the heat that we're going to be calling. A relative up-and-comer, Douglas Silva out of Brazil, coming up against a two-time champ and a big crowd favorite. You can see the sign on top of the HB Pier, Kanoa Igarashi.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think about this heat, man?
I think it's going to be a good heat. Kanoa's he's so consistent. Look at that.
Like that's...
Oh, whoops, I shouldn't have said so.
You never know.
You
never know.
That's what we like to see.
Yeah, I say he's so consistent. I could have jinxed him, but I didn't. Like I said, I guess that proves my point. Yeah. He's super consistent, and he kills it. And he's on the CT as well. I mean, he's enough said, right?
He kind of doesn't. He's doing this for the crowd because he's number 9 on the championship tour.
Okay.
So he doesn't have to worry about qualification through the Challenger Series. Looking pretty good for the back half of the year, but he wants to put on a show for his hometown, and he's by far the most popular surfer in the draw.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And he's from here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's from
Huntington Beach. You've surfed a few. You've surfed a few U.S. Opens yourself, haven't you?
Yeah. It was the OP back then.
It's the OP. Yeah. I was with you. Yeah.
Yeah, you were there. It was.
I
sick.
probably lost early.
No. But yeah, I was there. The last one, I think not even the last one, but the one that stands out the most is when I picked up my check and I turned around and I walked away, and all of a sudden the beach blew up behind me because there was like some big ass riot.
Oh, was that 86? Was that 86, the riot year? Yeah. I think 86.
It was so gnarly.
Wow.
I was like, I came driving home, and did you see what happened up there? I'm like, what do you mean? I just got home from there. Like, no, nothing. Everything's just chill. And they're like, no, it blew up. There's like cop cars on fire and people just going off. And I don't even know how it started. I think a bathing suit contest. Maybe.
Yeah, well, back then there were bikini contests.
Yeah,
part of it.
Yeah, guys are going.
Surfing culture was wild. Yeah, we certainly didn't have the live broadcast back then.
No way.
You had to come down here. You had to come here in person. Yeah.
So there's more people, and then there's man,
Yeah.
it was nuts.
Yeah.
It was fun though. It's good.
So John, tell me a little bit. Oh well, let's check out first our Brazilian Goofy Foot heading into the pier.
Lay back.
Now, making a name for himself, I didn't know a lot about Douglas Silva other than he's 28 years old, out of Brazil.
28 years old, out of Brazil.
Yeah.
Wait, his first name is Douglas?
Yeah. But you know what? We know the funny thing.
Douglas Silver on the North Shore.
This is
I thought, well, that guy's on the CT.
This is another like crazy thing. So we look back at our childhood.
Yeah.
There were the 3 magical California kids, and one was Matt Archibald.
Yes.
Another one was named David Eggers. And then there was Doug Silva.
Yeah.
And that's a whole different Doug Silva
Yeah,
there.
that's funny. That's why I said, wait, Doug? That's what I thought his first name was, but I just wanted to make sure.
I know he's been working out and training hard, but geez.
Yeah, right?
That guy's become such an awesome coach, and he's really had a flare up later in life.
You know what? The salt water keeps you young, and he's still ripping. And Matt, you're still ripping.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying. You know, I got to stay in the water as much as possible, otherwise I go crazy.
Isn't it like salt water, John? And you've been an advocate for surfing's healing.
Yeah.
It's mentally healing.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
big
physically.
time.
And physically, yeah.
Yeah, once you go surfing, and it's like everything's okay for the day, you know. Like, to start off your day, there's nothing better, you know.
Yeah.
If I don't surf for a few days, my wife's like, you need to go surfing because you're a dick.
Yeah, no, dude, same way, same for me. It's one of the few times in your day that you're only focused on one thing.
Yeah.
You're not thinking about the past. You're not thinking about the present. You're not stressing out on your situation. You're just looking for a wave, and you want to ride a wave.
And you're just right there in the now.
Yeah. How has surfing helped you, John?
Oh, God, in so many ways. I've been through so many weird chapters of my life, you know, struggles and successes. But, you know, I never quit surfing. And I remember once my dad goes, when are you going to quit this surfing thing? And I'm like, never.
Yeah.
And it, you know, when I wasn't working as an actor anymore, all I did was surf and teach surfing. And it kept give me something to do, get me in the water and stuff, give me an activity. And then I started working as an actor again. And now I get to be people are like, are you an actor or a surfer? Like, you have to be one or the other. But no, surfing's great. You can do it forever.
Yeah, once you're a surfer, you're a surfer.
Yeah,
like
I'm a surfer first.
Once you're in, you're in. You don't get out.
Yeah. And it's nice, you know, you guys, we've been around it long enough that we know that it's also a subculture at the same time.
Absolutely.
It's almost its own language, its own people, and it makes
wardrobe,
and it makes it lifelong friends.
Yeah.
Like my good friend Matt Archibald, that we've known each other probably since childhood.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 12 years old or so. Forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
And you can say, like, the surfer language, you can just say one word. You say dude, and that like has a lot of meanings depending on how you say it. Like dude,
depending upon your inflection.
I always laugh at that because you can just, you know, how do you explain that one? But you know, we seem to be doing it. That's surfer language.
All right, well,
here goes Doug right now.
Dougie Silva.
Whoa. Let's go. Nice.
Slow rotation out of it.
That was good.
Pretty acrobatic there.
You getting the reform?
What do you call that move?
Air reverse.
Yeah.
Air reverse.
Yeah, or maybe just like a nose pick. And
nose pick.
Nose pick and reverting out of it.
Reform.
Still going. Fuck.
And on the inside.
Yep, boom.
Ouch.
Still light right there. I like that one.
And the one thing that the Brazilians bring is passion. So you're always going to see them celebrate at the end of a ride.
Oh, here's Kanoa.
But there's no stopping someone like Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah, he's clean.
And look at
polished
Kanoa with like a much more subtle celebration.
Yeah.
Oh man. Hey,
that's funny.
So John, talk to me a little bit about the re-release of Point Break. I think it hits theaters August 16th?
Yeah, it's going to play on big screens, which is great because Catherine Bigelow, a genius director, put Patrick Swayze and Keanu Reeves, these amazing guys. And my wife was saying Patrick Swayze should get an Academy Award for playing Bodhi. He really has touched a lot of people.
He really has.
Right?
Yeah.
And Matt's super magic in the movie, and he gives the what would you call that? A prelude? He introduces the film on the big screen. Whoa. And so we're pretty excited. I'm going to go see it somewhere. You know, maybe go with Bo Jesse Christopher, who also played Gromit, one of the surfers, and he lives in LA and I live in LA. So we'll probably go to a screening of it somewhere.
I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, it's cool.
On a big screen. You know, when that movie came out, you know, people weren't sure about it, right?
Yeah, I know, right?
Like all surf movies. Like I remember I was taking an acting class in Hollywood, and I was like, where are you going now? I'm going to go see Point Break. And this pretentious actress goes, why? I'm like, well,
what do you mean, why?
Because I'm in it. You know, like, but now no one would say that.
Yeah.
Now that thing sells out these festivals.
Yeah.
You know, like people are like, this is a classic. Catherine Bigelow is an Academy Award-winning director, way ahead of her time. That was That was radical.
It's okay.
That kid just did something radical.
Radical.
That was that was sick. This is a replay.
It's a replay of that one. Yeah, that's what he did in the front. Oh, that's gonna be a high score, I think.
Yeah.
He's just so sharp.
Yeah, he's just on. He's just, yeah, and he's so, like I said, consistent. He's always doing that.
And the other thing is, we watched this in slow motion about Kanoa, is similar to you, Matt. At a very young age, he had a lot of expectations on him. He had all the sponsors had a lot of expectations.
That's a lot of pressure.
And I believe you had a similar experience, because I remember you as a kid had all the sponsors. You were in movies very young, I think. 13 years old, already getting some movie parts.
Yeah.
What was that like?
I mean, back then, I didn't really think about it. That's what I wanted to do, and I knew what I wanted to do. And surfing, I was so just concentrated on surfing, because that's all I ever think about, and still kind of. But yeah, it didn't really dawn on me like what it was going to be later on in life, like how much that was going to, just always be around. So I didn't really think about it. I'm glad I didn't, because I probably would have been nervous,
Yeah.
But it's just cool, but now I think about things probably too much. But back then it was just like, hey man, no brains, no headaches.
Yeah, there you go. Well, again, we're talking about the re-release of Point Break, the 35th anniversary re-release. You can see it right here. Returns to theaters nationwide August 16th and 19th. Those tickets are already on sale. So if you want to relive Point Break, watch it. And if you've never seen the movie, you younger generation, Gen Zers, check it out. Go to the theater. Don't watch it on your computer. Watch it on a big screen and get the whole atmosphere of Point Break.
Yeah.
And again, I'm with
it's a fun movie.
John Philbin, who was an actor in Point Break, as well as North Shore, and surfing legend Matt Archibald, who was teaching surfing and also doing some of the stunt work surfing for Point Break. I understand there was supposed to be, like, I think, a Santa Cruz scene, or it was cold water. You had to wear a full suit, but you were filming in Hawaii.
Yeah, well, we started at Lowers, and you remember that? Were you down there?
Nope.
And we were at Lowers, and the opening scene where I'm doing like a layback, that was at Lowers at the left, and then like we filmed there for a few days, and then it just stopped, and then I don't know what, behind the scenes they were talking, and then they just decided to move to Hawaii.
Yeah, we went to Hawaii twice. Remember, 2 trips.
Yeah, it was insane. I was like, "You kidding me? Hawaii, right? Here, let's go."
On the North Shore of Hawaii.
Friends with all the boys.
Yeah.
I was like, "I'm going home. Let's go."
But the one clause is that you had to put on a.
Oh yeah. That's what we're getting at. Anyway, so yeah, I started there. So it was supposed to be California.
Yeah.
So I was wearing that thick wetsuit that animal skin 3-2, and so I was in
I remember those things. Those are big suits.
They're gnarly,
heavy suits.
rubber on the outside. And it was just like, and I was just sweating so, like, I thought he was gonna pass out. Like, I was at Sunset sometimes, back door, then outer reef stuff, and I was like, this is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's like, 2 hours of it just,
yeah.
I got to go in and I just rip it off and just pretty much just sweating.
Yeah.
I didn't get wet.
So gnarly.
So,
by the way, with the stunts and the surfing stunts, you mentioned Brian Kealana.
Yeah.
That's my cousin.
Yeah. No way.
We all live in an island. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. My cousin. Yeah.
No, but he's still doing it. He's still second unit director still to this day. He's doing a lot of stuff with Momoa. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He went big. He was in North Shore as a member of the Hui.
Yeah.
But he hadn't started Hawaiian Water Patrol yet.
Oh yeah.
And then when we went back to do Point Break, he was running the show of Hawaiian Water Patrol, and it wasn't the Hui anymore. It was these, and he just took that into the stratus worldwide.
Okay. Well, I'm going to call this wave first, but I got to get back to a story with you because you just brought up North Shore. I want to talk about North Shore.
Yeah, dude.
Doug Silva.
Oh my goodness.
Cat-like, spinning.
That was really
always landing on his feet right there.
Yeah, you can hear the crowd going. I'm sure he's got his little cheering squad down there, right?
Yeah, he needs a
30 or 40.
Yeah.
30,
anyway,
40
hey, look at anywhere we go on the tour, there's a Brazilian cheering squad.
Huge, I love it.
He needs a 5.17, you guys, to take the lead off of Kanoa Igarashi, and I think he just did it. So the underdog coming up right now, and there's the Brazilian squad right there. Couple of jiu-jitsu guys, and David Silva, who's already in the quarterfinals in the yellow shirt.
Wow. Here we go.
Answer back for Kanoa Igarashi.
God, the waves look fun, actually.
Yeah, it's been fun all week, man.
Ooh, look at that. To me, that was cool, man. That like throw tail slide. And he's gonna get the reform right here. And so I like to when people change it up, then he'll probably finish with a. Ooh.
That's playing the game, I feel, Archie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I thought he was going to do something outstanding, but he's just like, you know what? Just kind of pull it back a little bit and make sure you get the score.
Yeah, because I thought he was going to do it like a. reverse or something at the end there, but they can just pull those things anywhere.
Oh yeah. These guys are so good, you know. But I remember with you a whole nother conversation when we all saw Martin Potter come over and start doing airs, and it was just seeing this new science in front of our face. Like
how quick he can just oof.
Those
Wicked.
memories, right?
Yeah. Oh my God, it just blow my mind. I mean, still I think about it and it's like,
yeah,
he's so fast and just doing airs and the quick snaps and the roundhouse, like everything. It was just intense, like 10 times the speed of everybody else. And I was like, what? Where's this guy coming from? Like, and he was just like 15, 16. It's like he's already manly.
Yeah.
He was just hairy.
He was He was a man-child already.
He was, man. Just shoot like buff and just gnarly.
Yeah, we love you, Potts. He actually just messaged me the other day. Yeah, I still keep in touch with him. He's still keen as ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Sick.
We're staying young. You know why? Because we keep surfing.
That's right. I heard he's like driving a boat or something.
Yeah,
captain.
Boat captain.
Yeah. How cool is that, man? Yeah. On the sea,
Yeah. All right. What do you think about this one, Archie? As far as canoes,
that was a nice little blast right there. This one's sick right there. I like that. He threw the tail, and then he he didn't force throw in the tail, and then he laid back with his hand a little bit to catch himself.
Didn't you invent the layback, Archie?
Yeah, maybe. No, I didn't invent it, but
do it in Point Break. No one had ever seen anything like that before.
Oh, that kind of lay back, lay forward.
Yeah, lay forward.
Lay back, lay forward in the barrel.
I love those.
Like what?
Yeah, those are fun.
I think you started doing those, Archie, and then I think then Luke Egan started doing a little bit later. His own
that's
kind of
right. He
version
did.
of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's for a big guy.
And then you know who does them? You know who does them now? Mason Ho does those.
Oh
things.
yeah, dude, he can do anything.
It's pretty cool.
Mason's such a fun. He's so fun to watch.
Oh, dude.
Talk about changing it up. You never know what Mason's gonna do.
No.
That's what's so cool about surfing. You can do whatever you want on the waves. Like, Mason's gonna be like, well, we don't know what he's gonna do.
No, we don't.
So, that's what's cool,
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know. That's what I like to see.
Yeah. Well, Peru, score a point for Peru. Luca Macinas on into the quarterfinals. AJ caught up with Luca after his heat.
Luca, congratulations. Strong start to that heat here for the round of 16. How did you find that wave?
Well, I was kind of lucky in the beginning. I think Imai was kind of like out of position, and I saw that set coming, and I was right in the spot. I went left because I know my backhand is pretty good, so that was my first decision, just go left and try to hit it twice. But then the wave actually opened up for a third turn, so yeah, I was lucky that wave opened up. But in my last turn, I think I hit it so hard that my board buckled, so I had to just try to finish the wave and change my board too. So it was a good wave, but I buckled my board too, so I was sad about that,
It's always brutal when you get the good wave, but lose the board in the process. However, it did get you on to finals day here at Huntington Beach. Been a minute since you've been here for finals day. What is it going to take to move on from the quarters?
Well, when you get to the finals day, you're gonna surf against good guys. So, of course, it's gonna be hard. It's not gonna be easy. I think Kanoa is surfing the next hit, and he reads in this wave. So, if he makes it, I'm gonna go against Kanoa, and it's gonna be a hard hit. So. But I'm just stoked to be in the quarters and to be in the final. I'm happy to be competing here in the US Open because this is a wave that I train all the time. I feel it's like my second home for me, so I always feel comfortable when I'm serving here, so I'm stoked that I'm in finals day.
Congratulations. Before we let you go, ¿tienes algo que quieres decirles a los fans a casa?
Sí, quiero mandar un saludo a toda la gente de Perú que me está apoyando siempre, a mi familia, a mi enamorada que está aquí apoyándome muchísimo, a toda la gente que siempre me está mandando las vibras. Muchas gracias y seguimos con todo mañana.
Felicidades.
Gracias.
They say Peru's the birthplace of surfing.
Yeah. Well,
Really?
you got to argue with the Hawaiians on that. But,
Yeah, for sure.
Some people say.
I know. Hey,
I think so.
it's all good. John Philbin, Matt Archibald in the set with me. Kanoa Igarashi was trailing Douglas Silva just for a second because Silva came through with a 7.67, but Kanoa answers back with an 8.07. Giant heat total for Kanoa Igarashi, 15.57 for Kanoa, and the lead. 8 minutes, a little under 9 minutes remaining in this heat. John?
Yes, sir.
Here's a replay. I don't know what went on
Is this
here.
how he got
I
the
think
8?
this is, here's the 8.
That's the one. No, that's
The
a
one
different
you were
one.
saying?
Oh,
They
maybe
must
we'll
have
see
liked
right
that
here.
move too. That's
oh,
the
yeah,
move.
that's it.
Yeah.
That was the one. He got a good
that's-
score.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe I should
They like
be a
her.
judge, huh?
Yeah, you should be a judge, bro.
Well, you know surfing, Archie. And John, you know surfing as well. And I was going to ask you, as we see Kanoa punch that finish, back to North Shore, you played a character named Turtle.
Yeah.
In North Shore. I read that you were inspired by a production assistant by the name of Brian King. Is that the Brian King I'm thinking of?
Yeah.
He's still glassing surfboards on
He's making surfboards.
And making
Raw
surfboards.
Surf. He gave me one for my wedding, and it's an
See
epic
how small the surf world is, bro. I read that. I was doing some research. I'm like, surely that has to be the same Brian King. Happy Cat Glassing, Wailua Sugar Mill.
Yes.
He's still at it.
Brian King still at it. He after that movie, he went to Berkeley, and then he went to New York City. He was working art in the Manhattan.
Yeah.
He saw the towers come down.
Yeah.
And he went, I'm going back to Hawaii. He went back to Hawaii and reinvented himself as the best.
I still surf with him sometimes.
He's a great surfer, but he's an interesting person, you know, and very unusual way of expressing himself.
Yeah,
He's
well,
artistic
he's
and
an artist.
intelligent.
He's
an artist.
And speaking to you about the art of acting, are you like a method type of actor? What's your approach?
Right, everything's different. In that movie, I got Brian King, the source of the material, and said, Brian, you're moving in with me. How do you say this, and what does it mean?
Yeah.
And we would just go over the script, and he would literally tell me how to say it and what it meant. And I go, okay, say it one more time. And then he'd say it one more time. Then I'd go and try to really just bring that to what I had.
What's your favorite line?
Yeah?
No. Yeah, exactly.
But I got you on that one.
You did.
I like when the little kids, I like other people's lines, like when the little kids go, you know, scoffle life, you know, I love those little kids, man. He's ripped so hard,
you rip so hard, you bust your stick.
I love those kids, right? Good, eh? I love all the Hawaiian stuff. They cast a bunch of Hawaiians, and Hawaiians brought the local color, and it's a love story to the North Shore of Oahu, and that's what we are happy about it. If anyone likes it, we love them for that. And Brian's there, he's the turtle original. Him and Charlie Walker, who's an amazing sander. Charlie Walker, do you know who he is?
I watched as a kid Charlie Walker take off on a closeout at Waimea.
That's
literally took off on a wave that closed out the bay. I'll always remember that as a child. And he went.
Yeah.
And I also remember Charlie Walker, me going over to his factory and asking him when my board was going to be done. Archie, and you never do that. I learned very, very, very young. Very, very young. He kicked me straight out, didn't answer me, told me, get the hell out of here, Grom. Yeah.
That's a Charlie
It took
Walker.
even longer.
That guy's amazing. He is
And you know why? Because he was frustrated because back then I was getting six channels.
Oh, no way.
And the sanders hated those.
Yeah, with the glass-in fins. I mean, they just, imagine trying to sand those.
You still ride them?
Yeah. I just got a pretty 6'5" Timmy made, and I think it's nice with glass on. But I think he glasses them and sands them himself.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty rad.
Wow.
It was good for the last swell. But
5 minutes.
Yeah, we got a little under 5 minutes. These guys are just hanging out at the pier right now.
Noah.
And
just canoa till I die.
Nice.
Whoa, they're diehards. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. Nowadays, what do you do? What are you up to, John?
I started working as an actor again, which is really exciting for me. I turned 60. I left the union and I retired to get a little pension, but now I do non-union, low-budget, independent films, and that's really fun. I stopped for like 20 years, but now I get to do it again. And then I teach surfing, you know, on occasion to these families up in Malibu, and I travel around to do that, and that's fun. Those two things together keep me busy. I love it.
Yeah. I'd love to do some acting one day.
You're doing it all the time. Dude, you do it all the time.
I was in small parts, but like I want like a role.
You could do that.
Well, you're headed that way, the way you're handling this.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You worked with Madonna on something.
Yeah, that was just fashion. Yeah,
just fashion.
102.98.
That was a long time ago.
Out there walking dogs.
So it's point for you just never know. You just stay alive. My whole thing is you stay alive. You never know what's going to happen.
That's right.
Stay alive, keep surfing, and opportunities present themselves.
Yeah.
Are they literally?
Having fun's addictive, you know.
Yeah. And just and actually having a project that stands the test of time. I think
you have priority.
When you look
need
at
a
both Point Break and North Shore.
7.91. Blue, you are in second
grateful,
place.
lucky. You know, those things came out. They were bombs or they weren't hits, certainly, but they grew with. Jed was walking me over here. Jed Pearson, my hero. He walked me over here and he said, "Take off your glasses. I want you to meet this kid, some young pro surfer." He goes, "You know who this guy is?" And this young pro surfer goes, "No." And he goes, "He was in this movie and that movie." And the guy's like, "No." Yeah, this is embarrassing.
No,
because he's too young, John. That's the thing. He's just too young.
But that's another reason for this next generation to go and check out the 30th anniversary of Point Break. You will not be disappointed.
So
good.
August 16th and 19th, it's getting released nationwide on the big screen.
And Matt Archibald does the commercial for it in the beginning.
Yeah.
What was that like? Who did you do that for? How'd they get a hold of you?
Rob Miller. Did you talk to Rob? I don't know. Anyways, he hit me up, and they came over to my house and they explained what they want to do, and I said, yeah, sure. They come over to my house and set up in my shop and man cave thing.
Archie's Garage.
Yeah, my Archie's Garage.
Tell people what Archie's Garage is all about.
Well, Archie's Garage started because I just, back in the day, I'm always in my garage, and a couple of friends of mine, Mike Muir and Wolfgang, came to me and said, hey, we want to open a surf shop, and we want to call Archie's Garage because you're always in your garage doing fun stuff, and everybody likes to come in and see what you're doing, work on cars or whatever, building skate ramps, and so I'm like, yeah, let's do it, and then we did it. I'm just trying to make a long story short, but and it was killer. It was way ahead of its time, so we made a surf shop look like a garage, and then we had all this cool gear in there and stuff, and then I moved to Hawaii, and so we shut it down.
Yeah.
And then now I'm bringing it back. I don't have a location yet, but I just do it at my house, and we're doing online Archie's Garage, and we're doing a full brand.
Unreal.
Making it fun.
Unreal. Love it.
Keeping it real by
Love
a
it.
surfer.
Love it. Keeping it fun.
I do it all myself.
The U.S. Open is such a
Oh,
great
my wife.
gathering, you guys. And just a couple nights ago, saw Christian Fletcher. He was back in
That's
town.
sick.
Of course, I had to go see Bud Lamas.
Yeah, Buddy Long.
Yep. Dave Duncan was
No
there.
way, really, Duncan?
Yeah, Joe
Oh,
Wood
sick.
played from TSOL. It was just like
No
this whole
way.
reunion type of
Oh,
deal, and that's what
sick.
you get at the U.S. Open. It's
Yeah,
so
yeah.
wild, man.
Everybody comes out, right?
Yeah.
That's so cool. All the old names and everybody's still there, and it's just when everybody gets together, I love it.
You know
you
what?
remember Scotty Cochran? Either one of you guys? Scotty Cochran. God, I love that guy.
Yeah.
And Java Jungle.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Billy
I remember that
Hayes,
guy.
Scotty Cochran,
Yeah.
Martin Little. These are great HB locals who are just such a big part of
Yeah.
this.
Well, you just stick around, keep on surfing. You're Groms for life.
Yeah, I know, right?
Don't grow up. It's a trick.
You
Don't let them fool you into it. Never.
Exactly. You just see the shell, but then inside your brain, it's still like that little grom. It's like you just don't let them.
Yeah.
There's something good. I was surfing yesterday, or day before yesterday. My friend's like, "You're acting like a little kid, bro." And I go, "That's exactly right. That's what surfing's
that's what we
for."
are.
I feel like I'm 12. I'm surfing, having fun.
Man. Well, back to the heat, you guys. We're down to. We've been talking story. This has been super good to catch up with you guys. But we're down to just a minute, and it looks like Kanoa Garashi is going to get the job done. Douglas Silva does have an opportunity. He needs a big number, 7.91, but he does have priority.
You never know.
It's up to the ocean right now.
Yeah, Mother Nature.
But typical HB too. This afternoon onshore northwest wind starting to show itself.
Yeah, I haven't been watching it. I've been watching in the mornings. I've been watching my boy Taj.
Yeah.
And glad
He's doing
lost
well.
today, but
Yeah.
what a bummer. But he's been ripping.
Yeah.
So I'm stoked for him. But yeah, so I've been just watching in the mornings, and then I get busy, and then I go surfing.
Yeah.
Later on. So I've been watching in the afternoon.
So down to 30 seconds, and this kind of might be a foregone conclusion because as I look out in the ocean, I really don't see a set wave available for Douglas Silva.
Yeah, it's not looking that way.
He's gonna, so he's gonna have to settle for an equal 9th place finish, Douglas Silva, and the odds were on Kanoa Garashi. Well, here's a chance. That one's just that didn't have the juice in it.
No.
So it is official, as expected. Kanoa Garashi with a giant heat total, 15.57, moves on into the quarterfinals where he will be coming up against Luca Macinas.
That's going to be a good heat.
Such a good heat. And the action is just going to continue. Again, thank you, John.
So much fun.
Thank you, Archie. Always, man. So good to see you. Remember, back in theaters, August 16th and the 19th is the 35th anniversary and the re-release of Point Break. Go check it out. And stay tuned right now because coming up next, we have our women's quarterfinals. Kanoa Garashi, he's in the quarterfinals as well.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Girls Getting Radical, one of the movies of the decade nowadays, out now, starring Sierra Kerr. Just like that, we've got a heat on our hands, folks. We have entered the quarterfinals. Sierra Kerr's out in the lineup right now with Alyssa Spencer working her way towards the inside. It looks like it could be a solid start for Kerr in the red jersey. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge and Tanner Gadauskas. If you just missed it, we had a point break party in here. Archie, John Philbin, and Kaipo breaking it all down. But now it's time to get serious. The quarterfinals are upon us. We have two standouts in the lineup right now. Sierra Kerr, of course, one of the most talked about phenoms in the entire world of surfing, and Alyssa Spencer, who is just a gritty, determined competitor. This, to me, is such an epic matchup to start our quarterfinals.
I love it. And they've already met in this event in the round of 32 of the women. So a few days ago now that they saw each other was Alyssa Spencer. That got the jump on Sierra Kerr. Sierra's been so gritty this event, like buzzer beater moments from her. I'm excited to watch her put this 30-minute quarterfinal together.
Yeah, it was funny hearing her in her post-heat interview talk about that she's never actually had a buzzer beater in a WSL heat in her life. Yet this event has posed that many times for her. And she was laughing like, oh, well, if that's just who I am, then I guess that's just who I am. So she knows she's ready. Even at the end, it'll be really challenging because to trap her in a corner in this heat, you know she has that confidence that says, hey, give me just one ride. Give me 1 minute left in this heat, and I can turn the story around in my favor. She's already rated number 3 on the Challenger Series. She has that prodigal energy and that aura around her, and it's so wonderful to see her on that rise. You know, we talk about nowadays all the time. That movie's incredible, but to do it in a contest is another thing, and I feel like she's able to do that.
This is her opening ride, a 7.17, making a statement with that first turn.
It's funny because you can tell the mentality coming into a finals day or coming into a quarterfinal is completely different. I feel like we've seen a paced approach from Sierra, but to see her to lock in that first wave, the energy that she's exuding is so palpable as we see her attack this oncoming section. Yeah, she's just kind of paced herself throughout this event. I think we're really going to see her kick it up to another notch.
And sometimes you wonder, okay, why is Sierra Kerr so great? In just a minute, we'll get back to that as we see Alyssa with live action.
Well, Alyssa's weaponized her backhand many times before to incredible effect. That first turn had some pizzazz, and now she's trying to fight her way to the inside section. It looks like she could make the connection. So a nice turn out the back paired with that. Ooh, messy finish there, and that's going to sting a little bit because she had done the work on the outside, and we haven't seen, you know, a lot of importance score-wise from that inside section, but it can definitely help you as Sierra leans into it. So I was looking at this heat on paper, right? Classic matchup, goofy versus regular, also power versus progression. But then I just saw Sierra's last turn attempt, and that was pure power. So this one is wide open, but for Sierra getting that big number to start, she's off to the races.
A similar approach from Alyssa on this wave to her previous round of competition, kind of that mid-range wave, getting the 2 turns on the outside. Really loved the first one, but uncharacteristic for her. Yesterday she was finishing everything clean. She comes onto the inside here. It was kind of strange to see her not finish that last maneuver because she's been so consistent in closing these waves out.
Yeah, we talk a lot about the timing on that last maneuver, and it is geometric. She did a great job of getting really low on that bottom turn to create the space to put her board up, but it's so tight. Like, I just can't stress that enough. Like, you really have to hit it and then get onto the brakes so you can ride out.
22:50 to go. Quarterfinals are here. Okay, they came up quick. Alyssa Spencer is a veteran on the Challenger Series. She's actually won 3 CS events, and she's right there, close to the top 10 on the championship tour. So having a great year so far. Her results on the CT have been a little up and down, but coming here to Huntington Beach, we're literally, just about 45 to an hour away from her home in Encinitas. So she's got to be feeling comfortable in her backyard. And Sierra Kerr, who I don't know if she lives in Indo, Australia. She gets around for sure, but she grew up in Carlsbad, which is just down the road as well. So she'll be feeling very comfortable here in Huntington Beach. I mean, the water's warm, the sun's out, the waves are pumping. It is kind of the perfect penultimate day of competition here in HB.
Yeah, I love the way that everything is coming together for Finals Day weekend. And just to touch on Alyssa Spencer, chatting with her yesterday on the glass, she said she hasn't made it to many Finals days here at the US Open. She said she's maybe made the quarterfinals once. I think that was back in 2014. So unknown territory for her, or like relatively speaking, for Alyssa's standards, but she's had a great season on the championship tour. She's made 2 semifinals this year. She's in 12th place, so it's nice to see her be able to kind of take a measured approach in the Challenger Series, because this is her first event this year on the Challenger Series. She didn't go to Bolito.
And that's what's so great to see her paired up with Sierra Kerr, who's essentially lightning in a bottle. What we were talking about a little earlier is like, how has she built this portfolio to become a competitor? And she's done it outside of the jersey. Her father, Josh Kerr, kind of took a similar path where instead of just hitting the QS time and time again, it was trips to Indonesia, it was video parts at Tahiti, and she's built her resume in what she can do on her surfboard, and then she brings it into the competitive arena. And it's interesting, Julian Wilson did the same thing. You build your profile up outside of the competitive scene, and then you cash in, and she's already off to a good start. So I think for Alyssa, I loved what you're saying. She has a measured approach. She's really wanting to use her veteran knowledge over the top of Sierra, so it's going to be a great heat.
Same thing with Yago Adora too, right?
Yes.
So maybe there's something to be said about starting off as a free surfer, making that chill transition into contest, and then boom, you're a world champion.
I also like the generational touch point for Sierra, having a dad that's competed and him just reminding the significance of this event to Sierra, touching on it yesterday, just saying, you are so fortunate to be here competing at the US Open. This is such a moment of magnitude for you in your career. Really embrace that and bring your performance up when you get to finals.
Well, it's this gray area event where it's almost the prestige of it sits a little higher than a challenger and almost closer to a world tour event. And all of the crowd, all of us who tune in and watch these events, it's a place to put your surfing on the stage so people remember you over the course of time, and they're looking forward to watching you. And that's how you get a lot of fans through the process of the US Open.
And it's always a touch point, right? When somebody has this illustrious career, they win titles, they go on to win big championship tour events. It's almost like you can always remember that a lot of cases, it started here at the US Open, right? I mean, Felipe Toledo's the perfect example. I had never heard of this kid, and then I look out, and the next thing I know, he is flying around this place. He got the nickname Holy Toledo from his first event here as a junior, and from there, you couldn't not hear about Felipe Toledo. So a lot of careers start here and blossom into brilliant, brilliant longevity careers. So here goes Sierra whipping into it again. So kind of very similar to the last wave that she surfed, but I like that she's really leaning into her turn. She's got 18 minutes, 50 seconds left, so why not just go for it?
Well, she knows she's got the 717 locked in for that high impact maneuver out the back. You can tell that's her game plan right now. Build on that scoreline, attack that outside section.
She is back at it, Sierra Kerr now. Deep bottom turn into the foam. So again, that's kind of strange. 3 of the same exact waves in a row, but no harm, no foul. She's gonna get right back to the takeoff zone. Priority hasn't really been an issue yet in this heat. Alyssa Spencer's out the back with her choice of waves. So even though the last 4 waves that Sierra's ridden are not going to be in her score line, I'm not mad at it. I want to see more reps, more chances, more opportunities.
And this is that dynamic of priority that plays out where you get your score, you don't have priority, so just keep swinging. Just keep going. Who knows, if the section looks lively, then start throwing radical maneuvers at it, because you don't really have much to lose by doing that. Alyssa now gets cornered with priority to start her account, to look for a wave that is of the substance. You know, she's probably hoping she can get a 7 or above to start this thing out.
Yeah, there's a lot of time left. 17 minutes, 25 seconds. Alyssa Spencer maybe drawing a little inspiration and motivation from Jake Marshall, also from Encinitas, California. We had an Encinitas, Californian win here last year, Levi Slauson.
Well, Alyssa is tapping into the same coach that Levi Slauson used both last year and this year with Chris Gallagher. And Chris Gallagher has, in his stable, you're talking about Jake Marshall, Eli Handyman, Alyssa Spencer, and Levi Slauson. And so she's able to, when you're working with coaches and they have a crew of people, it becomes communal knowledge. And so it's almost as if you've surfed 4 times the amount of heat because you've charted that much more data. So, you know, maybe she hasn't surfed a heat at this tide or in these conditions, but maybe Eli did, or maybe Jake did. So she's able to relate that through Chris Gallagher's experience. It's such a benefit when you get to this top level.
Looks like opportunity may be knocking. Alyssa Spencer, she's having a look at this wave, and you know, if you're not super familiar with the way priority works, basically, if the surfer has priority and they make even a slight effort to paddle into a wave, regardless if they catch it or not, priority will be switched. So these surfers have become really well versed in fake outs. You know, it's almost like you're trying to sell your opponent a wave, make them go in a bad wave. You can do it, you know, by a little head nod, maybe you widen your eyes a little bit. You just can't engage in a paddle into the wave because our priority judges will be right on top of it.
Yeah, concerted effort into a wave is kind of how they'll word it, and they are so tuned in that priority judge is watching those kind of fake outs sometimes from the surfers. So yeah, you've really got to be managing it quite well.
How crazy is that too, Rosie? When you do make a paddle, but you don't go and they switch the priority, it is like a double mistake.
Oh,
you didn't get the wave and you've now lost your priority.
That's the ultimate priority error. We've seen it already a couple times today. Priority didn't really play a huge factor in our opening round heats with 4 surfers in the water at a time. Everybody spread out, a million waves coming through. So when we now have reached the man-on-man rounds, priority is huge. We're talking about surfers that are they're so tactically savvy that you don't necessarily have to be the best surfer in the lineup, but if you can use all the tools you have, you can get heat wins.
Yeah, definitely. I think heat strategy is so important at Huntington, especially these man-on-man heats. I mean, watching Lucas Macinas and Kanoa Igarashi in that last heat and pushing each other towards the pier, watching Hayden Rogers and Lucas Cassidy this morning, and how you want to control the heat, especially with that priority. I mean, Hayden Rogers had to sit on Lucas with those last 5 minutes remaining and really utilize the pressure of priority to control that heat and get the win.
And even as the conditions start to get smaller and the tide fills in and there's less opportunity at large, you'll see guys like Jackson Bunch have the priority and just have to wait for 15+ minutes with no chance to get a score on the board.
Sierra now sees it, and wow.
Is that 4?
That's 4 in a row. This is weird. This is getting weird. And it's Huntington Beach. Things get weird here, right? You've seen it. I've seen it in the best way possible. But for Sierra, you know, I like that she just like keeps chipping away here, but eventually she's gonna have to lock in to one of these frontside tail slides, not only to get some points, but also just to kind of like regain her composure for the rest of this heat.
And you can tell, I mean, by watching that slow-mo replay, just watching the eye line of Sierra, she's coming out of that initial maneuver already thinking about where she wants to go and place her second combination maneuver, and it's such quick succession of maneuvers, but you do need to ride out of that, Tanner, and just be watching that next section Watch her eye line. She gets to the bottom there,
Yeah.
and already her head and shoulders are looking for that next section. It's so easy for your board to grab on a chunk of water before you've completed your move.
Yeah, it's you're trying to manifest into the next turn because you want more scoring opportunity, but you haven't quite finished what you're doing right in front of you. You know, this is so interesting because we talked about Sierra Kerr having like an open canvas with no priority to just keep swinging, but then you create this frenetic energy and it almost looks frantic as we see her go again on another wave, but it looks like she's clicking into a different gear.
And, you know, this might not necessarily be a huge score, but it will be huge in terms of momentum and confidence. Just making a turn after you've fallen 4 times in a row has to feel good. So for Sierra, her backup right now is a .93. That's not going to do her any favors. We'll see where this number comes through.
So previous to that ride, she had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rides under a point.
That's not like her.
No, but that's what I'm saying. From the judging perspective, does that look scattered? Does that almost look a little bit not polished?
Out of control.
Yeah, and so it'll really sober up if Alyssa is able to take her priority and execute like a really good wave, because then everybody's going to start to wonder, like, wait, Sierra does have the 7, but she's looking like she's like almost nervous or tentative or something. So those dynamics play out only because there's so few opportunities now with less sets coming through.
Well, we got 11 minutes, 30 seconds left. We're going to take a quick break, but do not go anywhere. Power versus progression in the lineup right now. We're going to be right back after these brief messages. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the quarterfinals of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. And yes, Kanoa Igarashi has entered the chat in a big way. He's on the glass with AJ.
Kanoa Igarashi on to the quarterfinals here at Huntington Beach yet again, but there was a moment there in that heat that it seemed like some strategy came into play under the pier. There was some conversation. Tell us what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it was such a good heat. We were both going back and forth, and there was some really big scores, and I don't know, we both got a good wave back to back, and you know, I think one of us got an A and one of us got a high 7, and you know, we were both trying to get priority, so we didn't really hear really well, and I just heard it was like, oh, like red in the lead, so that was kind of the last thing I heard, and then we were both like, you know, trying to sit on. He was trying to sit on me because he thought he was winning, and then I was like, I think I'm winning, but maybe I'm not, so I was super confused, and then I kind of mentioned, I'm like, hey, like I think I'm winning, you know, because there's no waves gonna be rid under the pier, and but I think he didn't believe me, and it made me kind of scared too. I was like, maybe I need a score. I don't know. I was super confused, but luckily it ended up working out my way, and just one of those ones where sometimes you mishear a couple of things, and you know you're in a different situation than you actually think you are, and luckily I barely heard well enough, I guess.
Well, and it was well enough also to surf your way into another finals day here at Huntington. Just what does it mean to you to surf in finals day in front of this incredible crowd?
Yeah, I mean, I love surfing in front of the crowd here. It's a special event. It's a U.S. Open, and the weekend crowd here is something that we rarely get to see in sports and surfing. And with the stadium atmosphere and with all the beach that we have and the pier, I mean, Huntington Beach is made for these big events, and it's provided all week. I think everyone from the longboarders to the girls to the guys. I think everyone caught a good wave this week, and I think goes to show that Huntington's such an amazing wave. And I'm really proud to. I mean, I'm happy as a local to share the waves that that Huntington has to offer, and looks like we'll have waves going into tomorrow too. So it's been a good week of surfing. I've been surfing my brains out around the contest as well, and obviously in the jersey is always nice, but I'm happy to hopefully do a couple more heats tomorrow and head off to Tahiti.
There you go. That sounds like a great plan. Before we let you go, so many friends and fans watching around the world, you have anything you want to say?
Yes, そうですね。今のヒートもやっぱり大切で、本当になるべくファイナル J に行くことが目標で、これからがやっぱり勝負がスタートって感じで、明日に向けて、気合も入れて、100% のサーフィンにやっぱり集中して、今日は一日中ちょっと休憩して、明日3ラウンドできるように頑張ります。よろしくお願いします。
おめでとう。
ありがとうございます。
A lot going on in that interview. I love to hear the insight of what's happening in the water. Seems like almost every single heat here at the U.S. Open this year could be its own little mini documentary, right? I mean, Kanoa, to not quite be sure, but be talking to his competitor going, I think I'm in the lead. Like, that's a new type of mind game I haven't heard of yet. I love it. Alyssa Spencer now getting involved in her backhand.
This wave, important one for Alyssa. She looks more engaged in this one. Let's see what she was able to do on the inside. We know she had that fall. Does she tidy it up on this section?
It was a slingshot left straight up into the pier.
Oof, the completion's been tricky. Two outside maneuvers I really like though, quality surfing.
Yeah, this came through during the break. This is a 5.83.
Well, I mean, that's that classic recipe that we've been seeing for the U.S. Open. If you throw a big maneuver out the back on a big section, Gabriel Klausner was doing that earlier this morning. It was a nice turn for Sierra, and I think Alyssa's wave, Rosie, hearing you talk through that inside maneuver, sometimes when you go to the inside and you choose your front side in those tight of pockets, I think the degree of difficulty is actually harder on yourself to pull than it being a backside maneuver, because in the backside world, you can kind of stab your board up into the lip and get out of there real quick. When you engage with it frontside, you kind of have to arc over your fins, and your body mechanics is a little different. And Alyssa, we've seen kind of like on those last two attempts, it feels like that comes into play.
Definitely, and you've got the added water kind of washing off the pier and coming at you. That undulation can't be denied. But it's interesting watching those scores. I mean, for Sierra Kerr, with a one hit on the outside, she gets the 5.83 versus Alyssa with the two-turn combo, a little bit more lateral, but with the 3.73 and working it through to the inside. So the competitors taking note how much more the judges appreciate those outside maneuvers, especially the one-hit combination. They want to see you go vertical, right? Even though Alyssa went just cutting through the face of the wave there, they kind of subdued that score a little bit.
You know, that inside section is so quick and so dumpy. You're absolutely right, Tanner. If you're going frontside in there, I mean, if you're free surfing, you're thinking floater. Floater. It's made for that, but floaters don't score generally that big on the inside, so it is that tough decision, but fitting your board in such a tight pocket is always going to be hard. And unfortunately for Alyssa Spencer, it's back-to-back waves that she hasn't really been able to complete all the way through. She's done some good work on the outside. She's got a 4 and a 3.73. Now she's in the position needing a near-perfect ride, a 9.0, to get back into this heat and take out Sierra Kerr. So Sierra, with that strong start, that 7.17, you know, that was like, oh, okay, she's locked in, and then all of a sudden, 6 waves in a row are bails, and you're starting to worry a little bit, but then kind of cleans things up with the 5.83. Next heat coming up is going to be awesome. I got a name for it. Mom Power versus Grom Power. Joanne Defay going up against Eden Walla. Joanne returning from maternity leave. Eden just had her 17th birthday on the beach here in Huntington yesterday or the day before. So talk about highlight heat. That one's going to be so fun to watch on so many different levels.
Definitely. I mean, Eden was just such a standout performer, clutch performance. And yesterday, Joanne just went out, barely broke a sweat. She's just slotted back into competition surfing so easily. I love seeing her back, but I'm also loving Eden's approach.
Yeah, that's another one of those kind of progression versus power matchups. Joanne Defay has had a win here in Huntington. Obviously, she's had big wins on the championship tour. She's going to be a force to be reckoned with. But Eden Walla, super speedy fast surfer. I can't wait to see what happens in the next heat. But right now, we got 2 minutes, 23 seconds left. Sierra Kerr is on a good one right now with a 7.17 and a 5.83. Feel like she's in the driver's seat because time is ticking away, and Alyssa Spencer needs a magic wave to potentially provide her a 9-point ride. Is it possible, Tanner?
Well, yeah, of course it's possible. I mean, let's believe it's possible, but for Alyssa, it's going to feel like a runaway train because she's probably crueling herself that she didn't pull those inside maneuvers on her 2 scoring waves. And that has now, you see the ramifications of that, because instead of her needing a 9, she could in theory be needing a 7, which is an attainable score. A 9 is a huge ask for these conditions, but that's the story of the US Open. You never say never.
Yeah, and you can't understate the importance of a heat win here for Sierra at this event. She's got a 5th in Bolido. If she makes it through this heat, she's into the semifinals. I mean, we've got 5 Challenger Series events. 4 of them count, and you're already going to get 2 counters on your first go-around. Full year on the Challenger Series as a healthy athlete for Sierra. This is a big moment for her if she can make it through this round. But yeah, you can tell in even Sierra's body language right now, she's not counting out Alyssa.
Yeah, she's in second priority, so it's almost like you got to make sure there's enough space. You don't want to run the risk of making a fatal error and causing something weird like an interference, but you also have to be in the presence of who you're surfing against. And here we go, 45 seconds left. Does this wave have potential for Alyssa Spencer? She's going to cut left. Big section in front of her, flying down the line. The wave collapses around her. That's not going to be it. So with 35 seconds, it's almost a guarantee that Sierra Kerr will have surfed her way into the semifinals. We're going to let the clock dictate the complete story.
Well, isn't it so interesting? We talk about Sierra all the time for her aerial antics, her barrel riding skills, and how X-factor she is. But in this specific heat, she stayed on rail. She stayed in the water. It was such a smart, competitively savvy approach to just put those waves on the board and create the amount for Alyssa to feel like it's a mountain, actually, needing that 9.0 at the end of the heat. So Sierra not even choosing her aerials, which I'm guaranteeing we're going to see come finals day.
And I think championship tour surfers are going to need to get used to going up against Sierra Kerr. I have a sneaky suspicion that she will be on the championship tour in 2027. Of course, look, it's a long year. But look how good she's surfing. Look how smart she's surfing in these heats. Does it feel like destiny to you, Rosie?
It does feel like destiny, but so many times those expectations can catch up with you. But Sierra is someone now with 2 counting results on the Challenger Series. You have to say she'd be feeling a lot more confident heading into the back half of the year.
Well, our first semi-finalist is set with Sierra Kerr. Let's find another. We got Joanne Defay versus Eden Walla coming up right after these brief messages.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By Pacifico. Live life anchors up. And by Go RVing, official recreational vehicle travel partner of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
We're back at it. Mom Power versus Grom Power, and wow, Joanne Defay with an eye-opening frontside slam straight off the buzzer. 30-minute heat, top single surfer will make it into the semifinals. These quarterfinal actions here on the Women's Challenger Series so far have been so good. Sierra Kerr posted a 13-point heat total, and there she is, mom and dad, very proud. Have you guys seen Sierra's clips from the Desert Surf Wave Pool?
I want to.
Oh, you haven't?
I haven't.
Oh my
I've been living
word.
under a rock.
Oh wow.
She's been putting in.
Do yourself a favor.
She's been putting in the work in so many different ways, and you know, I think I would say she has the best air game of any surfer on the Challenger Series, if not any surfer on the Championship Tour, etc. You can see the evidence there in the clips that she posts, but she leaned in on her power game in that last heat. Took out Alyssa Spencer, who is always going to be a tough draw. Quarterfinal heat 2, Joanne Defay, representing France, going up against Eden Walla. Team USA, Eden Walla off to an incredible start on the Challenger Series, ranked number 4 in the world at 17 years old.
Yeah, she's a phenom, one to watch for sure. Quick in and out there for Joanne Defay. And again, some competitive history in this event so far for these two surfers, matching up in the round of 32. It was Eden Walla that got the win. Joanne came second. But there you see how much confidence Joanne would be coming into this event with. I mean, when you're standing on a beach where you've won a major event, you have all that good feeling coming towards you. You have all those good memories. You're going to channel that and funnel it into your performance.
Well, I think even from a veteran mindset, you know, actually this is the round that matters. For her to have been beaten by Eden in an earlier round, she can say, hey, all good, we both made it. But if we draw each other, when it matters, one of us goes through, she's definitely going to be taking it serious. This first wave came through at a 7.33, and it's really straight up on the merit of how powerful this turn is. She gets fully busted in the lip and comes down with it.
I love Joanne's attitude because she's one of those competitors that's always smiling, always happy, but then like she can almost get under your skin a little bit because she just does it so easily, and she just lives for these big matchups. She lives to upset like the Grom run. And I've got so much respect for Joanne. I mean, she got a whole new quiver of boards from Sharp Eye coming into this event. Only rode them a handful of times, and she looks so familiar with that equipment already.
And you can tell she's pushing it right now. Another wave ridden, just a little tester there. So the 7.33 to start is huge. The trend is that if you start with anything above a 6, you're most likely going to make it through the heat. Of course, I'm just kind of making that stat up in my head. That's more of an emotional stat than an actual stat, but we just saw what Sierra Kerr did in the previous heat. All the boys earlier, same thing. You get that big early start, you're probably going to win the heat.
Well, on top, I think you're correct. And I think on top of that, when you're competing against a younger upstart energy, try to close that door as quick and as early as you can. Make it seem like it's so much harder than it is, because in these really lowly conditions, those 12 and 13 totals feel so different than they felt this morning in these days in the past, because when you have to accumulate a 7 and a 5 or a 6 and a 6 or whatever it ends up being, it's just so much work. So for Eden, don't let it become a runaway game. And I liked how Joanne stayed on her board and is going to keep going at it to apply that pressure.
Look, she's also trying to make Eden make a decision there. Cranks it off the bottom, straight up into the lip.
Oh, man.
Nice, controlled, radical turn for Joanne Defay. I'm loving this. This is, I mean, she's come back an improved surfer from maternity leave.
I love it. I have goosebumps because I think for someone to slot in so easily after becoming a mom, I just like, I get like such just power from that. And I love, remember what I said about getting under the skin of your competitor? That was such a good example right there, because Eden's out the back. She has priority. Joanne's already locked in that big number, the 7, and she just cruises underneath, takes that wave off Eden, does a huge turn on the outside, and extends her lead.
You know what? Bullies are the worst. Nobody likes a bully. But in the span of a 30-minute heat, when you have that veteran knowledge, when they have that power, this is kind of the only time that it's okay to be a bully.
Yeah, and you have to be. I mean, for me, there's so much on the line in these heats, right? And so it's not necessarily just being a bully, it's being smart. And Joanne is just making this conversation all about her. And Eden's giving her this wave thinking, did I make a mistake? She sees the spray out the back, she hears the beach erupt, and she's probably thinking, okay, yeah, that was potentially a big mistake.
Do you know what else is so amazing about Joanne? Okay, she's got a 1-year-old baby. She is so fit and powerful and just ready to compete. Ooh, Eden out the back, just despondent with that one. But she is so in shape. She's probably one of the fittest women on tour. And you can just tell by the way she manipulates that board through all of that chop, even disengaging the fins, but still able to attack it with power.
Yeah, so 21:30 to go. Joanne Defay is on a roll, 7.33, pairs that with a 5.33. That puts Eden Walla in a combination spot. I think the cool part about Eden too is she's so electrifying, right? If she gets a section, she can fly. She goes so fast. She's light-footed, but she still has a lot of power being such a young surfer. And this is a telling, I'd say this is a compliment towards Eden, that Joanne is trying this hard. She is not discounting the talent that she's facing, and she can't, because Eden's that type of surfer.
Eden got the highest wave yesterday. I mean, she had to pull it out in such a clutch moment. She got the 9-point ride. She's just someone that's absolutely tuned into competitive surfing. Here she goes.
Quick snap there. Wasn't super clean, but it was a completed maneuver. And in terms of confidence, even just making a turn, that can help change the trajectory of the heat. And she just easily made it through the flattest section ever with speed into the inside. Look for a big impactful finish. Bam, goes vertical in the shore break and rides out. That's how you do it. And I think that's the type of surfing we've come to expect from Eden Walla.
I'm clapping all the way through there. What an answer back. I mean, just to hold your composure in that moment where you're probably feeling a lot of nerves, Tanner.
You really have to start to impose yourself in these heats. When Johan gets a 7.3 and a 5.3, now that's that 12.6 total we're talking about. Well, what are you doing? And so for Eden, she's flipping the script in this regard where it's a turn out the back and a lively turn on the inside. The thing about Eden, I loved what you were talking about earlier, Rosie. She turned the wave yesterday into a 9. It wasn't actually a 9-point wave itself. So we're dealing with a surfer who's at that upper echelon level just based off of talent and raw grit. So this, I think, is the opening conversation for Eden Walla, and now this heat is well and truly underway.
Look at her technique, style, form, crouching and pushing out of that bottom turn.
Spring-loaded. I think we called Jackson Bunch that earlier, but you can just see in that body technique that she's got all those elements together.
19 minutes left, plenty of time for both these surfers to shine. While we wait for the next waves to roll through, let's go down to the glass. Sierra Kerr is with AJ McCord.
Thanks, Chris. Sierra, we were just talking about how your mom's probably very appreciative of the way you won your heat today compared to the buzzer beater. How did you start so strong?
Just went out trying to catch some waves and got the 7 straight away. So I was like, oh, let's go, let's back it up. And it took actually a minute to back it up, but got the 3 and I felt a little more comfy, and then got the 5 and I was like, all right, we're cruising today. It's always a nice thing.
Well, and you made the quarters in Bolito. You're onto the quarters here at the U.S. Open. Just how do you carry this momentum forward and go even further here?
Yeah, I mean, you want to be making finals days in these challengers. There's so many good girls. Like, I feel like 5 girls consistently make the finals day every time. So if you're not getting those semis and finals, then it's hard to qualify. So yeah, happy to be in the finals day now.
We'll see you tomorrow. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congrats to the phenom, Sierra Kerr. Thanks for that, AJ. Looking back into the lineup, Joanne Defay having a little look at that right-hander. So 18 minutes left, Defay on top. Walla now drops a score, 5-2-3. So there's a lot on the line here in Huntington Beach, right? Of course, you got the Challenger Series points. There is a payday at the end of this event. You know, you're one step closer towards qualification. You got all your sponsors here. And this is where surfers put their name on the map. Lexus US Open of Surfing Pacifico bracket is as follows. We've got Sierra and Alyssa that just wrapped their heat. Sierra got the edge there. Joanne DeFay and Eden Walla. You know, one of these two surfers is going to be going up against Sierra. Quarterfinal 3, two fiery surfers, Sophie McCullough, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, and quarter 4, Kika Vaselko versus Isla Huppet. So there's really something for every type of surf fan in this draw, right? You've got veterans, you've got rookies, you've got high-flying young phenoms. And there's Isla. Put her in the phenom category. She has the sickest style, and if she sees a ramp, you know she's gonna fly.
Well, talk about being exposed to new talent at the US Open. I know that Isla is a World Junior champ, so it's you know, it's a given. But yesterday, surfing against Erin Brooks did so well to overcome her and be in the quarterfinals. So watching her now on her ascension has been pretty fun.
She's also working with the GUR, local hero and legend, so tapping in on that insight too.
And another thing to surf for, this beautiful trophy. I mean, talk about something that would look good on your mantle. That right there is a lifetime family heirloom. It basically represents the HB Pier, one of the most famous, iconic destinations for surfing in the entire world. So tomorrow, probably around this time, there's going to be two surfers with these first place trophies like this in front of the crowd with the world going wild. Superstars will be born on finals day. And right now we're starting to see the kind of overall brackets unfolding, and there is an exciting list of surfers still in this event. Here's one of them, Joanne DeFay. Comes around, lays into a beautiful snap off the top, adding some style elements flowing down the line. Second turn was sizzling. And she's gonna try to do her best to cut a serpentine path into the shore break, fading into this right, building up tons of speed. Nicely done on the inside section for Joanne DeFay. But out the back, Eden Walla.
Wow.
That was a wicked backhand snap. Trying to wrangle the whitewater, she goes down. So you gotta think, did Joanne DeFay just improve on that 5.33?
My first indication is yes.
And you've been right a lot, Rosie.
It feels good.
It felt good. I love watching the replays, though, because you can really tune in on what's going on. But Eden Walla on her backhand, that turn was like high impact, so whippy and fast. It's going to be fun to break down both of these waves.
I like relying on your gut feeling. You watch it real time and you think, wow, that was zesty. That was my takeaway on this right, where she's able to get a punchy, nice layback turn, but the way her body mechanics work through the flats here, she looked lively. She looked light on her feet and in her board to get this last turn. It wasn't feeling sloggy. It wasn't feeling anything but electric. So the energy, the body language, I always key in on that, and I think the judges would too. She looks totally engaged.
The thought to me when I was watching this wave is like how in tune with her equipment she is at the moment. And there's something special about when you get a batch of surfboards and you instantly ride one and you feel that connection and it becomes your favorite and an extension of your surfing when you're riding it. And I'm just getting that feeling from Joanne right now on that board, Eden's wave.
Yeah, and this is a different story. This is a huge maneuver on a big section out the back, but definitely a bobble comes off the board out the back with nothing else scoring-wise behind that. So, you know, it's interesting because you have to juxtapose those two and what they bring to the heat and actually what the story that's being told. And Johan, she's backing that first wave up, so she's really trying to apply the pressure to bring in something which she does, which is a 7.4. So that makes the story a lot harder for Eden.
Yeah, we've got 13 minutes, 30 seconds left. Solid number comes through for Eden Walla. It's a 6.33, but the unfortunate part of that is you have to keep up with the pace being set by your opponent. And at the moment, Joanne DeFay with a 7.33 and a 7.43, both those scores eclipsing what Eden's done so far. So now Eden needs a near excellent ride, an 8.43. You probably tell my voice hasn't changed at all through that sentence. I'm not worried about Eden Walla just yet. She's such an explosive, radical surfer. given the opportunity, she could drop a 9 just like that.
Oh, and that's such a good point from you, is like keeping up with the pace of the heat. And then like every time Joanne's taking off, she's kind of nudging that little attainable goal just that much further. But I will say props to Eden, because she was looking for, you know, she was comboed. Then she kind of started to take a bite of the apple, and she lowered that requirement. She's lowered it again by putting in the 6.33. She needs an 8.43, so still excellence, but still obtainable.
And it's funny because now we're so deep into this event, like the narrative almost washes off with how young she is and this and that, but her competitive savviness, this is like veteran mindset. Like, she's gotten a result in Bolito. She's having her first year on the Challenger Series. She's in 4th. She's now in a man-on-man heat here in the quarterfinals. So she knows what's up. She's definitely cashing in against big names. So she's not afraid. That's my point. She's willing to be challenged. Yesterday, put on the blocks and comes up with a 9-point ride off of one of the craziest maneuvers I've really actually ever seen her do. And today it looks almost a similar condition. It has a little bump on it, and that's when she was able to get her fins out over that lip and make something super special. So let's keep our eyes on it.
Well, where I see a point of difference for Eden versus Joanne is that Eden does have the air game. She has that progressive approach in her surfing that she can lean on if she's backed into a corner.
Yeah, it's that case of, in case of emergency, break glass, do air. You can't force it, though. You got to wait for that right section. And hopefully we get to see some of that. After these brief messages, we're going to take a breath and come right back. The culmination of quarterfinal heat 2. Stay tuned. Taking a look back at Eden Walla's round of 16 heat 4. So she knows the feeling, she knows what it takes to get a ride up in the excellent range. This was a 9, and this is pretty cool. I feel like we're looking in a mirror because to me, the conditions are exactly matching yesterday as to what we're looking at today. So, I mean, this is the ultimate kind of understatement, but all she needs to do is that one more time if she wants to get back in the heat. That was a 9-point ride Eden Walla got yesterday. She's in the position now with 9 minutes to go, needing a 9-point ride in order to take over this heat, which Joanne Defay has just really powered through. 7.33, 7.43. She's doing everything right.
And just climbing into Eden's psyche at the moment. I mean, you want to be in her headspace, knowing that she did it yesterday on her birthday. I think she'd be feeling that freedom right now. But also the mentality of surfing for an excellent score versus a mid-range score when you're in this type of situation. It almost kind of frees your surfing up, Tanner. Sometimes that mid-range score makes you surf nervous, makes you surf to that number where I'm sure Eden's going to try and do her best surfing, but let's see what Joanne does on this wave.
Her backhand is just as lethal as her forehand. Goes vertical on the first turn, weaving her way to the inside pier bowl section. And look at that, she's gonna have a slingshot. Here we go, building up speed for a big dramatic finish. Wave starting to bowl. Big section in front of her. Nails it into the double up. Come on, this is Joanne Defay. Of course she's going to ride out of that turn.
She did so well with that. That's the literal most tricky section to hit because it's a barreling wave over a barreling wave and it's all under knee high. So it's geometric in two different ways. If you looked up in the dictionary how to use your priority, this is a very good way to do it. She rides the biggest wave we've seen so far. Nice, engaged, vertical backhand hit, sweeps for the on-face maneuver, and then starts to link into the inside, which is part 2 of this wave. So now you're starting to create something, you have to deliver upon it, and I feel like she did. This was, to be honest, really tricky, because right there you have to hit it and still get over the top of that bottom wave, and she did a great job.
It was a triple up.
Triple up.
Wow, the time she hit that inside section, we've been seeing her forehand throughout this event, but I mean, coming from Reunion, the backhand surfing of Joanne Defay is lethal. But carrying speed in a non-wave is so hard to do, and Joanne does it so easily. She doesn't try and force it. She really just S-turns, and she reads the lineup in Huntington so well.
Yeah, I spoke with Yufu just a little earlier this morning in the athlete zone, who is, of course, the manager at Sharp Eye, and he was saying that the brand has really arced a lot of their designs coming from the U.S. Open in the contest here. This is where they picked up Felipe Toledo, and I feel like a lot of the competitors, like Johanne, because you mentioned it earlier, she just gets this new batch of boards. They look magic for her, and I feel like it's really cool seeing how the curve works over these kinds of wave faces.
She said she hasn't had new boards in over a year. And then how fun is it? Like, we all know that feeling as a surfer when you get a new batch of boards. It literally never gets old. And even for the world's best, like Joanne was lighting up just the fact that she was delivered this new quiver of surfboards, this new toys to go and do her best performance. And I mean, just to like reignite that relationship after that year off and see the equipment still keeping up with her surfing and fitting her so well just shows what a great relationship she has with Sharp Eye.
So her last score drops in as a 5.87. So even with that exciting finish, I mean, we've seen this so many times before, that the inside, while it's really cool, it's fun to talk about, it's a great story, the outside is really where it counts. And you know, the backside turn she did was good, but you compare that turn to the other couple of turns, the big layback, the other vertical carve that she threw in there. So I think that's why so much weight emphasis was put on the 7.33 and the 7.43. 5 minutes left. Eden Walla looking for an 8.43 or beyond. There's Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. So funny. I mean, you see these surfers in the boardroom and like everybody's happy, everybody's stoked. I mean, it's just classic. You're waxing your board, you're ready for a good time. That face is going to change because Betty Lou is fiery when she takes to the water. She's going to be going up against Sophie McCullough, and I think these are two of the fieriest competitors on the championship or on the Challenger Series, right? Sophie was in the booth joking around. She's a classic character. I've seen her engage in some of the gnarliest paddle battles that I think I've ever seen. So those two are going to provide the fireworks.
You can't understate the competitive nature of anyone in this draw. I mean, even when you speak to Steph Gilmore, potentially the nicest human you've ever spoken to, but it takes like an apex predator to win 8 world titles, and I think every surfer in the mix is capable of some pretty filthy things.
Well, to draw it back to this heat, it's funny because we know Eden Walla pretty well as she comes from San Clemente, and her mom is always like, oh my gosh, like Eden is truly so competitive. She can't sleep at night if she's done something wrong in a heat, and she just wants it so much. She is the older sister of her brother Zion, and these two go toe for toe. Like, they basically broke the internet like 5 years ago when they did step-offs into like 20-foot Pasquales. And when we were watching that replay of her with that 9.0 from yesterday, there's like this very few amount of people in surfing that have broken the criteria wide open. Like, it's like this Dane Reynolds lineage through Kate Simmers, and you wonder if Eden Walla is starting to come at it from that approach where it's like, it's punk, it's guttural, it's like unorthodox in some ways, and it's exciting to see her so young, still unpolished, if that makes sense. So she's kind of caged right now, but needing an 8.43, like you spoke earlier, does she feel almost more free to approach those maneuvers?
She has priority, you know, and you can tell she knows what to do with it. She's sitting right next to Joanne Defay, and I would think Joanne, in her situation, being a veteran, being through every competitive scenario, you know, Joanne's experienced the Steph Gilmore era. She's experienced the Katie Simmers era. She's surfed against Molly Picklum. You know, she has gone against the best of the best. So she knows exactly what to do with the 2-minute warning. And this is where things are going to start to get interesting, as Eden Walla still has a chance and priority, looking for a big number, an 8.43. It might be out there, but there's only 2.5 minutes left.
I will say this. I want Eden Waller to not change a thing. Like, I think today sometimes you see surfers that are kind of overcoached, over-technical, and I think Eden, like you said, is just like one of those exciting, unique surfers that we just want to see continue on this track.
Totally. I mean, their family at large, they embrace surfing way outside of the jersey. They're like surfers through and through. They're actually, her father's like a full-blown waterman, was in one of the pioneering trips out to Cortez Bank where they paddled it with no safety equipment at all, like back when it was cowboy mode. And they love spending time diving. They were like ambassadors for Rife. Like, their approach is akin to like almost more like a Mark Healy, if you will. And then it's like, oh wait, Eden's just a phenomenal competitor. So they're cut from a different cloth, and it's not been like a pedigree competitive thing. They just actually happen to be that incredibly talented that they're rising to the very top of what's available.
Just the Core Lord family.
Yep.
I love that. 1:22 to go. All right. So you're saying there's a chance. Eden Walla on a big right-hander, straight off the bottom, and that's not what she wanted to see. A big wall of whitewater coming right down on her. I think that she had to go on that wave. It looked like there was potential right when she stood up, but it just collapsed so quickly.
Was anyone else holding their breath?
Totally.
I literally almost fell out of my chair.
I was going blue. Yeah, that was just that little microsecond behind for that big section, Tanner.
Yeah, and I feel like that's what makes like really great surfers, is we couldn't take our eyes off the screen. Like, you still feel like they have a shot. We're under a minute. She needs an 8.4. By all regards, Joanna has surfed an incredible heat. She's sitting on pocket 7s in these deteriorating conditions, yet you're like, well, maybe Eden's gonna get it right here, you know? And that's crazy for her at her age. So props to her. Even if she does go down in this heat, it's been an incredible run in an incredible year. So I'm sure we're gonna just be hearing more of her name.
Yeah, 14 seconds left. Great sportsmanship right there. You know, and I think it's really cool that Eden just got a taste of what it's like to go up against an absolute hero of hers, a championship tour standout, event winner in the past. So what an experience for young Eden Wall. It's just 17 years old. And happy birthday, by the way, Eden. It just happened the other day. But give it up to Joanne Defay. You know, coming back from maternity leave, she's been gone for a while, nearly a full year out of the jersey. This is a special moment that we're witnessing right now. Joanne Defay is on fire. 7.43 and a 7.33, a semi-finalist here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Who's she gonna be surfing against? Well, guess what? Right after this, we're about to find out. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
I'm excited to get out there and surf with the pro surfers. I'm so excited.
We're here at the iconic U.S. Open of Surfing. If you know surfing at all, you know this event. This is the only Challenger Series event we actually bring rising tides to. It's really cool, really special on home turf. And we cannot wait to have the next surfer on tour come out of our Rising Tides program on the girls and the boys side.
I just remember when I was a girl, like looking up to the guys who were competing on the Challenger Series in CT, and I think just coming and giving back and sort of seeing them froth out on that, like, gets me super excited.
They always ask awesome questions every time we sit down for a Q&A. They ask a lot about career things. A lot of them have some funny questions sometimes.
This is my chance for my daughter to just see the pathway to happiness in life. So the ocean provides, and hopefully we can get her inspired to be part of it one day.
One of the special things about Hogue is that they're always investing in the community. Looking at World Surf League and Rising Tide specifically, the mentorship that is within that program is super special.
Whatever these kids want to do in life, it could be becoming a professional athlete, going on to a pro career, but they get to meet people who are doing it, get to ask questions, be in this intimate space with their heroes, and really grow out of it, get more confidence, whether it's surfing or something outside of it. We're cheering them on and hopefully giving them that first little kind of push into where they want to be.
Oh, there it starts. Rising Tides, perpetuating surfing for the next generation. Joanne DeFay signing autographs here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Joanne DeFay on to the semifinals. I'm Kaipo Girl. Behind those Gooder sunglasses is Mitchell Salazar, and in front of us is the trophy that we are going to award tomorrow for the winner, both the men's and women's, of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
So surfers, we're superstitious. The rule is you're not supposed to touch that thing unless you're actually victorious or you're one of the presenters of the award. So no, do not. Get that hand away from there. Do not touch that thing. It's got to have the good juju for tomorrow.
Okay. I think that's only the Bell's trophy. Is there? You're gonna say all awards have the same thing?
All over the world. All over the world has to happen.
Okay, we're starting new traditions here, I guess, and another superstition to add to our already semi-superstitious lineup.
Semi.
All right, out in the water, Sophie McCulloch up against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson for a spot in the semifinals. Winner going on to semifinal number 2. What do you think?
Well,
give me a prediction. Give me a prediction.
This early?
Yeah.
25 minutes remaining on the clock.
Come on. What's your gut feeling coming into this one?
Just given the conditions, Sakura, former champion. She won the event back in 2022. Currently on the championship tour. Got a tough customer in front of her, though, and Sophie McCulloch, who has just really detonated every wave that she stood up on so far in this event. And think about Sophie. She gets the right closeout, and she throws that board up there real quick, Kaipo, and might be looking at left-hander right here.
McCulloch finds the left. Wow, that was a beautiful turn, but not able to ride out of it.
Seems like that little chop on the bottom third of the wave just caught her off guard, killed her entire momentum when she was actually reaching the lip right there. Has won a CS event before. That was over at Haleiwa to qualify too. Here's Sakura now.
Sakura Johnson has been really smooth on those. Oh. Well, that's our superstition too, right? That was the commentator jinx. Right?
Jinx.
Just as I was saying how smooth those turns were. 2022 US Open champ.
Yeah, and she's won the same event over at Haleiwa, just like Sophie McCulloch. So a lot of experience out there, not only veteranship when it comes to being on the championship tour. Betty Lou last year was a member of the top 5 too. Remember, she qualified for the finals over there in Fiji. Outstanding surfer. She is also pulling double duty at this event right here.
5th place, 5th in the world, yeah. Here's a replay.
Trying to make up some points right here at the Open, though. Beautiful opening carve, Kaipo. On rail once again. That's really, you know, traditional surfing that we see over there from the surfer out of the North Shore. Incomplete at the end, so an unforced error by Betty Lou. And this is the 3.67 of Sophie up and over the whitewater. Beautiful style from McCulloch. She recognized that wave going to go flat in that midsection, decides to kick out.
Yeah,
still some size.
Still some size, which is great to see. Talking about last year, Sakura having her best year on the championship tour. 5 years on the championship tour. Took out 2 wins last year. Remember that won at Trestles at the Lexus Trestles Pro, and then took that win over on the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro
at Burley
with a double rainbow in the final.
And how good were the waves at that event too?
Waves were really good. You know what else is really good? The new isotonic drinks from Bonsoy.
Well, I've been waiting for the latte. I've been waiting for you to brew it up this afternoon.
Okay, we'll froth it up. Always. I travel with it.
But winning the event over there at lowers, I think, says a lot about the growth and, you know, the development of Sakura over the years when it comes to working with Tom Whitaker, of course, a lot of the other people in her great camp, Mom Shinobu back home, Brother Kokoro, but the support of her partner right here too, Brody Sale. You know, he's been big in her camp, and I think, you know, there's been some good mojo, some good juju there the last few days, and potentially winning this event 2 times now, Kibes.
Yeah, I mean, she is the informed surfer. However, it is Sophie McCulloch who's slightly up on their exchange. And these two are what's going on right here?
Well, paddling away from the pier. It seems like that rip may be getting a bit stronger this afternoon. It is 1:19 local time, which is just over an hour away from the high tide that we did have. It's not going to be a huge difference when it comes to the low tide later on this afternoon. Conditions are still super fun, but we are expecting more wind swell this afternoon heading into tomorrow too, which will be decreasing the swell when it comes to that really ground swell, the south-southwest in the water.
Let's catch up with Joanne DeFay on to the semifinals. She's with Rosie Hodge.
And we're just catching up on live. Well, Joanne DeFay, we were just talking about the level on the Challenger Series and how impressive these young girls are that are coming up. What's your take on that, and what did you bring? What kind of mindset did you bring to come up against someone like Eden Waller?
I know, well, my take was just to kind of get busy in the heat. Obviously, you know, I'm here, I don't have that much. I mean, I haven't surfed in a contest for a while, so any wave training I can get is good. And I've been so impressed by the level, like I was saying. And Eden is just like such a weapon, seriously. And I'm more than 15 years old, more than her. It's crazy. So, you know, I'm just so confident. It makes my heart so full to come back on the CS and see the level of surfing, women surfing. And yeah, I'll just get a couple more wins against them. But soon it's going to be, you know, different. And if I can get a couple of success before I leave, it would be good.
You've still got plenty left in the tank. And talking about young surfers coming up the ranks, you will be coming up against Sierra Kerr in the semifinals. What do you make of that matchup?
Yeah, same. Sierra, I've been, you know, like hitting the lip really hard with, the other day on the left and stuff, and even today. I mean, she's, you know, I don't know, incredible. I think she's trying to find her rhythm also on the competing side, but she's been doing so much content, and she's I love her mindset, you know. I feel like, and I really like the path she's taking, because in the women surfing, there's not that many surfers that live out of like doing also content and free surfing. So it's really brave of her, and like her, you can see how her surfing is shining through that. And anyway, I don't know, tomorrow we'll see. Just get busy, get some wave, and we'll see.
You've been looking unstoppable, Joanne. Thanks for the time. We'll let you get back to your real job of being a mom.
That's going to be a great semifinal number 1 tomorrow, finals day here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Sophie McCulloch, smooth off the top there for Sophie. Nice board control, riding sharp eye surfboards. Has to tic-tac through some of the flats, looking to make the connection. Gets to the inside, finishes it off. And Sophie is going to likely better her scoreline with that last ride.
Totally. Wave 4 right here. She's caught 2 that have been in the 3-point range. In the lead at the moment, but yeah, this is much cleaner surfing, inside, outside, all well done. And you know, the sharp eye, she's made the move over there lately, and these boards are looking great underneath her feet, Kaipo. Little stuck on the first one, but does really well with that carve back into the white water to not only regain some speed heading into the midsection. Well, we all know, I mean, you needed to have that Huntington hop on lock if you're making it to this point of the event, but explodes well at the end. Make sure that she rides out too. Great control and great, really, disposition of turns on the outside too.
Sakura on the answer back. Big below tail snap off the top. Now is going to have to hug this whitewater, look for the line through next to the pier to the inside to finish off this ride. Has great momentum here. Doesn't have to work too hard to make the connection. Backhand off the top. Pearls on the way down.
Well, you could see her eye line right there, either wanting to select the red or the left on the inside, and eventually decided to go left. It seems like she was just a bit off timing right there. Definitely got some good air underneath her board too, Kaipo. So not the finish that she was looking for, but the work on the outside was great. First turn right in the pocket, really emphasizes the initial turn. Then right here on rail, great way to really use the inside and outside of the rails. Judges really appreciate that. I'm telling you, I mean, keeping that eye line down, you know, as well as you can, especially having to commit to one of these end section turns, right or left, eventually goes left and loses that battle right there on the inside. But in the pocket the entire time on the pier bowl section, super well done. Good adjustment right there, matching power v power, a little bit of a softer section, and then backs it up with a beautiful carve in the pocket, Kipes.
So we're waiting for the score for Sakura Johnson. Score is in for last of Sophie McCulloch, and she has increased her lead with a 4.83.
So Sakura just outside of the top 10 right now on the Championship Tour at number 11.
Yeah, she's number 11.
So this is a significant event for her. She wants to regroup and has a couple of tough tests right now on the Championship Tour coming up. You have, of course, Tahiti and then Fiji. Those are two events where anybody can really do well, especially with the quality waves that we should be expecting given the activity in the Pacific. But I think right here, having the commodity of being close to home, especially most surfers that are heading to Tahiti fly out of LAX too. So there's a straight flight from here. You were probably going to be here anyways. Might as well compete at the event, get some points on the board too on the Challenger Series side.
Yeah, that red-eye flight to Tahiti. You know what, Mitchell? We got this heat and one more heat, but we have much, much more. We have all kinds of stuff. We have the 805 post show, that's going to happen. But here, if you're in Huntington Beach, we are going to have an expression session. So we're going to have a Challenger Series expression session all afternoon, and then I feel the bands are going to go back on tonight. We got so much stuff happening here. Beautiful Saturday. Plan on spending the whole day at the beach.
Absolutely. Get here early tomorrow too, because
I know you always talk about parking.
It's difficult. I showed up at 6:45 this morning, and I want to say half of the lot was already full.
No. Is that typical on the weekend?
On the weekends here in the summertime, yeah. But when the Open comes around town, it is much more typical, yeah. Now the weather's nice in SoCal. Everybody wants to hit the beach, Kaipo.
Yeah, that's true. And why wouldn't you? It's a beautiful beach. 3.9 comes in for Sakura Johnson. She needs a 4.74. Take a look at that beautiful, beautiful beach. Packed. Bring your umbrella so you bring your own little bit of shade. Your beach chair.
We got the Sun Ninjas over there too. Good shade provided. You got to get those early though.
Make sure your Yeti's full of ice.
Yeah,
but it'll stay cold all day if you put it in the Yeti.
Yeah, but it's a fun place to be. Spend the weekend at. Get to see the world's best surfers wanting to qualify for the tour, and some of your favorites that are on the Championship Tour, like Sakura out there in the blue. Scores in, not a huge one, but it is her best, Kipes.
Yep. Let's check out our Pacifico fan picks for quarterfinal number 3, and the people have spoken. 63% going with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
So nearly 2/3 going with the former event champion back in 22. About a little over a third picking the former CTer and Sophie McCulloch. So Sophie already has a throwaway result over there in Bolito, Kaipo.
Yes.
That was at 25th. Looking to make up some points right here with at least a quarter guaranteed right now, but I mean, a victory would go a long way. What do you say, statistically speaking, about what, 70% of people that win a Challenger Series event eventually go on to qualify for the CT?
Yeah, I mean, probably even higher than that, yeah. But, and especially, again, this year, taking just your top 4 results, it's going to be weighed even heavier. So that 10,000 points that the winner walks away from here at Huntington Beach is almost going to guarantee you a spot on the Championship Tour.
I'm really excited to see how much the QS 6000s matter. You know, and there's a lot of great spots and locations over there. You have Portugal, you have Spain, and of course still waiting on a few other ones, but I know Taiwan has quality waves over there too.
Well, you know, with these surfers, we think of their history of different matchups. We can look back at 2022 when Sakura won a U.S. Open title. She beat Sophie in the semifinals that year on her way to that win.
No, so they both had great results here.
Yeah.
That very same year too. So priority with Soph, she's going to use it, Kipes.
Here she goes. Big off the top there, really vertical, and now it looks like there's ample white water. Oh, again, superstition. The jinx came to it. I was just going to say it looks like ample white water to make it to the shore break, but it looked like Sophie actually gave up on that.
Well, I think the purpose of that wave was just keeping Sakura off of it. But if she does improve on the 3.8, it's off of the merit of the one turn on the outside. It was a smaller wave for this afternoon. We have seen some proper sets out there right now. So, you know, maybe yes, maybe no. But good pressure right there from Betty Lou to be able to get her opponent on the board. And, of course, you know, using that priority and what, if she doesn't improve, a mistake situation right there, Kaipo. At this point of the event, got to be mistake-free surfing out there with the quality of the surface that we have still remaining in this one.
Yeah, so the scoreline for Sophie McCulloch will remain the same at with an 8.632 wave total. That means the requirement for Sakura is a 4.74, and for Sakura, she does have priority.
Yeah, pretty much a 5-point rod, what Betty Lou needs right here. So I have seen both team managers, Sharp Eye and Mayhem. Yufu Penrose for Sharp Eye has been here grinding all week, and Gian Bernini, the grade 4 Lost Surfboards, also been here supporting a lot of his surfers. But this has been a great event for the guys from San Diego. Sharp Eye Surfboards, Taylor Clark, Marcial Zuvi, all of them. They have a plethora of surfers still remaining in both the quarters on the men's side and, of course, here on the women's side too, Kaipo.
Yeah, looking good. Waiting for another set to come through here with 11 minutes on the clock. We're going to take a break, step away. We'll wait for the next exchange. More action. Oh, and Joanne DeFay. This is Kimmy, the new member of the family. We'll be back after this. Go RVing. Take it out to the road. Live on the road. Forget about a mortgage. Just go RVing.
Hey, they got their activation right here on site. It's pretty rad, dude. Taylor Jensen Ambassador, 4-time World Longboard Champ too. We crowned the Longboard champions earlier this week. Tommy Coleman out of San Clemente, our local wildcard, and of course back-to-back champion Avalon Gall. But leading the rankings, Declan Whiten on the men's side as Sophie looking good again. Kive's going left now.
Okay, so this is under priority. She picked this one up. We'll see if she improves upon her scoreline there, Sophie McCulloch.
She's just a total ball of fire. I mean, she's got so much energy. She's not very big, but she charges, dude.
Yeah, we were just talking in her last heat. We were just talking about that, how scruff. She's just puts her head down and paddles into some big waves.
Have such fun names, and you know, at times you're just like, why even scruff? Oh, just because I'm scruffy. And you know, the worst one is usually the one that sticks. So your friends truly love you if you get one of those nicknames if you're from Australia.
I like scruff.
But she's such a rad personality too, but you can see here, talented going right, going left. So this one under priority, trying to improve on the 3.8. She didn't do it with the one turn on the forehand on her last one. That came under 3.57. I like the energy right here, and so far 7 minutes on the clock. This heat's flown by, Kaipo.
Yeah. I feel Sophie's scoreline should increase. I think she's going to better her position on that wave. I thought there was some quality surfing on the back end and numerous maneuvers coming through. So I think she got the job done. And the judges agree with me, 5.33 for Sophie McCulloch. That increases the need for Sakura Johnson needing a 6.26. And that is an intimidating number given this afternoon's conditions.
Yeah, just based off of what we're seeing in this heat. I mean, last one, Joanna and both Eden had double-digit heat totals, 14.76, 11.56 for the two of them. And right now, these two surfers have really struggled to find anything outside of, you know, those threes that Sakura has and the backup 4.83 that Sophie is still carrying right now. And with 6 minutes on the clock, I mean, these 30-minute heats, when the waves are good, you'll notice them. And right now, they fly by if you're just having these low-scoring battles, Kaipo.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, time management and just rotation of priority and priority decisions. I mean, that left that Sophie got a 5.33 at that time, if Sakura did the same exact thing, she'd be in the lead right now.
But that is, you know, a perfect example of surfing under priority too. And I think this heat is a great example of luck involved in surfing. I mean, because you might have a heat where there's 20, 30 waves available for 4 surfers, 2 surfers. There's a heat where combined, between the two of them, they caught 9 waves. And there haven't been many other scoring opportunities so far for the two of them, Kaipo. So a lot of luck involved in surfing. Sophie so far making her own luck out there.
Yeah, she is. And again, that's we talked about it earlier this morning, how today with the decreasing swell, things were going to be a bit more tactical when it comes to heat approach. And Sophie actually surfing a really smart heat.
Yeah. Luckily for us, the wind still relatively light. At this point in the afternoon yesterday, it was much windier. So still expecting that to pick up, but we only got one more quarterfinal left, and then the 2 expression session, as you've been talking about. A lot of the CS surfers will be paddling out later this afternoon for those. And of course, we got the concerts later today right here too, just behind our main stage. So Betty Lou's moved over more towards the left on the pier bowl. Meanwhile, on the traditional pier bowl, going right again, the heat leader.
Oh, big snap off the top for McCulloch. Drifts the tail on a second turn. Again, really good positioning. And looking energized coming through to the inside here. McCulloch S-turning her way in, and a nice carve to finish, doubles up on the finish.
That's a 2 for 1 right there. Great energy.
Really.
There just seems to be an intensity right now in the way Sophie's competing in comparison to Betty Lou. And, you know, that 4.83 more than likely changing right here with this last one of Sophie. And outside of that, time's running out for Betty Lou Johnson at the moment. 6.26 is what she needs before this wave. Under priority, but still over by the pier bowl. Found a gem straight into the lip on the first one, slides the tail on the second one, and we talked about her right on the sharp eyes now, Kaipo. They look very responsive underneath her feet, meaning that every kind of maneuver that she wants to do is pretty much guaranteed right now. Get a read on the inside section, goes for the 2 for 1, the carve into the snap at the end. but it's really the work on the outside that is going to get the majority of the points on the board. Excellent timing by the surfer out of the sunny coast.
Yeah. That's that sharp eye right here, especially now we can kind of really watch the board. The glide on it seems exceptional.
Yeah, and she's going to drop a major number right now.
6.83 just dropped. Sophie McCulloch now puts the requirement for Sakura Johnson at an excellent one. Betty Lou needing an 8.26. Is this an example of the priority anchor with Sakura?
Could be
sitting on it for a long time.
Yeah, yeah. It's a good point you make right there. Sometimes, you know, not having priority, especially, you know, in slow types of swell situations, is good. And I think that's worked out in the benefit of Sophie McCulloch so far. And outside of that too, you know, it comes down to being in rhythm and energy-wise. And I think Sophie's just had a little bit more every single time that she stood up. I mean, just look at the 3.67. She got that wave as soon as the heat started. So there was just a notice right there of potential value aggregate on this heat right here, Kaipo. Sophie already has one major throwaway. She's not on the tour right now. Sakura is.
Yeah.
She's at number 11. So just outside of the top 10 right now. There's a lot more significance and weight in this heat for Sophie than there is for Betty Lou.
Yeah. Yeah, Sophie at 25th over in Bolito at the first Challenger Series. So that is, like you said, Mitchell, that would be considered a throwaway result. So this has a lot of gravity, has a lot of weight for Sophie McCulloch. And she is definitely on her way right now. And I like this. Now she's going to paddle even under priority and kind of get in Sakura's, you know, just space.
Well, and Sophie's getting to the age, she's 27 right now. She's going to be 28 later this year, where you're starting to, you know, make those decisions whether or not you want to continue doing this. And I think at this point, the commitment has to be fully there to want to qualify still. And then doubt starts creeping in if you don't get those results. So right here, I think you're at a middle point within the year, 2 events into the season. You're already guaranteed at least a 5th, but you get a semi or a final appearance, especially if it's a win, your confidence and your morale goes way up there, Kaipo.
Yeah. Well, it's a minute, so this is going to be the last chance for Sakura. I'm sure she's going to take this wave. Maybe not. Well, now there's, I would think you would try to give yourself a chance right there.
Well, that wave seems like it just tapered off real quick. There might be a few more opportunities on the outside. It has to be clearly the best wave of the heat, though.
All right. Down to 35 seconds.
Well, this is the chance, Kipes. Has to be huge.
Scratches in there. Has to bypass that first section.
Oh.
Searing carve. A little cut back. They're trying to skate the mayhem through the flat section. Makes it easily. S-turn in through the shore break. Nice finish. Well surfed wave. Big question though, Mitchell, is that excellent? Is that an 8.26?
You know, just initial reaction, I'd say no, but there was a ton of quality on the outside carve to snap though. I'm a big fan of that, but judges have really made themselves, you know, very clear when it comes to getting into the lip, hitting those critical sections. We saw it even on the 6.83 with Sophie, but this is a great combination of turns right here for Johnson. Already getting bombarded by the fans as soon as she hits the shoreline, Kaipo. Really clean wave right here for Betty Lou. The carve to snap, a ton of power involved on that one right there. So the wave shoulders off, it's a bit flat. Makes the connection easily though. And she does an extra little bit of a fade right here just to make sure she's right in the pocket the entire time. It was smart, put her in a better position to capitalize with the last turn. But the big point's gonna come out of the outside section. That's really just a cherry on top of the cake. And yeah, as you said, had to be a major number. It seems like it's gonna fall short of that.
And it does. Coming back with a 5.63, not enough for Sakura Johnson. So she's gonna walk away from the Lexus US Open with an equal 5th. Meanwhile, Sophie McCulloch, she's on her way to semifinal number 2 on finals day. There's all the digits for you between the two of them. McCulloch victorious.
Yeah, big result right here for Sophie into the semis for the 2nd time in her career right here at the Open, Kaipo.
We got more on the way. We got quarterfinal number 4 with Kika Veselko and Isla Huppets when we return to Huntington Beach Lexus US Open of Surfing.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By Pacifico. Live life anchors up. And by Go RVing, official recreational vehicle travel partner of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Sophie McCulloch, after heat, catch up with her coach, Reynos Hayes. She's into the semifinals here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. All smiles for Scruff. She's got a ticket to finals day. Cabrera along with Mitchell Salazar. Well, one more spot in the semifinals, and it's up to Francisca Kika Veselko or Isla Huppets. Both surfers in this quarterfinal number 4, former World Junior champs.
Correct. We have the current one out there in the blue jersey, and Kika Veselko won hers just down the road in Encinitas a few years ago. So currently ranked number 1. She won the first Challenger Series event over in Bolito. Excuse me, got second.
Runner-up.
Yeah, but she is moving up to number 1 with the early departure from the event of Teresa Bonvalo.
Yes.
So Isla Huppets right here. Good result already, a 5th guaranteed. But yeah, the significance of the World Junior title heavily weighed, right, into the Challenger Series career and then eventually onto the Championship Tour career. Multiple former World Junior champions on both the men's and women's side within this event, Kaipo.
Yeah, and winning that World Junior championships, once you win that, you do get an invite into the next year's Challenger Series.
And that's even more significant, this win for Isla. Right. Over there in the Philippines, over Sierra Kerr, who's in the semifinals. They can actually match up later on in the event. So second quarterfinal appearance. Looking good rankings-wise in her first event, in her first, season on the Challenger, Kaipo.
Well, 17th in Bolito and now guaranteed a 5th here for Isla. That's a pretty good start to the Challenger season.
Oh, absolutely.
You talk about her World Junior title happening in the Philippines. We're going to take the CT to the Philippines this year, Cloud 9.
Yeah, we got Siargao over there at Cloud 9, and then, of course, the WLT going to be over at La Union. Kika Veselko winning her world title back in 2022 on the junior side. How good were the waves that year, too?
Yeah, it was big.
Defeated Sawyer Lindblad in the final. A lot of association to Huntington herself. Dad Joe, a local to these areas. And don't think that's a block this early on.
No. Well, Sophie McCulloch, on to the semis. Let's get an interview with Sophie. She's with Rosie Hodge.
That's right, Sophie. We were just talking about the intensity of the last moments of that heat. Talk to me about Betty Lou, a former champ out here, getting that last wave and how you had to back yourself up.
Yeah, I mean, that in my eyes, it looked like it had the best shape of any wave this heat, and it's Betty Lou. I was saying before, she can drop an 8 so easily. So I kind of just knew I had to try and turn on the next one and try and better my score, which I don't think I did, but I was very grateful to hear that the 5 came through and she didn't get the win.
Talking about how hard it is to be a pro surfer, the trials and tribulations that you've seen in your career. How good is it to be in the semifinals at the US Open? You're 1 heat shy from qualifying last year, so this has got to be a huge relief.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm just trying to go into every event just trying to give my best effort, so I don't think that changes now that I'm in the semis. But yeah, I had 3 quarterfinals last year and yeah, didn't quite qualify, so it feels pretty nice to get a semi under my belt.
Looking forward to finals day?
Very much so.
Bring it, girl. We can't wait to see you in the semifinals. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
It's a good answer. Absolutely. Let's go. Game time tomorrow for Soph. She looks fired up. I'm liking what I'm seeing from her so far, Kaipo.
Yeah, she's been really smooth surfing.
And numerically speaking, she made 3 quarters last year and still didn't qualify. That goes to show you how difficult it is, you know, with those 7 slots available, and now this year
only 6.
Yeah,
possibly 7. Depends if we give away another maternity wild card.
Right. So, you know, those spots aren't many available. Definitely got to earn them, Kipes.
Kika Veselko down the line, just a little late to that one, and just decides not to stick with it either.
Well, and her dad Joe from right here, younger brother Jamie traveling with her, great surfer himself too. Older brother Joey, a chiropractor back in Portugal. So Kika, a lot of familiarity with this location right here. She's had bad luck in previous events though, wave-wise, so much better result here overall.
So on her bio, she's actually listed as from Carcavelos. So splitting time between Huntington and Carcavelos.
Well, she grew up partially here. She did a year of high school right here at Edison on the southern part of Huntington. Great surf team that they actually have too, great program. They usually surf at River Jetties every morning before they go over to school. But yeah, her father Joe's from the area. Mom is one of the OG Portuguese female professionals when it comes to surfing. And herself, I mean, first time I met her, I want to say it was either 2017 or 18. One of the local comps that we have right here in the area was actually the city surf contest in September right here on the south side. Dropped a 10. And look at her now, Kaipo, a member of the elite on the CT.
Yeah, on the championship tour, but she's backing this up just because she's had a, you know, string of 17ths this season. A couple of 9th place finishes, so she's made that opening round twice. Other than that, it's been those 17ths been getting to her.
And she was really close to making that heat in Brazil against Isabella Nichols. She was winning the whole heat, and then Bella flipped it on her, I want to say, in the last minute. So a lot of bad luck involved for Kika so far this season in her rookie year. It happens. I mean, and that's, you know, the luck of the draw.
Well, it's just the adjustment on the rookie year. I mean, how many one-year rookies have we had? You know, we've had
lots.
It's about, I feel it's like about 50% attrition rate when you look at rookies who makes it through that into a sophomore year.
We've actually awarded Rookie of the Year awards to people who haven't even requalified. That's how difficult it is at times. You know, I remember Dion Atkinson back in the day doing that. So, yeah, there's people that you might hear one time and then you might never ever hear them again. That's how difficult it is to get back on tour as well.
It's also difficult to make it to a finals day in a Challenger Series, and we got the Challenger Series coming up. We got Pacifico brackets that we're going to take a look at. What we're looking forward to tomorrow here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We're going to get to that. We're not going to go to break. We're going to check out this graphic right here. This is the semifinals that are always set up. Mitchell, Sierra Kerr up against Joanne DeFay, semifinal number 1.
Well, going to be 3/4 of a chance that we have a potential new champion right here, although Joanne DeFay has something to say about that, Kaipo. She's been the informed surfer in the event. Sierra Kerr, though, at least a semifinal guaranteed. Sophie McCulloch will be competing tomorrow as well to become champion, and the winner of this last quarter between Veselko and Huppets. Eden Walla, big result for her. She has 2 quarterfinals already when it comes to the first CS events of the year, so looking really good when it comes to the rankings too. We have seen the youth dominated this event in the past. Remember Malia Manuel, 14 years old, winning back in 08. Still the youngest surfer ever to win the U.S. Open.
Yeah, I feel, yeah. That was a landmark. I feel Lakey Peterson was really young when she won here as well.
Late teens, I want to say.
Yeah.
Back in 2012. But it's a platform. You know, you come here to Huntington Beach, the industry is right here. There's a ton of people on the beach, and of course the broadcast makes a big difference too when it comes to exposure.
Isla. See if she could stick with this. It's similar to the start for Kika as well. Another kind of late hit out the back, but getting a lot of speed through this flat section here.
How did she make that?
She's just pressing on her front foot, gaining some projection, gets on the inside, and does not give up on that wave. So that should be better than the 2.5 opener that Kika Veselko currently has in her scoreline.
There's the Aussie crew. Pete Reese-Duncan right there with the green hat. He's the talent pathway coach for Surfing Australia, doing some great work with Isla and a lot of the rest of the crew. Wade Carmichael too, already doing some coaching on the side himself.
What kind of coach?
Talent pathway. So they develop a lot of the youth over there in Australia. Yeah. Surfing Oz, man, they have one of the best programs in the world, if not the best too. I think if you ask a lot of the surfers here, they're pretty stoked on the program that they have in the U.S. as well. But I think over there in Australia, they really put the money where their mouth is. A lot of support government-wise. That's why they have so many events over there too. And I mean, it goes from the pro juniors to the QS, and of course, all the way to the CT level, Kipes.
That's right. Here's the replay for Isla.
Looking good, sharp on the outside. This is going to be the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah.
And, you know, makes the inside reform right here. A lot of energy. Sport looking good underneath their feet. And I think just building off of momentum of winning the World Junior title over there in the Philippines is another great result for Isla right here at the U.S. Open. Timing, little off as you said, but given how crumbly the wave was at the top part of the wave, did very well to be able to, you know, really puncture that lip and use the board to her advantage, Kaipo.
On the paddle back out on the north side of the pier, and she's going to hear from the beach announcers that she just earned herself a 5.83. So strong start for our reigning World Junior champ.
Yeah, and, you know, there's times where everything's just aligning for you to qualify. It kind of seems like that's really been the sensation that I've been getting from Isla so far this week. Kind of been in that corner by herself with her coach and, you know, very quiet. But surfing does the talking, Kaipo.
Yeah. Would that be a new sensation?
I would say so.
Yeah. That's an In Excess reference just because she's Australian.
Ah, gotcha.
We have fun at the end of the day, Mitch.
We have fun all day. What are you talking about? We got the boredom brews, the turcados and everything. Left Coast pastrami's.
Love some In Excess.
Absolutely. Gotta bring the jams, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Especially preheat, paddle out there. Every now and then you gotta put the headphones on before you even jump into the booth too. Get a little extra motivation depending on how the waves are. Still looking good this afternoon though.
I've been through long shuttle rides with you and you put your headphones on, and I think that's to block me out. I sometimes take it personal.
Well, look.
We've been on like 3-hour shuttle rides and you've had the headphones on the whole time.
For context, the drive from Saquarema to the airport tends to be 2.5 hours. So 2.5 hours is a long time for just chatting the entire.
You can take a break from me right now because we're going to take a break right in this final heat. But we'll be back with the last qualifier for the semis here. Lexus US Open of Surfing. All right, yeah, you can scan that code to have a chance to win a spot and to not win a spot, to book a spot on the VIP experience at Peniche, Portugal when the championship tour hits Europe. Hang out with me and Mitchell Salazar eating pastel de natas and we'll show you the secret chicken place.
No! It's already crowded.
Guerrero with Mitchell Salazar. We're having
Just kidding. We're going to take you there, of course.
Time at the end of the day here. Out on the water, it's much more serious as Francisca Veselko and Isla Huppets are battling out there for the last spot in the semifinals. Tomorrow's finals day here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. One more spot available for the women. Isla Huppets currently in the lead with a 5.83 single wave score.
No, but seriously though, Portugal, that VIP experience presented by Thermo, that place is awesome, Kaipo. We love it there. The waves are really good. We're returning in the fall this year too, which, you know, weather-wise is much better, and quality of the surf should be there too.
Here we go. Isla finds the left. And under priority.
Shooting the pier?
Kind of a gem. Yeah, all the way to the north side of the pier. Gets through the pilings, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
And there she is, and she's going to take a quick track back out. So she's backing up that 5.83, and that's going to make things difficult for Kika Veselko.
You know, for a first-year surfer to shoot the pier that comfortably, too, I mean, that just goes to show the rhythm that she's in right now. But as you said, I found, you know, a gem out there under priority, too. Kika didn't even look at this wave. Isla says, I'll take it. This will be my backup. Gets the carve. Another snap right under the lip in the pocket. And very well done. Short wave right there for Huppets, another angle. As soon as she drops in, brings the board down, more of a down carve, and then under the lip snap for the second one, Kaipo. Then one of the trickiest things to do in all the surfing, shoot on the pier right here in HB. Kicks out with a lot of comfort, it seems.
How often have you shot the pier, Mitchell? A couple times? I'm sure a couple times.
The last time I did it, maybe a month and a half ago, I want to say. It's a pretty big south swell, but
you had no choice.
Well,
one of those things that you just were getting swept through?
Yeah, well, no, I just knew that being on the board right next to the pier, the smarter thing was still go straight through it. Yeah. And I was still riding the wave, so I think, you know, at that time, just let momentum take you that way. Use it to your advantage. Don't try to fight it. We see that too much when people paddle, you know, against the current, right up against the pier. Don't fight it. Just let it take you to the north side. It's so much easier to paddle back out from over there.
Yeah. Hot tips from Mitchell Salazar. I agree. 4.17 for Isla Huppets with a 5.83, 10 points. So she's gotten to the double digits, and that means Kika Veselko needs a big number. 7.5 is the requirement for the surfer representing Portugal.
You remember the first time you shot the pier?
Yeah. Would have been in the 80s, dude.
Yeah, well, you were on the national team back then too, right?
NSSAs, yeah. We used to have the NSSA Nationals here. So you'd get points for going through.
Criteria has definitely changed since then.
Kika Veselko, strong off the top there and gets caught up on the second whitewater rebound.
You know what? Even on the first bottom turn, I felt like there was going to be more energy projected through that first turn. And it definitely seems like if she would be able to surf that wave again, I think she'd want to surf it differently herself.
We'll break it down here.
Yeah, I mean, get entry right here, great angle, deep bottom turn, and just right there, maybe a bit more release off of the first turn, and I think it offset her for the second one. Another look at it. So been on the DHD program all year herself. Into the lip, good timing, but maybe a bit more explosive would have been better, especially at this point of the heat. She doesn't have anything outside of the 2.5 to really match up against with the two good scores of Huppets, and comes in pretty short in the context of the heat, Kaipo.
Yeah, 3.5 score for that wave that we just saw on replay. The need has been reduced to a 6.5 for Kika Veselko. Just under 10 minutes remaining on the clock. Isla Huppets, however, with heat control, she's got priority, she's got the lead, and looks like Kiko wants to surf down the beach to get away from that priority. Slash there, and that wave just dissipates. Little deeper part of the sandbank right there.
Exactly. You know, with these south swells in the water right now, even with the mix of the northwest wind swell, everything's really focusing right next to the pier. In the summertime, we get all these south swells, and that brings all the sand right next to the pier. That makes it the shallowest part of the beach right here on the south side. In comparison, on the north side in the wintertime, all that shallowness will be right next to the pier for them. So right there you see Kika paddling out. It's the deep zone. That's why not many peaks have really been available throughout the entirety of today. Really, the main peak to be utilizing either the right on the pier bowl or just a bit further over the left going into the pier.
Mitchell, I got a question for you. Are there any comps, do they hold comps anymore on the north side of the pier?
You know, the last one I saw was the Caden Pro-Am.
Well, well, that was the last ones, yeah.
I think Chris Waring won one of the last ones that were done over there on the north side. It was firing too. But no, I want to say 9th Street and only the south side are the two places that have hold events. Maybe Newland, I think there might have been a WSA earlier this year.
I used to surf in those Caden Team Challenges, Caden Pro.
Those were great events, huh?
And they were a wintertime event, so it was really good there.
Isn't it funny? North side better in the summertime. We run everything here on the south side, and then north side is better, you know, or south side is better in the wintertime, and they used to run it over there.
Yeah. But there used to be some iconic, you know, pictures of the right coming into the pier and photographers up on top of the pier with the surfer coming into them.
Well, our brother, Bud Laumas, has been in the Red Bull Athlete Zone pretty much all day, just watching things. He's one of those guys, you know, that was one of the original pioneers of progressive surfing right here in Huntington, one of the stars of the 80s and the 90s of this area.
Yeah. Kika, nothing there. Yeah. Greg Mungle, who's now a Glasser. Greg Mungle won the Caden Pro-Am or the Caden Team Challenge 1 January, and he trunked it.
You know, it's not as cold as other places in California. It's still cold. And there's times here, proper wintertime, you're wearing a 4-3. And, you know, especially overcast, it being, you know, a little extra cloudy too at that time of the year. Days are being shorter and you don't get the same concentration of UVs. Even in 20, 30 minutes out there in the heat, you'll still feel the cold. I mean, I can't even imagine for somebody, you know, coming from different parts of the world in the wintertime right here and expecting it to be, you know, a local summer and it being in the 50s in the water temps.
Ooh.
Yeah. It was actually pretty warm this season. Outside of maybe 3-4 weeks out of the wintertime, it was really nice.
Give us the water temp right now.
It's definitely got to be in the lower 70s, I'd say. Probably hovering about 71, 72.
All right. Isla using priority, stretched out right-hander, but just, again, gets into that deeper water.
Well, she used priority there, too, so great pressure by Veselko to sell her on that one. So she had converted on the first 2 waves that she had ridden. She won't be improving her situation right here. And there's still enough time. A 6.5 ain't out of the realm of possibility right now, Kaipo. We did see Sophie drop a score very near to that right now. And we got some waves incoming too.
Opportunity now for Kika Veselko. Good size set. We'll see if it has any shape, if it has any corners to it. This one looks like a pretty straight wall lining up in front of the Portuguese surfer. No opportunity there.
Well, she was a bit out of position for the first one too, and I think that's going to cost her right here with these last few waves coming through the lineup. Her coach, Rodrigo Souza, she, you know, told him that it was cold, not travel to these events. I think the Challenger, you know, economically, there's less money available than what you normally see on the Championship Tour level. So, you know, making sure that he's there at the stops that he needs to be, that at the CT level, the ones that really matter right now. She's currently a rookie on tour, but here at home, you know, her second home, I should say, with her dad, her brother being in her camp too, I think she has enough commodity right there to make her own decisions in the lineup. They've been working together a long time. They've probably been messaging back and forth, especially, you know, before and after the heats. What did I do better? Or what can I do better? What did I do wrong out there? Just a couple of big things really when it comes to improvements on the fly, Kaipo.
Yeah, check it out. We talked about after this, we're going to have the 8:05 post show. After that, we're going to have the Challenger Series expression sessions. And after that, get ready to hit the stage, hit the music, buy tickets there, scan the QR code. Local natives will be playing.
RC Drive, 2-for-1 tickets.
Yeah.
We're getting in there later too.
Of course.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Of course. Dancing on the sand.
Why not? So local natives, RC Drive, scan that QR code, 2-for-1. You're going to see Kaipo and I over there. Hey, Might even get a photo with us too. And that's free as well.
I love it. I love it. Well, we got 4 minutes remaining. Kika Veselko with priority. And the need, again, you see as a 6.5. A set did come through. It was a pretty straight set. Kika was not in position for it either. So now it's just, the luck is going to come into a factor right now. Will there be enough time for another series of waves?
Well, given the, consistency that we've seen in this heat, I feel like, 3:45 definitely a possibility. One thing here, this point of the tide, Kaipo, it's coming down with the swell on the decrease. I still think that you need to be coming from behind the peak the majority of the time. Got to get there early to that section. Give yourself a chance to really explode once you reach the lip, because we've seen so many situations throughout the event where people take off too late under the lip, and by the time they try to bottom turn and get there, they're off timing.
Great analysis right there.
Well, that's why the extra buoyancy today, I think, really mattered a lot. You saw Kanoa ride the epoxy. That board looked phenomenal. So just having a little bit more buoyancy out there today makes a difference.
And it's also illustrated, much like a golf bag, you need all these different clubs. You need all these different boards because of the beginning of the comp. In the first couple rounds, probably needed to step up. And then you move down to your standard normal shortboard. And by tomorrow or even this afternoon, you may be considering your groveler.
No, totally. And I think tomorrow's going to be a completely different game too. There's the Veselko camp. Brother Jamie with the backup board. Father Joe with the tee that says Margs on it.
So there you go. It's a DNA, DHD, a pretty popular model from Darren Hanley. Isla throws it up there. That was a risky maneuver.
Yes, it was.
For the reigning world junior champ. Again, under priority, picking off these waves. And the glide, again, Huntington hop in full effect, but she just made it look so easy. Couple of S turns there. Getting sassy on the inside, isn't she? There you go. Complete.
That carve on the inside was just picture perfect.
That was a sassy turn. That was daring the wave to try to run away. That was toying with the shore break.
Did get a little stuck on the last one, but still got the 2 for 1. She's done a good job under priority in this heat. An excellent job, I should say.
I'm psyched on this turn that she does in the shore break.
And the outside too.
Maneuver,
Gets a little lift underneath the board on the outside. Once again, getting those 2 extra hops right there on the outside just to be able to make this little reform. Does so very well. This turn right here, that is quality. That's CT level surfing right there to readjust. Gets a little hung up on the last bottom turn heading into the lip line hit, but that 417 way gone right here, Kipes.
Again, outside maneuver, gets up on the lip and kind of rides out of that explosion, disappears for a sec.
But she is so composed coming out of it. It seems like it was just another turn for her.
And here's a little zah.
That had quality written all over that thing right there. This board looks incredible too. Gets a little caught right there on the inside rail.
I can't tell what manufacturer she's riding.
Those are Sharp Eyes.
They're Sharp Eyes as well.
Yeah. That's
Sharp Eyes making a push this year at the U.S. Open.
That's what I'm telling you. A good amount of surfers, men's side, women's side, they're here.
Wow.
Well, and it also helps.
Well done, Yufu.
Well, Yufu, TC, and Marcio, they've been here almost every day. So they've really put a lot of attention into their surfers this week.
Look at that. Under priority, a 6.67 for Isla Huppets.
Yeah, and now needing a 9-point ride is Kika.
Kika's unfortunately shut out of this heat.
Look,
20 seconds remaining.
Second and a 5th. That's great in the first 2 events.
Yep.
So you decided to pull double duty. You did your job at both events. That's the thing that you need to be stoked on right here. You're just going up against a very informed surfer, somebody who is potentially taking out not only her second major win this season, potentially being one of the youngest champions ever at the U.S. Open.
Well, it is 18-year-old Isla Huppets on to semifinal number 2 with a well-surfed heat here at the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. And speaking about beers, we got the 8:05 post show coming up next, where we can go through all of today's highlights, some great conversations, and of course that Board and Brew top 5 for you to enjoy. All that stuff coming right after this commercial break. Get ready for the 8:05 post show.
Huntington Beach is hopping, and not just in the water where we normally see the Huntington Hop, but it is a Saturday here in Southern California. The crowds are out on the pier, on the beach, and they have been treated to a fantastic day of competition here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. The last heat of the women's quarterfinals delivering exactly the same as that we've gotten all week long. Great waves, great surfing, and we're on to finals day. Welcome in to the 8:05 post show. I'm AJ McCord alongside Mitchell Salazar, Tana Gadowskis. You guys, this has been so fun. I can't believe we know who's surfing on finals day already, Tanner.
Oh, my brain's almost scrambled at this point. There's been so much great action. The waves have super delivered to this point, and we know there's more coming tomorrow, so what a treat. Like, I really feel like getting to call this event, we've had such a blast with it because the performances have been insane.
Well, and that's what I was going to say, Mitch, is we've been harping on how fantastic the waves have been this entire week. Also, though, the surfers have made them look the best they possibly could. What do you say about the level of talent we've seen at the U.S. Open this year?
Well, it's the best it's been ever. I mean, we're talking about our technology has gotten so much better when it comes to improving our boards, our equipment overall, and of course these athletes have really been developing themselves outside of the water too. I think physically fit and mentally fit too. This is a growing one, AJ. I mean, we're talking about a 9-day event when you include the 4 days out of the longboard too.
Yes, it has been so much fun being here for Huntington Beach, from the Longboard to the Challenger Series. We've had some incredible moments, but I'm not going to lie, one of my favorites so far has been seeing this woman back in a competition jersey. Joanne DeFay previously had not competed since March of 2025, welcomed her baby girl in August, and Tanner, like she never left.
No, like literally like she never left at all. I ran into her after this heat. She was all good spirits. Got a hug from her and Kimmy. She had to be on fire because Eden Walla actually has been one of the names we can't stop talking about in this event. And she went clinical mode. She just put the pressure on. It came away with pocket sevens. And at the end of the heat, it was just too big of a mountain for Eden to climb out of. And it was just it was a really, really fun heat to watch.
I love seeing her back on the beach in the jersey. Mitch, when you look at what Joanne DeFay has been able to do you think that she can walk away with another title here from Huntington Beach?
She's the favorite right now, in my opinion. I think so far she's been the most informed surfer. I mean, look at the heat total right there, especially in their afternoon conditions, having to wait all day to compete too. I think psychologically right now she has an edge over everybody else too. You took a lot of time off, obviously because you needed to, but outside of that, you got that extra motivation to remind people what you're capable of, AJ. So far, I think she's been the best surfer on the women's draw.
And she's going to use every ounce of that extra motivation tomorrow, because Joanne DeFay is on to the semis, and look at who she's drawn. Sierra Kerr is another one who has been through a journey in the last year, and she is firing on all cylinders, Tanner.
I mean, both semis right here are super stacked. Sierra is one of those names where with the US Open it pairs so well because it's all about those big profile characters coming in and having to compete at the highest level. But semi too as well, like Isla has been taking down those big names, so maybe she'll keep that run going.
And Sophie McCulloch is another one who had a deep run here a few years ago. She's coming in with a lot of confidence. Mitch, we've talked a lot about the faces of Huntington Beach. When you look at that women's semis and the bracket that we still have, who do you think has the advantage in the adaptable conditions that we're going to see tomorrow?
Well, that's a good question right there. I think, Joanne is definitely one of those people that I think, but Sierra so far has really impressed me, guys. She had a couple buzzer beaters at the beginning of the event. She already has one keeper result so far. And especially after, the injuries that she sustained over the course of her young career too, I think she's found extra motivation to want to do it this year. And why not do it early on too? If you already have one great result, back it up immediately afterwards, especially with less events on the schedule this season, AJ.
Well, and so many of the Southern California surfers have had that advantage of seeing Huntington in all her different shapes and forms. But when you look at the men's heats from today, Taj Lindblad certainly was one of those names that you would expect to show up, show out here in Huntington. But instead, we got to talk about the kid from Brazil, Gabriel Klausner, coming out in men's round of 16 heat number 2, dropping a 14.53 heat total, Tanner.
Well, this heat was such a treat to watch unfold because Taj did not go down without swinging because Gabriel was setting the tone with those big airs on big sections. Taj has been electrifying, not just in this event, but this entire year. He's finding that Lindblad form. His sister Sawyer having one of the best years of her life. So Gabriel knew it was a big ask, but then he just started going to the air and unlocking some form of free surf mentality. This kid's fully laser focused for a win, which would be the literal biggest event of his life.
Absolutely, and talking about going to the air, Mitch, we talked about his board during this heat and how great it is looking under his feet. It's based off of a model that they worked on with Felipe Toledo. I mean, those airs, certainly something that you have to think the entire Brazilian crew is looking at Klausner and saying, that's our guy.
No doubt, but I think more than anything, he has a point to prove right here. Did you qualify just because you could qualify? Are you here to stay? And beating a guy like Taj right here, who's coming off of a fifth, surfing incredibly well too. I mean, look at his heat total, 13 pointed against 14.53. These guys went out there to want to put on the best show. They absolutely did. And I think Klausner right now, he's kind of that person under the radar that could easily be making it into the final and potentially becoming a champion tomorrow, AJ.
Well, and I'll tell you who is absolutely taking him seriously is Jake Marshall. He's another Southern California local, and he's somebody who's going to have to match up against Klausner. Only one of them can move on to the semis. You look at those 4 quarters tomorrow that we have on tap for the men, Tanner. I'm going to put you on the spot. Which one are you most excited to see?
Gosh, AJ, why?
I know, I'm sorry.
Okay, Mateus Hurdy's heat today was mind-blowing. To be honest, he's surfing with the fluidity of Kanoa Igarashi, but he has his own spark and flavor. And he goes up against Griffin Colapinto, the past winner and champ, an apex predator, in my opinion, in this draw. So that heat for me is super special.
I'm obsessed with the fact that Mateus, after his heat, when he was found out he was drawing Grift, he was like, this is the worst. How do I have to draw one of the best people in this entire contest? But we're going to be so excited to see those men's quarters tomorrow morning. Equally exciting are the women who are moving on to the semis. Rosie Hodge standing by with the final female to lock in her spot on finals day tomorrow.
She has been so incredibly impressive. Isla, your first time to California, your first time to the US Open, you are through to the semifinals. How was your reaction to that? You look so calm and collected.
Yeah, I don't really know. I haven't put it in perspective like that yet. I've just been taking it heat by heat, and yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow.
And talking about being, under the tutelage of and staying with someone that has so much experience here at Huntington, you're staying with the Gerlachs. How did that come about, and how much of an advantage is it to stay with a local family with so much knowledge?
Yeah, I'm staying with the Gerlach family. They lived down in Victoria for a few years, and we met them there, and yeah, I guess just became family friends, and they've taken me in here, and it's been so helpful, like giving me lots of local tips and stuff, and just they're such a nice family. So yeah, it's been a huge help being able to stay with them.
And lastly, the Australians have been dominating in the women's division. You'll be coming up against Sophie. What do you make of that semi-final?
Oh, I didn't actually know that, but yeah, that's really exciting. Soph's such an amazing surfer and a really good person as well, so yeah, that'll be a sick battle.
Ali, you've been so fun to watch. Good luck in the semi-finals. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Rosie. A sick battle indeed. I cannot wait. And Mitch, I guess that's one of those things. If you're not a local, get the local knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely. But what a cool interview. You see the youth right there, just in her smile, everything in her responses. And yeah, I mean, on the women's side, out of the 2 semifinals that we have, 3 surfers are from Australia, which is really sick. I mean, they've done well here in the past, too.
And then juxtapose that on the men's side, and we don't have any Australian surfers. So it's really interesting to see how things shake out coming into these finals days. But those draws on the female side, those are going to be great heats.
Great heats.
Another thing to add real quick, out of the men's side, only 2 guys have not had CT experience out of the quarterfinals right there. So 6 out of those 8 guys right there are either on the CT right now or have been at the CT at one point too.
Sheesh. So no wonder we are so excited for finals day, and I only get more excited when I look at the forecast. We have been so stoked all week long with our Surfline forecast because they deliver numbers and images like this. So Mitchell, we know Hurricane Genevieve has now weakened quite a bit, but there's still going to be some opportunity for big swell, some good swell, great waves tomorrow.
Yeah, it's pretty far off now. We were stoked. I mean, we got a ton of waves into Genevieve earlier this week, but for tomorrow, it's still going to be really fun and peaky out there right now. This is what we're looking forward to when it comes to head-to-head competition, Tanner. 3 to 5 feet in the morning, going to be slightly smaller in the afternoon. I'm looking forward to it, though. I'm here for it.
100%. And as we talked about yesterday, sometimes that's not the worst thing to see the forecast go down a little bit. We saw it today. when the waves get a little bit smaller, it's easier to control and the progression starts to rise. We saw a lot of surfers take to the air, and as a south swell can track a little bit further out into the coast and becomes a bit more of a southwest swell, it also lessens the current that these guys have been dealing with. So 2 factors at play there to make it actually just a crazy good finals day tomorrow.
Not so much the runarounds, which is something that these surfers, every single time that we have to do it, they have to do a runaround at Huntington Beach, you can see the exhaustion because it adds to it. So cannot wait for finals day tomorrow, but there's no way we're going to let you go without showing you our Board and Brew top 5 from today. First up, we've talked about how great the Southern Californians are. Men's round of 16, heat number 1. We got straight into it. Jake Marshall against Crosby Colapinto, Mitchell.
Yeah, I know it was an amazing one to start off this morning. Crosby had heat control early on. I thought he surfed great too, especially, given the first heat of the morning, you still want to be able to, manage the scale and expectations of everybody else too. He had converted on 2 waves in this heat right at the beginning though, Tanner, and then it was Jake, the guy from Encinitas, came back in a big way right here going left.
Jake Marshall has been steely this entire event. I just talked to him back in the athlete zone, and he said his formula is exactly this. It's just this left with the big maneuvers going into the pylons, and it's getting him crazy good scores. So he's keeping the mojo flowing.
There were a few times that he got close to the pier that gave me a little bit of anxiety. Not whitewash, I'm not gonna lie. All right, our 4th moment, Sierra Kerr. We've talked about how incredible this woman is. We've seen her coming, but Tanner today converting to her first semifinals on the Challenger.
Yes, and this shows the depth of her competitive prowess. We talk about Sierra Kerr and we always assume it's gonna go to the air. It's gonna be crazy radical. And today she stuck it to the face with powerful layback maneuvers like that and put down a great heat total.
When Josh is smiling like that, you know it's a good one. All right, let's take it to the air, shall we? We talked about this heat. Gabe against Taj and Mitch, they just really threw everything at it.
Yeah, and the scary thing about Klausner right now is that he's starting off heats this way too. Got into second gear earlier on in this heat, straight to the air, completing multiple of them, and had to go up against one of the most informed surfers on the Challenger Series in Taj Lindblad. A lot of things have been going well for Taj lately, outside of the water too. Inside of the water, this was another great heat, came up just short though. Big performance into the quarters for Gabe now.
Convenient that this is our number 2 Board and Brew top play because this man's won here twice. Tanner, he went back-to-back. What makes Kanoa Igarashi so lethal here at Huntington?
Yeah, it's so crazy watching him surf this year because you wonder if he can actually get better. And then he throws the jersey on and he keeps rising his own bar. He has every single maneuver that you would want. You would dream to be Kanoa Igarashi when you surf out here in Huntington, and then just add decades of surf experience. So beyond lethal in the draw.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one to watch tomorrow. Also, fun to watch tomorrow, Joanne DeFay has been unstoppable as a mama, Mitchell.
Absolutely, AJ. Been the most informed surfer on the women's side right here. Doesn't seem like that time off, has really affected her at all. If anything, it's actually been a positive force for her. She looks extra motivated, very enthused. And I think most importantly, just looking to have a ton of fun out there right now. It seems like she's been in rhythm with the right waves at the right time too. She's adjusted to the conditions in the morning or in the afternoon and working well with the sharp eyes underneath her feet too. I mean, back in 2015 won the event. 11 years later, AJ might be seeing another win right here at the Open.
Well, and we talked about that before she even got on the ground here at Huntington, just how excited she was to put the jersey back on, the changed perspective since becoming a mom, but also how important her love of surfing has become to her again since becoming a mom. So I'm going to ask, we got 2 local knowledges here, Tanner. What is it going to take for the person to raise that trophy tomorrow and become a U.S. Open champ?
Well, I think Mitch nailed it a little earlier in speaking with John that you recenter on your why. Like, why are you actually here competing at the U.S. Open? And that, if you've tasted the podium before, you actually know that feeling of standing in front of all those people on the beach on the finals day. So it might be easier to just believe that tomorrow you will be that victor again. So for me personally, definitely going to keep eyes on Griffin Colapinto and Joanne DeFay in the draw. And I'm just excited to see how it unfolds because every single one of these heats, you go in with this game plan of thinking someone's going to do this, someone's going to do that, and then it's popcorn and it's chaos, and then these crazy narratives start happening, and it's been really enjoyable to watch.
Speaking of the narratives, Mitchell, what has been your favorite one to watch unfold over the last few days?
Yeah, I think I go back to the perspective of only having two guys that aren't on the CT or haven't been on the CT on the men's side in the quarters. Hayden Rogers, Gabriel Klausner, these are two guys that are looking to make a big name for themselves. And they have the other guys out there that are just looking to prove a point that they're the people to beat, right? I think Kanoa has looked outstanding. He's adjusted his boards on the fly too. The board today looked superb to anything else I've seen him ride so far. On the women's side, I hope to see a new champion, but I think Joanne Defay winning tomorrow would also be exceeding our very own expectations, potentially her own too, AJ.
Absolutely. Well, I cannot wait. The party gets started at 8 o'clock here on the beach at Huntington. We have a 7:30 call tomorrow morning for our finals day. Make sure you stay locked in to WorldSurfLeague.com for all the event updates. Thanks so much for joining us on the 8:05 post show. We'll see you for finals day.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.